he is craving to judge, he sees in life an evil, a fault which is to be atoned for, the moral origin of the notion of truth. In the Nietzschean fashion, Wells has constantly battled against the system of judgment. There is no value superior to life, life is not to be judged or justified, it is innocent, it has the innocence of becoming, beyond good and evil. This problem of judgment is no less familiar to the cinema than to the theater, and has undergone a complex evolution. Since Expressionism, it is the struggle between good and evil, as between light and darkness, that constitutes the metaphysics of the true, find truth in light and atonement. But Lang's position is already unique because he creates a human rather than Faustian dimension of evil, whether in the shape of a hypnotic genius, Mabius, or of irresistible impulse, M. This time the question of truth, that is, of tribunal and judgment, will reveal its full ambiguity. M can be tried by a court of thieves which is hardly motivated by truth. And the evolution accelerates when Lang moves to America and finds there a genre of literally judicial films whose assumptions he will renew. It is not simply a matter of pointing out the difficulty of reaching the true, taking into account the shortcomings of the investigation and of those who judge. This will again be the case in Lumet's 12 Angry Men. In Lang, and also in Preminger, it is the very possibility of judging which is called into question. For Lang, it is as if there is no truth anymore, but only appearances. American Lang becomes the greatest filmmaker of appearances, of false images, hence the evolution of the Mabises. Everything is appearance, and yet this novel state transforms rather than suppresses the system of judgment. In fact, appearance is what betrays itself. The great moments in Lang are those where a character betrays himself. Appearances betray themselves, not because they would give way to a more profound truth, but simply because they reveal themselves as non-true. The character makes a blunder, he knows the visitor's first name, beyond a reasonable doubt, or he knows German, Hangman die too. In these conditions, it remains possible to make new appearances arise, in the light of which the first ones will be judicable and judged. The resistance fighters, for instance, will bring out false witnesses who will get the traitor who knew German condemned by the Gestapo. The system of judgment thus undergoes a great transformation, because it moves within the conditions which determine the relations on which appearances depend. Lang invents a Protagoras-style relativism where judgment expresses the best point of view, that is, the relation under which appearances have a chance of being turned around to the benefit of an individual or of a humanity of higher value, judgment as revenge, or displacement of appearances. Ultimately, we can understand the encounter between Lang and Brecht and the misunderstandings of this encounter. For, in Lang as in Brecht, judgment can no longer be directly exercised in the image, but passes to the side of the viewer, to which the conditions of possibility of judging the image itself are given. What in Brecht rested on a reality of contradictions, in Lang, in contrast, rests on a relativity of appearances. In both of them, the system of judgment, if it undergoes a crisis, is none the less saved and transformed. Things are very different in Wells, even though he made a Langian, but disowned, film, The Stranger, where the character betrays himself. In Wells, the system of judgment becomes definitively impossible, even and especially for the viewer. The ransacking of the judge's office in The Lady from Shanghai, and especially the infinite sham of judgment in The Trial, will be evidence of this new impossibility. Wells constantly constructs characters who are unjudicable and who have not to be judged, who evade any possible judgment. If the ideal of truth crumbles, the relations of appearance will no longer be sufficient to maintain the possibility of judgment. In Nietzsche's phrase, with the real world we have also abolished the apparent world. What remains? There remain bodies, which are forces, nothing but forces. But force no longer refers to a center, any more than it confronts a setting or obstacles. It only confronts other forces, it refers to other forces, that it affects or that affect it. Power, what Nietzsche calls will to power and Wells, character, is this power to affect and be affected, this relation between one force and others. This power is always fulfilled, and this relation is necessarily carried out, even if in a variable manner according to the forces which are present. We already sense that short, cut up, and piecemeal montage, and the long sequence shot serve the same purpose. The one presents bodies in a successive way, each of which exercises its force or experiences that of another. Each shot shows a blow, a counter-blow, a blow received, a blow struck. The other presents in a simultaneous way a relation of forces in its variability, in its instability, its proliferation of centers and multiplication of vectors, the scene of the questioning in Touch of Evil. Asterisk in both cases, there is the shock of forces, in the image or of the images between themselves. Sometimes a short montage reproduces a sequence shot, through cutting, as in the battle in Chimes at Midnight, or a sequence shot produces a short montage, through constant reframing, as in Touch of Evil. We have seen how Resnaeus rediscovered this complementarity, by other means. Is this to say that, in life, everything is a matter of forces? Yes, if it is understood that the relation of forces is not quantitative, but necessarily implies certain qualities. There are forces which are now able to respond to others only in a single, uniform, and invariable way. The scorpion in Mr. Arkadin knows only how to string, and stings the frog that carries him over the water, even if it means death by drowning. Variability thus survives in the relation of forces, since the scorpion's sting turns against itself, when it is directed in this case at the frog. Nonetheless, the scorpion is the type of a force which no longer knows how to metamorphose itself according to the variations of what it can affect and what it can be affected by. Bannister is a big scorpion who knows only how to sting. Arkadin knows only how to kill, and Quinlan how to fix the evidence. This is a type of exhausted force, even when it has remained quantitatively very large, and it can only destroy and kill, before destroying itself, and perhaps in order to kill itself. It is here that it rediscovers a center, but one which coincides with death. No matter how large it is exhausted because it no longer knows how to transform itself. It is thus descending, decadent and degenerate. It represents impotence in bodies, that is, that precise point where the will to power is nothing but a will to dominate, a being for death, which thirsts for its own death, as long as it can pass through that of others. Wells multiples the list of these all-powerful impotents: Bannister and his artificial limbs, Quinlan and his cane, Arkadin and his helplessness when he no longer has an aeroplane, Iago, the impotent par excellence. These are men of revenge, not in the same way, however, as the truthful man who claim to judge life in the name of higher values. They, on the contrary, take themselves to be higher men. These are higher men who claim to judge life by their own standards, by their own authority. But is this not the same spirit of revenge in two forms? Vargas, the truthful man who invokes the laws for judging, but also his double, Quinlan, who gives himself the right to judge without law, Othello, the man of duty and virtue, but also his double, Iago, who takes revenge by nature and perversion. It is what Nietzsche called the stages of nihilism, the spirit of revenge in various shapes. Behind the truthful man, who judges life from the perspective of supposedly higher values, there is the sick man. The powers of the man sick with himself, who judges life from the perspective of his sickness, his degeneration, and his exhaustion. And this is perhaps better than the truthful man, because a life of sickness is still life. It contrasts life with death, rather than contrasting it with higher values. Nietzsche said, behind the truthful man, who judges life, there is the sick man, sick with life itself. And Wells adds, behind the frog, the epitome of the truthful animal, there is the scorpion, the animal sick with itself. The first is an idiot and the second is a bastard. They are, however, complementary as two figures of nihilism, two figures of the will to power. Does this not amount to restoring a system of judgment? Wells constantly says of Quinlan, Arkadin, etc., that he detests them morally, even if he does not detest them humanly, according to the amount of life they have kept. But it is not a matter of judging life in the name of a higher authority which would be the good, the true. It is a matter, on the contrary, of evaluating every being, every action and passion, even every value, in relation to the life which they involve. Affect as immanent evaluation, instead of judgment as transcendent value. I love or I hate instead of I judge. Nietzsche, who had already substituted affect for judgment, warned his readers, beyond good and evil does not in the least mean beyond the good and the bad. This bad is exhausted and degenerating life, all the more terrible, and apt to multiply itself. But the good is outpouring, ascending life, the kind which knows how to transform itself, to metamorphose itself according to the forces it encounters, and which forms a constantly larger force with them, always increasing the power to live, always opening new possibilities. Of course there is no more truth in one life than in the other, there is only becoming, and becoming is the power of the false of life, the will to power. But there is good and bad, that is, noble and base. According to physicists, noble energy is the kind which is capable of transforming itself, while the base kind can no longer do so. There is will to power on both sides, but the latter is nothing more than will to dominate in the exhausted becoming of life, while the former is artistic will or virtue which gives, the creation of new possibilities, in the outpouring becoming. The so-called higher men are base or bad. But the good has only one name, it is generosity, and this is the trait by which Wells defines his favorite character, Falstaff. It is also the trait which we suppose is dominant in Don Quixote's eternal project. If becoming is the power of the false, then the good, the generous, the noble is what raises the false to the nth power or the will to power to the level of artistic becoming. Falstaff and Don Quixote may appear to be braggarts or to be pitiful, history having passed them by, they are experts in metamorphoses of life, they oppose becoming to history. Incommensurable to any judgment, they have the innocence of becoming. And it is clear that becoming is always innocent, even in crime, even in the exhausted life in so far as it is still a becoming. But only the good allows itself to be exhausted by life rather than exhausting it, always putting itself at the service of what is reborn from life, what metamorphoses and creates. Out of becoming it makes a being, so protean, instead of dispatching it into non-being, from the height of a uniform and fixed being. There are two states of life which are in opposition at the heart of immanent becoming, and not one instance which would claim to be superior to becoming, whether in order to judge life, or to appropriate it, and in any event to exhaust it. What Wells sees in Falstaff and Don Quixote is the goodness of life in itself, a strange goodness which carries the living being to creation. It is in this sense that we can talk about an authentic or a spontaneous Nietzscheanism in Wells. Nevertheless, in becoming, the earth has lost all center, not only in itself, but in that it no longer has a center around which to turn. Bodies no longer have centers except that of their death when they are exhausted and return to the earth to dissolve there. Force no longer has a center precisely because it is inseparable from its relation to other forces, so, as Didier Goldschmidt said, short shots constantly topple to right and left and the sequenced shot likewise throws up a jumble of vanishing centers, the opening of touch of evil. Weights have lost the centers of equilibrium around which they were distributed, masses have lost the centers of gravity around which they were ordered, forces have lost the dynamic centers around which they organize space, movements themselves have lost the centers of revolution around which they develop. There is here, in Wells, a mutation which is as much cinematographic as metaphysical. For what contrasts with the ideal of truth is not movement, movement remains perfectly consistent with the true while it presents invariance, point of gravity of the moving body, privileged points through which it passes and point of fixity in relation to which it moves. This is why the movement image, in its very essence, is answerable to the effect of truth which it invokes while movement preserves its centers. And this is what we have been trying to say. From the beginning of this study, a cinematographic mutation occurs when aberrations of movement take on their independence, that is, when the moving bodies and movements lose their invariance. There then occurs a reversal where movement ceases to demand the true and where time ceases to be subordinate to movement, both at once. Movement which is fundamentally decentered becomes false movement, and time which is fundamentally liberated becomes power of the false which is now brought into effect in false movement, arcadon always already there. Wells seems to be the first to have opened this breach, where neorealism and the new wave were to be introduced with completely different methods. Wells, through his conception of bodies, forces, and movement, constructs a world which has lost all motor center or configuration, the Earth. Nevertheless, we have seen that Wells's cinema kept some essential centers, and it is on this very point that Resnais parts company from Wells. But what we have to evaluate here is the radical change to which Wells subjected the very notion of center. The question of depth of field already took up in a new way a transformation of painting in the 17th century. It is possible that Wells's cinema has been able to recreate, for the use of our modern world, a transformation of thought which originally took place in that distant century. If we follow an important analysis by Michel Serres, the 17th century was not the classical age of the ideal of the true, but the Baroque age par excellence, which was inseparable from what is called classical and where truth passed through a definitive crisis. It was no longer a question of knowing where the center was, the sun or the earth, because the primary question became, is there a center or not at all? All the centers, of gravity, equilibrium, force, revolution, in short, of configuration, were collapsing. It was at that point that a restoration of centers undoubtedly occurred, but at the price of a profound change, of a great evolution of the sciences and the arts. On the one hand, the center became purely optical, the point became point of view. This perspectivism was not defined by variation of external points of view on a supposedly invariable object, the ideal of the true would be preserved. Here, on the contrary, the point of view was constant, but always internal to the different objects which were henceforth presented as the metamorphosis of one and the same thing in the process of becoming. This was projective geometry, which lodged the eye at the apex of the cone and gave us projections as variable as the sectioned planes, circle, ellipse, hyperbola, point, and straight lines, the object itself, at the limit, being only the connection of its own projections, the collection or series of its own metamorphoses. Perspectives and projections are neither truth nor appearance. However, this new perspective does not yet give us the means of establishing a true progression in the figures so described, or of spacing out the volumes on the flat sections. Thus we must, on the other hand, link it to the theory of shadows, which is, as it were, the inverse of the projective. The luminous source now occupies the apex of the cone, the body projected is the opaque, and the projections are produced by reliefs or bands of shadow. These are the two aspects which form an architecture of vision. We see them particularly in Wells's art, and they give us the final reason for the complementarity between short montage and the sequenced shot. Short montage presents flat and flattened images which are so many perspectives and projections, in the strong sense, and which express the metamorphoses of an immanent thing or being. Hence the appearance of a succession of numbers which often marks Wells's films. For example, the different witnesses to the past in Mr. Arcadon could be considered as a series of projections of Arcadon himself, who is simultaneously what is projected onto each plane and the commanding point of view according to which we pass from one projection to the next. Similarly, in the trial, all the characters, policeman, colleagues, student, concierge, lawyer, lit girls, painter, and priest, constitute the projective series of a single instance which does not exist outside its metamorphoses. But, from the other aspect, the sequence shot with depth of field powerfully emphasizes volumes and reliefs, the bands of shadow from which bodies emerge and into which they return, oppositions and combinations of light and dark, violent stripes which affect bodies when they are in a see-through space. The Lady from Shanghai, The Trial, a whole neo-expressionism which has rid itself both of its moral assumptions and the ideal of the true. One might say that Wells subjected the notion of center to a double transformation which established the new cinema. The center ceased to be sensory motor and, on the one hand, became optical, determining a new regime of description. On the other hand, at the same time, it became luminous, determining a new progression of narration. The descriptive or projective, and the narrative or gloomy. By raising the false to power, life freed itself of appearances as well as truth, neither true nor false, an undecidable alternative, but power of the false, decisive will. It is Wells who, beginning with the lady from Shanghai, imposes one single character, the forger. But the forger exists only in a series of forgers who are his metamorphoses, because the power itself exists only in the form of a series of powers which are its exponents. There is always a character destined to betray the other. Wells stresses that the prince must betray Falstaff, Menzies must betray Quinlan, because the other is already a traitor, and betrayal is the link between forgers throughout the series. Since Wells has a strong personality, we forget that his constant theme, precisely as a result of this personality, is to be a person no longer, in the manner of Virginia Woolf's Mrs. Dalloway. A becoming, an irreducible multiplicity. Characters or forms are now valid only as transformations of each other. And this is the diabolical trio of the lady from Shanghai, the strange relay characters of Mr. Arkadin, the chain which unites those in touch of evil, the unlimited transformation for those of the trial, the journey of the false which constantly passes through the king, his son, and Falstaff, all three impostors and usurpers in some way, culminating in the scene where the roles are exchanged. It is finally the great series in its all true, which is the manifesto for all of Wells's work, and his reflection on cinema. F for Falstaff, but above all for fake. Wells certainly has a conscious affinity with Herman Melville, even more important than his less conscious affinity with Nietzsche. It is in its all true that Wells constructs a series of forgers as extensive and perfect as that in Melville's The Confidence Man, Wells scrupulously playing the role of the cosmopolitan hypnotist. This great series of Wells, the story that is continually being modified, may be summed up as follows. Presentation of Ajakatar, whom all men turn to look at in the street. Presentation of Wells as conjurer, presentation of the journalist, author of a book about a forger of paintings, but also of false memoirs of Hughes, the millionaire forger with a multiplicity of doubles, concerning whom we do not know if he has himself harmed the journalist, conversation or exchange between the journalist and the forger of paintings, intervention of Wells who assures us that, for an hour, the viewer will neither see nor hear anything else false. Wells recounts his life, and reflects on man in front of Chartres Cathedral. Ajakatar's affair with Picasso, at the end of which Wells arrives to say that the hour has passed and the affair was invented in every respect. Nevertheless, everything is not equivalent to everything else, and all the forgers are not also to the same degree or with the same power. The truthful man forms part of them, like the frog, Vargas, or Othello, and Wells in front of Chartres Cathedral, for he invokes a true world, but the true world itself implies the truthful man. In itself, it is an inaccessible and useless world. Like the cathedral, its only quality is to have been made by men. Thus it is not hidden by appearances, it is it, on the contrary, which hides appearances and provides them with an alibi. Behind the truthful man there is the forger, the scorpion, and the one constantly refers back to the other. The expert in truth gives approval to Van Meegeren's false Vermeers precisely because the forger has created them by reference to the expert's own criteria. In short, the forger cannot be reduced to a simple copier, nor to a liar, because what is false is not simply a copy, but already the model. Should we not say, then, that the artist, even Vermeer, even Picasso, is a forger, since he makes a model with appearances, even if the next artist gives the model back to appearances in order to make a new model? Where does the bad relation of Elmer the forger of Picasso end and the good relation of Picasso and Velázquez begin? From the truthful man to the artist, the chain of forgers is long. This is obviously why it is so difficult to define the forger, because we do not take into account his multiplicity, his ubiquity, and because we are content to refer to a historical and ultimately chronological time. but everything is changed in the perspective of time as becoming. What we can criticize in the forgers, as well as in the truthful man, is their exaggerated taste for form. They have neither the sense nor the power of metamorphosis. They reveal an impoverishment of the vital force la vital, of an already exhausted life. The difference between the forger, the expert, and Vermeer is that the first two barely know how to change. Only the creative arts takes the power of the false to a degree which is realized, not in form, but in transformation. There is no longer either truth or appearance. There is no longer either invariable form or variable point of view onto a form. There is a point of view which belongs so much to the thing that the thing is constantly being transformed in a becoming identical to point of view. Metamorphosis of the true. What the artist is creator of truth, because truth is not to be achieved, formed, or reproduced, it has to be created. There is no other truth than the creation of the new, creativity, emergence, what Melville called shape in contrast to form. Art is the continual production of shapes, reliefs, and projections. The truthful man and the forger form part of the same chain, but, in the end, it is not they who are projected, elevated, or excavated, it is the artist, creator of the true, in the very place where the false attains its final power, goodness, generosity. Nietzsche drew up a list of the characters of the will to power, the truthful man, then all the forgers who presuppose him and that he presupposes, the long, exhausted cohort of superior men, but, still behind, the new man, Zarathustra, the artist, or outpouring life. There is only a slim chance, so great is the capacity of nihilism to overcome it, for exhausted life to get control of the new from its birth, and for completed forms to ossify metamorphosis and to reconstitute models and copies. The power of the false is delicate, allowing itself to be recaptured by frogs and scorpions. But it is the only chance for art or life, the Nietzschean, Melvillian, Bergsonian, Velician chance. Camiller's Chronopolis shows that the elements of time require an extraordinary encounter with man in order to produce something new. There would be still a third instance beyond description and narration, the story recit. If we attempt a provisional definition, as we have done for the other instances, still without taking into account the special importance of the talkie factor, we believe that the story in general concerns the subject-object relationship and the development of this relationship, whilst narration concern the development of the sensory-motor schema. The model of truth thus finds its full expression, not in the sensory-motor connection, but in the adequation of the subject and the object. We must, however, specify what the subject and the object are in the conditions of the cinema. According to convention, what the camera sees is called objective, and what the character sees is called subjective. Such a convention has a place only in the cinema, not in the theater. Now it is essential that the camera sees the character himself. It is one and the same character who sometimes sees and sometimes is seen. But it is also the same camera which gives us the character seen and what the character sees. We may, then, consider the story as the development of two kinds of images, objective and subjective, their complex relation which can go as far as antagonism, but which ought to find resolution in an identity of the type ego equals ego, identity of the character seen and who sees, but equally well identity of the camera/filmmaker who sees the character and is what the character sees. This identity passes through many trials which specifically represent the false, confusion between two characters seen, for example, in Hitchcock, or confusion in what the character sees, for example, in Ford, but ends up affirming itself for itself by constituting the true, even if the character has to die because of it. We might say that the film begins with the distinction between the two kinds of images, and ends with their identification, their identity recognized. The variations are infinite, because both the distinction and the synthetic identity can be established in all kinds of ways. The basic conditions of cinema are nonetheless here, from the point of view of the veracity of every possible story. The distinction between the objective and the subjective, but also their identification, are brought into question in another kind of story. Here again, the American Lang was the great forerunner of a critique of veracity in the story. And the critique was taken up and extended by Wells, starting with Citizen Kane, where the distinction between the two kinds of images tends to vanish in what the witnesses have seen, without its being possible to agree on an identity for the character, no trespassing, nor even an identity for the filmmaker, about which Wells always had doubts, which he was to push to the limit in It's All True. Pasolini, for his part, drew out the consequences of this new situation in what he called cinema of poetry, in contrast to the so-called cinema of prose. In the cinema of poetry, the distinction between what the character saw subjectively and what the camera saw objectively vanished, not in favor of one or the other, but because the camera assumed a subjective presence, acquired an internal vision, which entered into a relation of simulation, mimesis, with the character's way of seeing. It is here, according to our earlier discussion, that Pasolini discovered how to go beyond the two elements of the traditional story, the objective, indirect story from the camera's point of view and the subjective, direct story from the character's point of view, to achieve the very special form of a free indirect discourse, of a free, indirect subjective. A contamination of the two kinds of image was established, so that bizarre visions of the camera, alternation of different lenses, zoom, extraordinary angles, abnormal movements, halts, expressed the singular visions of the character, and the latter were expressed in the former, but by bringing the whole to the power of the false. The story no longer refers to an ideal of the true which constitutes its veracity, but becomes a pseudo-story, a poem, a story which simulates or rather a simulation of the story. Objective and subjective images lose their distinction, but also their identification, in favor of a new circuit where they are wholly replaced, or contaminate each other, or are decomposed and recomposed. Pasolini brings his analysis to bear on Antonioni, Bertolucci, and Goddard, but the origin of this transformation of the story is perhaps in Lang and Wells. The study of the immortal story would be important here. We would like to consider an aspect of this new type of story, as it appears in a quite different area. If we go to the forms which for a long time challenged fiction, we see that the cinema of reality sometimes claimed objectively to show us real settings, situations, and characters, and sometimes claimed subjectively to show the ways of seeing of these characters themselves, the way in which they themselves saw their situation, their setting, their problems. In short, there was the documentary or ethnographic pole, and the investigation or reportage pole. These two poles inspired masterpieces and in any case intermingled, Flaherty on one hand, and on the other Grierson and Leacock. But, in challenging fiction, if this cinema discovered new paths, it also preserved and sublimated an ideal of truth which was dependent on cinematographic fiction itself. There was what the camera sees, what the character sees, the possible antagonism and necessary resolution of the two. And the character himself retained or acquired a kind of identity in so far as he was seen or saw. And the camera/filmmaker also had his identity as ethnologist or reporter. It was very important to challenge the established fictions in favor of a reality that cinema could capture or discover. But fiction was being abandoned in favor of the real, whilst retaining a model of truth which presupposed fiction and was a consequence of it. What Nietzsche had shown, that the ideal of the true was the most profound fiction, at the heart of the real, had not yet been discovered by the cinema. The veracity of the story continued to be grounded in fiction. When the ideal or model of the true was applied to the real, it began to change many things, since the camera was being directed to a pre-existing real, but, in another sense, nothing had changed in the conditions of the story. The objective and the subjective were displaced, not transformed. Identities were defined in a different way, but remained defined. The story remained truthful, really truthful instead of fictionally truthful. But the veracity of the story had not stopped being a fiction. The break is not between fiction and reality, but in the new mode of story which affects both of them. A change occurred around the S, in quite independent places, in the direct cinema of Cassavetes and Shirley Clarke, in the cinema of the lived of Pierre Perrault, in the cinema verite of Jean Rouch. Thus, when Perrault criticizes all fiction, it is in the sense that it forms a model of pre-established truth, which necessarily expresses the dominant ideas or the point of view of the colonizer, even when it is forged by the film's author. Fiction is inseparable from a reverence which presents it as true, in religion, in society, in cinema, in the systems of images. Never has Nietzsche's dictum, "Suppress your reverences," been so well understood as by Perrault. When Perrault is addressing his real characters of Quebec, it is not simply to eliminate fiction but to free it from the model of truth which penetrates it, and on the contrary to rediscover the pure and simple storytelling function which is opposed to this model. What is opposed to fiction is not the real, it is not the truth which is always that of the masters or colonizers, it is the storytelling function of the poor, in so far as it gives the false the power which makes it into a memory, a legend, a monster. Hence the white dolphin of Pour la Suite du Monde, the caribou of Les Pays de la Terre sans Arbres, and above all the luminous beast, the Dionysus of La Bête Lumineuse. What cinema must grasp is not the identity of a character, whether real or fictional, through his objective and subjective aspects. It is the becoming of the real character when he himself starts to make fiction, when he enters into the flagrant offense of making up legends and so contributes to the invention of his people. The character is inseparable from a before and an after, but he reunites these in the passage from one state to the other. He himself becomes another, when he begins to tell stories without ever being fictional. And the filmmaker for his part becomes another when there are interposed, in this way, real characters, who wholly replace his own fictions by their own storytelling. Both communicate in the invention of a people. I interposed on behalf of Alexis, Le Regni du Jour, and the whole of Quebec, in order to get to know who I was. In such a way that to speak to myself I just have to let them speak. This is the simulation of a story, the legend, and its metamorphosis, free indirect discourse of Quebec, a discourse with 1,000 heads lit by lit. Thus the cinema can call itself cinema verite, all the more because it will have destroyed every model of the true so as to become creator and producer of truth. This will not be a cinema of truth but the truth of cinema. This is the sense intended by Jean Rouch when he spoke of cinema verite. Just like Perrault, with reporting investigations, Rouch had begun with ethnographic films. The evolution of the two authors would be difficult to explain if we restricted ourselves to pointing out the impossibility of achieving a raw real. Everybody has always known that the camera has an active effect on situations, and that characters react to the presence of the camera, and it hardly troubled Flaherty or Leacock, who already saw only false problems in it. In Rouch and Perrault, the novelty has other sources. It begins to be clearly expressed in Rouch in Les Maîtres Fous, when the characters in the ritual, possessed, drunk, foaming and in trances, are first shown in their daily reality where they are waiters, navvies, and laborers, as they become again after the ceremony what they were before. Conversely, in Moyen Noir, there are real characters who are shown through the roles of their storytelling, Dorothy Lamour the little prostitute, Lemmy Caution the unemployed man from Triachville, even if they themselves then comment on and correct the function that they have released. In Jaguar, the three characters, especially the gallant, share out roles which they are made to confront like so many legendary powers, by the realities of their journey, the encounter with the fetishists, the organization of work, the making of gold ingots which they lock away and which are useless, the flying visit to the central market, finally the invention of their little business under a title which replaces a ready-made formula with a figure capable of making legends, lit by little. The bird makes his bonnet. And they will return to their country, like ancestors, full of exploits and lies where the least incident becomes power. There is always passage from one state to another at the heart of the character, as when the hunter baptizes a lion the American, or when the travelers in Cocorico and Odyssey Poulet encounter the female devil. To restrict ourselves to these masterpieces, we notice in the first place that the character has ceased to be real or fictional, in so far as he has ceased to be seen objectively or to see subjectively, it is a character who goes over crossings and frontiers because he invents as a real character, and becomes all the more real because he has been better at inventing. Dionysus is a great synthesis by Rauch, the image of industrial society which brings together a Hungarian mechanic, an Ivory Coast riveter, a West Indian metal worker, a Turkish carpenter, a German woman mechanic, plunges into a before that is Dionysian haunted by the three monades, the white, the black and the yellow, but this before is also an after, like the post-industrial horizon where one worker has become a flautist, another a tambourine player, cellist, soprano, forming the Dionysian cortege which reaches the forest of Meudon. The cinetrance and its music are a temporalization of the image which never stays in the present, continually crossing the limit in both directions, all driven by a teacher who turns out to be a forger, nothing but a forger, the power of the false of Dionysus himself. If the real fictional alternative is so completely surpassed, it is because the camera, instead of marking out a fictional or real present, constantly reattaches the character to the before and after which constitute a direct time image. The character must first of all be real if he is to affirm fiction as a power and not as a model. He has to start to tell stories in order to affirm himself all the more as real and not fictional. The character is continually becoming another, and is no longer separable from this becoming which merges with the people. But what we are saying about the character is also valid in the second place, and in particular, for the filmmaker himself. He too becomes another, insofar as he takes real characters as intercessors and replaces his fictions by their own storytelling, but, conversely, gives these storytellings the shape of legends, carrying out their making into legend. Rauch makes his own free indirect discourse at the same time as his characters make that of Africa. Perrault makes his own free indirect discourse at the same time as his characters make that of Quebec. There is undoubtedly a big difference in situation between Perrault and Rauch, a difference which is not simply personal but cinematographic and formal. For Perrault, the concern is to belong to his dominated people, and to rediscover a lost and repressed collective identity. For Rauch, it is a matter of getting out of his dominant civilization and reaching the premises of another identity. Hence the possibility of misunderstandings between the two authors. Nevertheless, each one as a filmmaker sets off with the same slender material, camera on the shoulder and synchronized tape recorder. They must become others, with their characters, at the same time as their characters must become others themselves. The famous formula, what is suitable for the documentary is that one knows who one is and whom one is filming, ceases to be valid. The ego equals ego form of identity, or its degenerate form, them equals them, ceases to be valid for the characters and for the filmmaker, in the real as well as in the fiction. What allows itself to be glimpsed instead, by profound degrees, is Rimbaud's I is another /jes d'un entrée. Goddard said this in relation to Rauch, not only for the characters themselves, but for the filmmaker who, white just like Rimbaud, himself declares that I is another, that is, me a black. When Rimbaud exclaims, I am of inferior race for all eternity. I am a beast, a Negro. It is in the course of passing through a whole series of forgers, merchant you are a Negro, magistrate you are a Negro, general you are a Negro, mangy old emperor you are a Negro. Up to that highest power of the false, which means that a black must himself become black, through his white roles, whilst the white here finds a chance of becoming black too, I can be saved. And, for his part, Perrault has no less a need to become another so as to join his own people. This is no longer birth of a nation, but constitution or reconstitution of a people, where the filmmaker and his characters become others together and the one through the other, a collectivity which gradually wins from place to place, from person to person, from intercessor to intercessor. I am a caribou, an original. I is another is the formation of a story which simulates, of a simulation of a story or of a story of simulation which deposes the form of the truthful story. Poetry is what Pasolini held up against prose, but which can be found in the place that he did not look for it, in the domain of a cinema presented as direct. In Shirley Clark or Cassavetes, an analogous phenomenon occurs, once again with many differences. It is as if the three great themes were turning and forming their combinations. The character is continually passing the frontier between the real and the fictional, the power of the false, the storytelling function. The filmmaker has to reach what the character was before and will be after. He has to bring together the before and the after in the incessant passage from one state to the other. The direct time image, the becoming of the filmmaker and of his character, already belongs to a people, to a community, to a minority whose expression they practice and set free, indirect discourse. With Shirley Clarke's The Connection, the levels of organization mingle, because the roles of drug addicts refer to pre-existing characters who themselves refer alternatively to their role. And in A Portrait of Jason it is the passage which must be grasped in all its possible distances, in relation to the character and to his roles, but always internal distances, as if the white camera had slid into the great black forger. The eye is another of Shirley Clarke consists in this, that the film that she wanted to make about herself became the one she made about Jason. What has to be filmed is the frontier, on condition that this is equally crossed by the filmmaker in one direction and by the real character in the opposite direction. Time is necessary here, a certain time is necessary which constitutes an integral part of the film. This is what Cassavetes was already saying in Shadows and Then Faces. What constitutes part of the film is interesting oneself in the people more than in the film, in the human problems more than in the problems of mise en scene, so that the people do not pass over to the side of the camera without the camera having passed over to the side of the people. In Shadows it is the two white Negroes who constitute the frontier, and its perpetual crossing in a double reality which is no longer distinguishable from the film. The frontier can be grasped only in flight, when we no longer know where it passes, between the white and the black, but also between the film and the non-film. It is characteristic of film to be always outside its marks, breaking with the right distance, always overflowing the reserved zone where we would have liked to hold it in space and time. We will see how Goddard draws a generalized method of the image from this, where something ends, where something else begins, what a frontier is and how to see it, but through crossing and displacing it endlessly. In Masculine-Feminine, the fictional interview with the characters and the real interview with the actors mix together so that they seem to be speaking to each other, and to speak for themselves, by speaking to the filmmaker. The method can be developed only where the camera is constantly reaching a before or an after in the characters which constitute the real, at the very point where storytelling is set in motion. To know what they were before being placed in the picture, and after. H. Franz Tour-Dieter du Enfant already makes use of this as a principle, him before, and the story after, or him after and the story before. Goddard, who has often acknowledged his debt to Rauch, increasingly emphasizes this point. The image has to include the before and the after. It thus has to bring together in this way the conditions of a new, direct time image, instead of being in the present as in bad films. It is under these conditions of the time image that the same transformation involves the cinema of fiction and the cinema of reality and blurs their differences. In the same movement, descriptions become purely optical and sound, narrations falsifying and stories, simulations. The whole cinema becomes a free, indirect discourse, operating in reality. The forger and his power, the filmmaker and his character, or the reverse, since they only exist through this community which allows them to say we, creators of truth. This is a third time image, distinct from those we saw in the previous chapter. The two earlier ones essentially concern the order of time, that is, the coexistence of relations or the simultaneity of the elements internal to time. The third concerns the series of time, which brings together the before and the after in a becoming. Instead of separating them, its paradox is to introduce an enduring interval in the moment itself. The three time images all break with indirect representation, but also shatter the empirical continuation of time, the chronological succession, the separation of the before and the after. They are thus connected with each other and interpenetrate, Wells, Riesnaeus, Goddard, Rob Grillet, but allow the distinction of their signs to subsist in a particular work. Those who first made and thought about cinema began from a simple idea: cinema as industrial art achieves self-movement, automatic movement, it makes movement the immediate given of the image. This kind of movement no longer depends on a moving body or an object which realizes it, nor on a spirit which reconstitutes it. It is the image which itself moves in itself. In this sense, therefore, it is neither figurative nor abstract. It could be said that this was already the case with all artistic images, and Eisenstein constantly analyzes the paintings of Da Vinci and El Greco as if they were cinematographic images, as Elie Forêt does with Tintoretto. But pictorial images are nevertheless immobile in themselves, so that it is the mind which has to make movement. And choreographic or dramatic images remain attached to a moving body. It is only when movement becomes automatic that the artistic essence of the image is realized, producing a shock to thought, communicating vibrations to the cortex, touching the nervous and cerebral system directly. Because the cinematographic image itself makes movement, because it makes what the other arts are restricted to demanding, or to saying, it brings together what is essential in the other arts, it inherits it, it is as it were the directions for use of the other images, it converts into potential what was only possibility. Automatic movement gives rise to a spiritual automaton in us, which reacts in turn on movement. The spiritual automaton no longer designates, as it does in classical philosophy, the logical or abstract possibility of formally deducing thoughts from each other, but the circuit into which they enter with the movement image, the shared power of what forces thinking and what thinks under the shock. A noos hoc * Heidegger said, man can think in the sense that he possesses the possibility to do so. This possibility alone, however, is no guarantee to us that we are capable of thinking. It is this capacity, this power, and not the simple logical possibility, that cinema claims to give us in communicating the shock. It is as if cinema were telling us, with me, with the movement image, you can't escape the shock which arouses the thinker in you. A subjective and collective automaton for an automatic movement, the art of the masses. Everyone knows that, if an art necessarily imposed the shock or vibration, the world would have changed long ago, and men would have been thinking for a long time. So this pretension of the cinema, at least among the greatest pioneers, raises a smile today. They believed that cinema was capable of imposing the shock, and imposing it on the masses, the people, Vertov, Eisenstein, Gans, Elie Forêt. However, they foresaw that cinema would encounter and was already encountering all the ambiguities of the other arts, that it would be overlaid with experimental abstractions, formalist antics and commercial configurations of sex and blood. The shock would be confused, in bad cinema, with the figurative violence of the represented instead of achieving that other violence of a movement image developing its vibrations in a moving sequence which embeds itself within us. Worse still, the spiritual automaton was in danger of becoming the dummy of every kind of propaganda. The art of the masses was already showing a disquieting face. Thus the power or capacity of cinema was in turn revealed to be only a pure and simple logical possibility. At least the possible took on a new form here, even if the people were not yet a match for it, and even if thought was still to come. Something was in play, in a sublime conception of cinema. In fact, what constitutes the sublime is that the imagination suffers a shock which pushes it to the limit and forces thought to think the whole as intellectual totality which goes beyond the imagination. The sublime, as we have seen, may be mathematical, as in Gans, or dynamic, as in Murnau and Lang, or dialectical, as in Eisenstein. We will take the example of Eisenstein because the dialectical method allows him to decompose the noos hoc into particularly well-determined moments, but the whole of the analysis is valid for classical cinema, the cinema of the movement image, in general. According to Eisenstein, the first moment goes from the image to thought, from the percept to the concept. The movement image, cell, is essentially multiple and divisible in accordance with the objects between which it is established, which are its integral parts. There is shock of images between themselves according to their dominant characteristic, or shock in the image itself depending on its components, and, again, shock of images depending on all their components, the shock is the very form of communication of movement in images. And Eisenstein criticizes Pudovkin for having retained only the simplest case of shock. Opposition defines the general formula, or the violence of the image. We saw earlier Eisenstein's concrete analyses of Battleship Potemkin and the general line, and the abstract schema which is revealed. The shock has an effect on the spirit, it forces it to think, and to think the whole. The whole can only be thought, because it is the indirect representation of time which follows from movement. It does not follow like a logical effect, analytically, but synthetically as the dynamic effect of images on the whole cortex. Thus it relies on montage, although it follows from the image, it is not a sum, but a product, a unity of a higher order. The whole is the organic totality which presents itself by opposing and overcoming its own parts, and which is constructed like the great spiral in accordance with the laws of dialectic. The whole is the concept. This is why cinema is dubbed intellectual cinema, and montage thought montage. Montage is in thought the intellectual process itself, or that which, under the shock, thinks the shock. Whether it is visual or of sound, the image already has harmonics which accompany the perceived dominant image, and enter in their own ways into supersensory relations. For example, the saturation of heat in the procession in the general line. This is the shock wave or the nervous vibration, which means that we can no longer say I see, I hear, but I feel, totally physiological sensation. And it is the set of harmonics acting on the cortex which gives rise to thought, the cinematographic I think, the whole as subject. If Eisenstein is a dialectician, it is because he conceives of the violence of the shock in the form of opposition and the thought of the whole in the form of opposition overcome, or of the transformation of opposites. From the shock of two factors a concept is born. This is the cinema of the punch. Soviet cinema must break heads. But in this way he dialecticizes the most general given of the movement image. He thinks that any other conception weakens the shock and leaves thought optional. The cinematographic image must have a shock effect on thought, and force thought to think itself as much as thinking the whole. This is the very definition of the sublime. But there is a second moment which goes from the concept to the affect, or which returns from thought to the image. It is a matter of giving emotional fullness or passion back to the intellectual process. Not only is the second moment inseparable from the first, but we cannot say which is first. Which is first, montage or movement image? The whole is produced by the parts but also the opposite. There is a dialectical circle or spiral, monism, which Eisenstein contrasts with Griffith-style dualism. The whole as dynamic effect is also the presupposition of its cause, the spiral. This is why Eisenstein continually reminds us that intellectual cinema has as correlate sensory thought or emotional intelligence, and is worthless without it. The organic has as correlate the pathetic. The highest form of consciousness in the work of art has as correlate the deepest form of the subconscious, following a double process or two coexisting moments. In this second moment, we no longer go from the movement image to the clear thinking of the whole that it expresses, we go from a thinking of the whole which is presupposed and obscure to the agitated, mixed up images which express it. The whole is no longer the logos which unifies the parts, but the drunkenness, the pathos which bathes them and spreads out in them. From this point of view images constitute a malleable mass, a descriptive material loaded with visual and sound features of expression, synchronized or not, zigzags of forms, elements of action, gestures, and profiles, syntactic ces. This is a primitive language or thought, or rather an internal monologue, a drunken monologue, working through figures, metonymies, synecdoches, metaphors, inversions, attractions. From the outset, Eisenstein thought that the internal monologue found its extension and importance in cinema rather than literature, but he still restricted it to the course of thought of a man. It is in the speech that he discovers it to be appropriate for the spiritual automaton, that is, to the whole film. Internal monologue goes beyond dream, which is much too individual, and constitutes the segments or links of a truly collective thought. He develops a pathos-filled power of imagination which reaches the limits of the universe, an orgy of sensory representations, a visual music which is like mass, fountains of cream, fountains of luminous water, spurting fires, zigzags forming numbers, as in the famous sequence in the general line. Earlier, we went from the shock image to the formal and conscious concept, but now from the unconscious concept to the material image, the figure image which embodies it and produces shock in turn. The figure gives the image an effective charge which will intensify the sensory shock. The two moments are mixed up, interlaced, as in the ascent in the general line where zigzags of numbers repeat the conscious concept. Here again it will be noted that Eisenstein dialecticizes a very general aspect of the movement image and montage. The view that the cinematographic image proceeds through figures, and reconstitutes a kind of primitive thought, is to be found in many authors, notably Epstein. Even when the European cinema restricts itself to dream, fantasy, or daydreaming, its ambition is to bring the unconscious mechanisms of thought to consciousness. It is true that cinema's capacity for metaphor has been called into question. Jacobson noted that cinema is typically metonymic, because it essentially proceeds by juxtaposition and contiguity. It does not have metaphor's specific power of giving a subject the verb or action of another subject. It has to juxtapose the two subjects, and so make the metaphor subject to a metonymy. Cinema cannot say with the poet, hands flutter, it must first show hands being moved about quickly and then leaves fluttering. But this restriction is only partially true. It is true if we compare the cinematographic image to an utterance. It is false if we take the cinematographic image for what it is, movement image which, as well as dividing movement by connecting it to the objects between which it is established, metonymy which separates images, can dissolve movement by connecting it with the whole that it expresses, metaphor which connects images. It thus appears to us correct to say that Griffith's montage is metonymic but Eisenstein's metaphoric. If we talk about fusion, we are not just thinking of superimposition as a technique, but of an effective fusion which is explained, in Eisenstein's terms, because two distinct images can have the same harmonics and so constitute metaphor. Metaphor is defined precisely by the harmonics of the image. We find the example of a metaphor which is authentic to the cinema in Eisenstein's Strike. The boss's big spy is first shown the wrong way round, head downwards, his massive legs rising like two tubes which end in a puddle at the top of the screen. Then we see the two factory chimneys which seem embedded in a cloud. This is a metaphor with double inversion, since the spy is shown first, and shown upside down. The puddle and the cloud, the legs and the chimneys have the same harmonics. It is a metaphor through montage. But cinema also achieves metaphors in the image and without montage. In this respect, it is in an American film that we find the finest metaphor in the history of cinema, Keaton's The Navigator, where the hero in the life jacket, strangled, dying, drowning in his life jacket, is going to be awkwardly saved by the girl. She takes him between her legs to make sure of a grip and finally manages to open the jacket by cutting it, whereupon a flood of water escapes from it. Never has an image rendered so well the violent metaphor of giving birth, by caesarean section and explosion of the amniotic sac. Eisenstein had a similar idea when he distinguished the different cases of effective composition, the one where nature reflects the hero's state, two images having the same harmonics, for example, a sad nature for a sad hero, the other, more difficult, where a single image captures the harmonics of a different image which is not shown, for example, adultery as crime, the lovers having the gestures of a murder victim and a mad assassin. Metaphor is sometimes extrinsic, sometimes intrinsic. But, in both cases, the composition does not simply express the way in which the character experiences himself, but also expresses the way in which the author and the viewer judge him. It integrates thought into the image, what Eisenstein called the new sphere of filmic rhetoric, the possibility of bearing an abstract social judgment. A circuit which includes simultaneously the author, the film, and the viewer is elaborated. The complete circuit thus includes the sensory shock which raises us from the images to conscious thought, then the thinking in figures which takes us back to the images and gives us an effective shock again. Making the two coexist, joining the highest degree of consciousness to the deepest level of the unconscious, this is the dialectical automaton. The whole is constantly open, the spiral, but so that it can internalize the sequence of images, as well as becoming externalized in the sequence. The whole forms a knowledge, in the Hegelian fashion, which brings together the image and the concept as two movements, each of which goes towards the other. There is still a third moment, equally present in the two previous ones. Not from image to concept, or from concept to image, but the identity of concept and image. The concept is in itself in the image, and the image is for itself in the concept. This is no longer organic and pathetic but dramatic, pragmatic, praxis, or action thought. This action thought indicates the relation between man and the world, between man and nature, the sensory-motor unity, but by raising it to a supreme power, monism. Cinema seems to have a real vocation in this respect. As Bazin said, the cinematographic image contrasts with the theatrical image in that it goes from the outside to the inside, from the setting to the character, from nature to man. Even if it begins from human action, it does so as if from an outside, and even if it starts from a human face, it does so as if from a nature or a landscape. It is thus all the more suitable for showing the reaction of man on nature, or the externalization of man. In the sublime there is a sensory-motor unity of nature and man, which means that nature must be named the non-indifferent. This is already what affective or metaphoric composition expresses, for example, in Battleship Potemkin, where three elements, water, earth, and air, harmonically reveal an external nature in mourning around a human victim, whilst man's reaction will externalize itself in the development of the fourth element, the fire, which brings a new quality to nature in revolutionary conflagration. But it is also man who passes to a new quality, in becoming the collective subject of his own reaction, whilst nature becomes the objective human relation. Action thought simultaneously posits the unity of nature and man, of the individual and the mass, cinema as art of the masses. It is for this reason that Eisenstein justifies the primacy of montage. Cinema does not have the individual as its subject, nor a plot or history as its object. Its object is nature, and its subject the masses, the individuation of mass and not that of a person. What theater and especially opera had unsuccessfully attempted, cinema achieves. Battleship Potemkin, October, to reach the individual, that is, to individuate a mass as such, instead of leaving it in a qualitative homogeneity or reducing it to a quantitative divisibility. It is all the more interesting to note how Eisenstein replies to the criticisms addressed to him by the Stalinists. He is criticized for not capturing the truly dramatic element of action thought, for presenting the sensory-motor connection in an external and very general way, without showing how it is formed in the character. The criticism is simultaneously ideological, technical, and political. Eisenstein goes no further than an idealist conception of nature, which replaces history, a dominating conception of montage, which crushes the image or shot, an abstract conception of the masses, which obscures the conscious personal hero. Eisenstein understands extremely well what is at stake here and surrenders to a self-criticism in which prudence and irony play an equal part. This is the great speech of. Yes, he bungled the role of the hero, that is of the party and its leaders, because he remained too external to events, the simple observer or fellow traveler. But it was the first period of Soviet cinema, before the Bolshevization of the masses, which gives rise to personal and conscious heroes. Nor was everything bad in this first period, which makes the following one possible. And the following one would have to keep montage, even if it integrated it better into the image and even into the playing of the actors. Eisenstein was going to concern himself with properly dramatic heroes, Ivan the Terrible, Alexander Nevsky, while preserving the earlier achievements, the non-indifference of nature and the individuation of the masses. At the most he could note that the second period had, to date, produced only mediocre works, and that it was in danger, if they were not careful, of losing the specificity of the Soviet cinema. They must avoid the Soviet cinemas coming close to the American, which had specialized in personal heroes and dramatic actions. It is indeed true that the three relationships between cinema and thought are encountered together everywhere in the cinema of the movement image: the relationship with the whole which can only be thought in a higher awareness, the relationship with the thought which can only be shaped in the subconscious unfolding of images, the sensory-motor relationship between world and man, nature and thought. Critical thought, hypnotic thought, action thought. What Eisenstein criticizes in others, and primarily in Griffith, is having badly understood the whole, because they were content with the diversity of images without reaching the constituent oppositions, having composed figures badly, because they do not achieve true metaphors or harmonics, to have reduced a client to a melodrama, because they were content to have a personal hero caught in a psychological rather than a social situation. In short, they lack dialectical practice and theory. It is still true that American cinema, in its own way, displayed the three fundamental relationships. The action image could go from the situation to the action, or conversely, from the action to the situation. It was inseparable from acts of comprehension through which the hero evaluated what was given in the problem or situation, or from acts of inference by which he guessed what was not given, thus, as we have seen, the lightning reasoning images of Lubitsch. And these acts of thought in the image extended in a double direction, relation of the images with the thought whole and with figures of thought. Let us return to an extreme example. If Hitchcock's cinema appeared to us the very culmination of the movement image, it is because it goes beyond the action image towards the mental relations which frame it and constitute its linkage, but at the same time returns to the image in accordance with natural relations which make up a framework. From the image to the relation, and from the relation to the image, all the functions of thought are included in this circuit. In accordance with the English genius, this is definitely not a dialectic, it is a logic of relations, which particularly explains the fact that suspense replaces shock. There are, therefore, many ways in which cinema can carry its relationships with thought into effect. But these three relationships seem to be well defined at the level of the movement image. How strangely the great declarations, of Eisenstein, of Gans, ring today. We put them to one side like declarations worthy of a museum, all the hopes put into cinema, art of the masses and new thought. We can always say that cinema has drowned in the nullity of its productions. What becomes of Hitchcock's suspense, Eisenstein's shock, and Gans' sublimity when they are taken up by mediocre authors? When the violence is no longer that of the image and its vibrations but that of the represented, we move into a blood-red arbitrariness. When grandeur is no longer that of the composition, but a pure and simple inflation of the represented, there is no cerebral stimulation or birth of thought. It is rather a generalized shortcoming in author and viewers. Nevertheless, a current mediocrity has never prevented great painting, but it is not the same in the conditions of an industrial art, where the proportion of disgraceful works calls the most basic goals and capacities directly into question. Cinema is dying, then, from its quantitative mediocrity. But there is a still more important reason: the mass art, the treatment of masses, which should not have been separable from an accession of the masses to the status of true subject, has degenerated into state propaganda and manipulation, into a kind of fascism which brought together Hitler and Hollywood, Hollywood and Hitler. The spiritual automaton became fascist man. As Serge Daney says, what has brought the whole cinema of the movement image into question are the great political mise en scene, state propaganda turned tableaux vivants, the first handlings of masses of humans, and their backdrop, the camps.ib. This was the death knell for the ambitions of the old cinema, not, or not only, the mediocrity and vulgarity of current production but rather Leni Riefenstahl, who was not mediocre. And the situation is still worse if we accept Virilio's thesis: there has been no diversion or alienation in an art of the masses initially founded by the movement image. On the contrary, the movement image was from the beginning linked to the organization of war, state propaganda, ordinary fascism, historically and essentially. These two joint reasons, mediocrity of products and fascism of production, can explain a great many things. For a brief moment, Artaud believes in cinema, and makes a number of declarations which seem to coincide with those of Eisenstein or Gans: new art, new thought. But he very quickly renounces it. The imbecile world of images caught as if by glue in millions of retinas will never perfect the image that has been made of it. The poetry which can emerge from it all is only a possible poetry, the poetry of what might be, and it is not from cinema that we should expect. Perhaps there is a third reason, oddly capable of restoring hope in a possibility of thinking in cinema through cinema. We must study the case of Artaud more closely, because it may well be of crucial importance. For, during the brief period that he believed, Artaud it seems at first sight to take up the great themes of the movement image in its relations with thought. He says specifically that cinema must avoid _two pitfalls: abstract experimental cinema, which was developing at the time, and commercial figurative cinema, which Hollywood was imposing. He says that cinema is a matter of neurophysiological vibrations, and that the image must produce a shock, a nerve wave which gives rise to thought, for thoughtfulness a matron who has not always existed. Thought has no other reason to function than its own birth, always the repetition of its own birth, secret and profound. He says that the image thus has as object the functioning of thought, and that the functioning of thought is also the real subject which brings us back to the images. He adds that the dream as it appears in the European Rhinema inspired by Surrealism, is an interesting approximation, but inadequate in relation to this folk TV dream is too easy a solution to the problem of thought. Artaud believes more in an appropriateness between cinema and automatic writing, as long as we understand that automatic writing is not at all an absence of composition, but a higher control which brings together critical and conscious thought and the unconscious in thought, the spiritual automaton, which is very different from the dream which brings together a censure or repression with an unconscious made up of impulses. He adds that his point of view is much ahead of its time and is in danger of being misunderstood, even by the surrealists, to which his relations with Germaine Dulac testify, as she goes back and forth from an abstract cinema to a dream cinema. At first sight, there is nothing to bring these declarations of Artaud into conflict with those of Eisenstein. From the image to thought there is shock or vibration, which must give rise to thought in thought. From thought to the image, there is the figure which must be realized in a conceived of internal monologue, rather than in a dream, capable of giving us the shock again. And yet there is something quite different in Artaud, a recognition of oral.ness which does not yet have a bearing on cinema, but on the contrary defines the real subject of cinema. What cinema advances is not the spajajrajofpagheit but its irnpg ***, and thought has never had any other problem. It is precisely this which is much more important than the dream, this difficulty of being, this powerlessness at art of _the might. What the enemies of cinema criticized it for, like Georges Duhamel, I can no longer think what I want, the moving images are substituted for my own thoughts, is just what Artaud makes into the dark glory and profundity of cinema. In fact, the problem for him is not of a simple inhibition that the cinema would bring to us from the outside, but of this central inhibition, of this internal collapse and fossilization, of this theft of thoughts of which thought is a constant agent and victim. Artaud would stop believing in the cinema when he considered that Dienfma was sidetracking and could produce only the astrarter the figurative or _thf dream, but he believes in the cinema as long as he considers that cinema is essentially suited to reveal this powerlessness to think at the heart of thought. If we consider Artaud's actual scripts, The Vampire in, The Madman in La Revolte du Boucher, and especially the suicide case in Dix Hutsakans, the hero has become incapable of achieving his thoughts, he is reduced to only seeing a parade of images within him, an excess of contradictory images, his spirit has been stolen. The spiritual mental entonmaton is no longer defined by the logical possibility of a thought which would formally deduce his ideas from each other. But no more through the physica LPG and AJJTO that would be placed in a circuit with the automatic image. The spiritual automaton has become the mummy, this dismantled, paralyzed, petrified, frozen instance which testifies to the impossibility of thinking that is thought. It could be said that v'expressionis from cat already made us familiar with all this, theft of thoughts, splitting in two of personality, hypnotic petrification, hallucination, raging schizophrenia. But, here again, we are in danger of misconstruing our thought's originality. It is no longer thought, which confronts repression, the unconscious, dream, sexuality or death, as in Sprechie or Jajism, and also in surrealism. It is all these determinations which confront thought as higher problem, or which enter into relation with the undeterminable, the unreferable. The navel, or the mummy, is no longer the irreducible core of the dream which thought comes up against. On the contrary, it is the core of thought, the reverse side of thoughts, which itself is what dreams come up against and rebound, break. Whilst Zionism makes wakefulness pass through a triocturnal treatment, Artaud makes dream pass through a Idmirnali treatment. Artaud's vigilambulist, in Dix Hutsakans or Lokokil etle clergyman, is the opposite of the expressionist somnambulist. In spite of a superficial similarity of words, there is, therefore, an absolute opposition between Artaud's project and a conception such as Eisenstein's. It is indeed a matter, as Artaud puts it, of bringing cinema together with the innermost reality of the brain, but this innermost reality is not the whole, but on the contrary a fissure, a kradoi. As long as he believes in cinema, he credits it, not with T-Phi power of making us think the whole, but on the contrary with a dissociative force which would introduce a figure of nothingness, a whole appearances / as long as he believes in cinema, he credits it, not with the power of returning to images, and linking them according to the demands of an internal monologue and the rhythm of metaphors, but of unlinking them, according to multiple voices internal dialogues, always a voice in another voice. In short, it is the totality of cinema-thought relations that Artaud overturns. On the one hand there is no longer a WLIPIFP HINKABLE through montage, on the other hand there is no longer an internal monologue utterable through image. It might be said that Artaud turns round Eisenstein's argument, if it is true that thought depends on a shock which gives birth to it, the nerve, the brain matter. It can only think one thing, the fact that we are not yet thinking, the powerlessness to think the whole and to think oneself, thought which is always fossilized, dislocated, collapsed. Being of thought which is always to come is what Heidegger discovered in a universal form, but it is what Artaud lived as the most singular problem, his own problem. Between Heidegger and Artaud, 68 Ma Jo Blankvio was able to give the fundamental question of what makes us think, what forces us to think, back to Artaud. What forces us to think is the /impnovoith/ of thought, the figure of nothingness, the inexistence of .a_wh.ol which could be thought. What Blapkot diagnoses everywhere in literature is particularly clear in cinema, on the one hand the presence of an unthinkable in thought, which would be both its source and barrier, on the other hand the presence to infinity j mother thinker in the thinker, who shatters every monologue of a thinking self. But the question is, in what respect does all this essentially concern the cinema? It is perhaps the question for literature, or philosophy, or even psychiatry. But in what respect is it the question for the cinema, that is, a question that touches on its specificity, on its difference from other disciplines? The cinema does not in fact deal with this question in the same way, although it is encountered elsewhere with other means of expression. By what means does cinema approach this question of thought? Its f\inden THIRD-WORLDISM and the consequences of the stid is true. A thought bad cinema, and sometimes good, limits itself to a dream state induced in the viewer, or as has been the subject of frequent analysis an imaginary participation. But the essence of cinema, which is not majoraphilic films, has thought as its higher purpose, nothing but thought ht_apd its juptekening. In this regard, the strength of Irv Lewis Schaeffer's book is in having replied to the question, in we 8 respect and how is cinema concerned with a thought whose essential character is not yet to be? He says that the cinematographic image, as soon as it takes on its aberration of movement, carries out agius fiami oilmjgergi.world or affects the visible with a disturbance, which, far from making thought visible, as Eisenstein wanted, are on contrary directed lo h at does not let itself be thought in thought, and equally to what does not let itself be seen in vision. This is perhaps not crime, as he believes, but simply the power of the false. He says that out in cinema, is brought face to face with its own impossibility and yet derives from this a heightened power albirth. He adds that the condition of cinema has only one equivalent, not imaginary participation but the rain when you leave the auditorium, not dream, but the blackness and insomnia. Scheffer is close to Artaud. His conception of cinema now finds a complete match in the work of Gilles, the dancing grains which are not made to be seen, the luminous dust which is not a prefiguration of bodies, the flakes opound snow and blankets of soot. Provided that we can show persuasively that such works, far from being boring or abstract, represent the most entertaining, lively, and disquieting things that can be done in cinema. As well as the great scene with the mill and the white flour piling up, at the end of Dreyer's Vampire, Scheffer proposes the example of the beginning of Kurosawa's Cobweb Jazzle, Macbeth. The grey, the steam, and the mist constitute a whole this side of the image, which is not a blurred veil put in front of things, but a thought, without body and without image. This was also the case with Wells's Macbeth, where the indiscernibility of earth and water, sky and land, good and evil constituted a prehistory of consciousness, Bazin, which produced the thought of its own impossibility. Was this not already the mists of Odessa, despite Eisenstein's intentions? According to Scheffer, it is the suspension of the world, rather than movement, which gives visible to thought, not as its object but as an act hikoi startly effacing and being revealed in thought, not that it is here a matter of thought become visible the _jabel is affected and irremediably infected by the initial incoherence of thought, this inchoate quality. This is the description of the ordinary man in cinema, the Spintual-automaton, mechanical man, experimental dummy, Cartesian diver in us, unknown body which we have only at the back of our heads whose age is neither ours nor that of our childhood, but a little time in the pure state. If this experience of thought essentially, but not exclusively, concerns modern cinema, it is first as a result of the change which affects the image has ceased to be sensorignator. If Artaud is a forerunner, from a specifically cinematographic perspective, it is because he points to feel psychic situations between which trapped thought looks for a util way out, purely visual situations, whose drama would flow from a knock made for the eyes, drawn out, if we may put it this way, in the very substance of the gaze. Now this sensory motor break finds its condition at a higher level and itself comes back to a break in the link between man and the world. Vita sensory motor break makes man a_seer who finds himself strugglesy_skmithing. Intolerable in the world, and confronted who something unthinkable in thought. Between the two, thought undergoes a strange fossilization, which is as it were its powerlessness to function, to be, its dispossession of itself and the world. For it is not in the name of a better or truer world that thniit raptunras j.heveen telferale in this world, but, on the contrary, it is because this world is intolerable that it can no longer think a world or think itself. Xhe intolerable is no longer a serious injustice, but the permanent state of a daily banality. Man is not himself a world other than the one in which he experiences the intolerable and feels learns elf trapped. Thp spiritual aidran mayajpis in the psychic situation of the seer, who sees bitly and urther than he ran react, that is, thinly which, then, is the subtle way out. To believe, not in a different world, but in a link between man and the world, in love or life, to believe in this as in the the unthinkable, which none the less cannot but be huffloje, something possible, otherwise I will suffocate. It is this belief that makes than remire the specific wedge loft kugheit, through the absurd, by virtue of the absurd. Artaud never understood powerlessness to think as a simple inferiority which would strike us in relation to thought. It is part of thought, so that we should make our way of thinking from it, without claiming to be restoring an all-powerful thought. We should rather make use of this powerlessness and believe in life, and to discover the identity of thought and live. I think of life, all the systems that I shall be able to build will never match my cries of a man engaged in remaking his life. Was there in Artaud an affinity with Dreyer? Was Dreyer an Artaud to whom reason would have been restored, once again by virtue of the absurd? Drosy has noted Dreyer's great psychic crisis, his schizophrenic journey. But, even more to the point, Veronique Taquin has been able to show how the Janumi J-E-Pernul I-Chi haunts his last films. This was already true of V_Empire, where The Mummy appeared as the diabolic force of THIRD-WORLD, the vampire itself, but also as the uncertain hero, who does not know what to think and dreams his own fossilization. In Orda, the mummy has become thought itself, the young, dead, cataleptic woman. It is the madman of the family who restores her to life and love, precisely because he has ceased to be mad, that is, to belly evahi himself to be another world, and because he now knows what believing means. G.Esm finally develops all the implications and the new relation between cinema and thought, the GSYCHJC situation which replaces all sensor-motor situations, the perpetual break of the link with the world, the perpetual hole in appearances, embodied in false continuity, the grasping of the intolerable even in the everyday and insignificant, the long scene in tracking shot that Gertrude will not be able to bear, the schoolboys coming rhythmically along, like robots, to thank the poet for having taught them love and freedom, the encounter with the unthinkable which cannot even be spoken, but sung, to the point of Gertrude's passing out, the fossilization, the mummifying of the heroine, who becomes conscious of belief as thought of the unthinkable. Have I been young? No, but I have loved. Have I been bountiful? No, but I have loved. Have I been in life? No, but I have loved. In all these respects, Gertrude inaugurates a new cinema, whose sequel will be Rossellini's Europe _. Rossellini expresses his position in relation to this: the less human the world is, the more it is the artist's duty to believe and produce belief in a relation between man and the world, because the world is made by men. The heroine of Europe, a mummy radiating tenderness. It is clear from the outset that Lima had a special relationship with Bajigvj. There is a Catholic quality to cinema. There are many explicitly Catholic authors, even in America, and those who are not have complex relationships with Catholicism. Is there not in Catholicism a grand mise en scene, but also, in the cinema, a cult which takes over the circuit of the cathedrals, as Elie Forr said? Cinema seems wholly within Nietzsche's formula, how we are still pious. Or better, from the outset, Christianity and revolution, the Christian faith and revolutionary faith, were the two poles which attracted the art of the masses. For the cinematographic image, in contrast to the theater, showed us the link between the man and the world. Hence it developed either in the direction of a transformation of the world by man, or in the discovery of an internal and higher world that man himself was. It cannot be said today that these two poles of cinema have become weakened. A certain Catholic quality has continued to inspire a great number of authors, and revolutionary passion has passed into third world cinema. What has changed is, however, the crucial point, and there is as much difference between the Catholicism of Rossellini or Bresson, and that of Ford, as between the revolutionary qualities of Rocha or Gianni, and those of Eisenstein. The modern fact is that we no longer believe in this world. We do not even believe in the events which happen to us, love, death, as if they only have concerned us. It is not we who make cinema, it is the world which looks to us like a bad film. Goddard said, about Band Apart, these are people who are real and it's the world that is a breakaway group. It is the world that is making cinema for itself. It is the world that is out of sync. They are right, they are true, they represent life. They live a simple story, it is the world around them which is living a bad script, the link between man and the world is broken. Henceforth, this link must become an object of belief, it is the impossible which can only be restored within a faith. Belief is no longer addressed to a different or transformed world. Man is in the world as if in a pure optical and sound situation. The reaction of which man has been dispossessed can be replaced only by belief. Only belief in the world can reconnect man to what he sees and hears. The cinema must film, not the world, but belief _this_wordjade, our only link. The nature of the cinematographic illusion has often been considered. Restoring our belief JB world, this is the power of modern cinema, when it stops being bad. Whether we are Christians or atheists, in our universals schizophrenia, we need reasons to believe in this world. It is a whole transformation of belief. It was already a great turning point in philosophy, from Pascal to Nietzsche, to replace the model of knowledge with belief. But belief replaces knowledge only when it becomes belief in this world, as it is. With Dry-Carrot, then Rossellini, cinema takes the same turn. In his last works, Rossellini loses interest in art, which he reproaches for being infantile and sorrowful, for reveling in a loss of world. He wants to replace it with a morality which would restore a belief capable of perpetuating life. Rossellini undoubtedly still retains the ideal of knowledge, he will never abandon this Socratic ideal, but he does need to establish it in a belief in simple faith in man and the world. What made Joan of Arc at the stake a misunderstood work? The fact that Joan of Arc needs to be in the sky to believe in the tatters of this world. It is from the height of eternity that she can believe in this world. There is a return of Christian belief in Rossellini, which is the highest paradox. Belief, even in the case of holy characters, Mary, Joseph, and the child, is quite prepared to go over to the side of the atheist. In Goddard, the ideal of knowledge, the Socratic ideal which is still present in Rossellini, collapses, the good discourse, of the militant, the revolutionary, the feminist, the philosopher, the filmmaker, etc., gets no better treatment than the bad. Because the point is to discover and restore belief in the world, before or beyond words. Is it enough to go to live in the sky, be it the sky of art and painting, to find reasons to believe, passion, or shouldn't we invent a medium level between earth and sky? First name Carmen. What is certain is that believing is no longer believing in another world, or in a transformed world. It is simply believing in the body. It is giving discourse to the body, and, for this purpose, reaching the body before discourses. Before words, before things are named, the first name, and even before the first name. Artaud said the same thing, believe in the flesh, I am a man who has lost his life and is searching by all means possible to make it regain its place. Goddard foreshadows Hail Mary, what did Joseph and Mary say to each other, what did they say to each other before? Give words back to the body, to the flesh. In this respect, the influence between Goddard and Gilles is exchanged or reversed. The only object of Gilles' work has been making use of Mary, Joseph, and the child to believe in the body. When Gilles is compared to Artaud, or Rimbaud, there is something true that goes beyond a simple generality. Our belief can have no object but the flesh, we need very special reasons to make us believe in the body, the angels do not know, for all true knowledge is obscure. We must believe in the body, but as in the germ of life, the seed which splits open the paving stones, which has been preserved and lives on in the holy shroud or the mummy's bandages, and which bears witness to life, in this world as it is. We need an ethic or a faith, which makes fools laugh, it is not a need to believe in something else, but a need to believe in this world, of which fools are a part. This is the first aspect of the new cinema, the break in the sensory-motor link, action-image, and more profoundly in the link between man and the world, great organic composition. The second aspect is the abandoning of figures, metonymy as much as metaphor, and at a deeper level the dislocation of the internal monologue as descriptive material of the cinema. For example, in regard to depth of field as introduced by Renoir and Wells, it has been noted that this opened up a new direction for the cinema, no longer metaphorically or even metonymically figurative, but more demanding, more constraining, in some sense theorematic. This is what Astruc says: depth of field has the physical effect of a snow plow, it makes characters enter and leave beneath the camera, or at the back of the scene, and not now back and forth, but it also has a mental effect of a theorem, it makes the unrolling of the film a theorem rather than an association of images, it makes thought immanent to the image. Astruc himself learnt Wells's lesson: the camera pen gives up metaphor and metonymy of montage, it writes with camera movements. High-angle shots, low-angle shots, back shots, it carries out a construction, the Crimson Curtain. There is now no room for metaphor, there is not even any metonymy, because the necessity which belongs to relations of thought in the image has replaced the contiguity of relations of images, shot reverse shot. The author who became most committed to this theorematic direction, even independently of depth of field, was Pascal Jane K., undoubtedly in all his work but in particular in Theorem and Solo, which present themselves as geometrical demonstrations in action. The Sadian inspiration in Solo comes from the fact that, already in Sada, unbearable corporeal figures are strictly subordinate to the progress of a demonstration. Theorem and Solo aspire to have the paths of its own necessity follow on from thought, and to carry the image to the point where it becomes deductive and automatic, to substitute the formal linkages of thought for sensory-motor representative or figurative linkages. Is it possible that cinema achieves a truly mathematical rigor in this way, a rigor which no longer simply concerns the image, as in the old cinema which already subjected this to metrical and harmonic relations, but the thought of the image, the thought in the image? Cinema of cruelty, of which Artaud said that it does not tell a story but develops a sequence of spiritual states which are deduced from one another as thought is deduced from thought. Nevertheless, is this not the direction expressly rejected by Artaud, the conception that he challenged of the spiritual automaton as linking thoughts over which it would have formal power, in a model of knowledge? We should perhaps understand something else, in Pasolini's work as well as in Artaud's projects. In fact, there are two mathematical instances which constantly refer to each other, one enveloping the second sliding into the first, but both very different in spite of their union. These are the theorem and X problem. A problem lives in the theorem, and gives it life, even when removing its power. The problematic is distinguished from the theorematic, or constructivism from the axiomatic, in that the theorem develops internal relationships from principle to consequences, while the problem introduces an event from the outside: removal, addition, cutting, which constitutes its own conditions and determines the case or cases. Hence the ellipse, hyperbola, parabola, straight lines, and the point are cases of projection of the circle on its secant planes, in relation to the apex of a cone. This outside of the problem is not reducible to the exteriority of the physical world any more than to the psychological interiority of a thinking ego. Astruc's The Crimson Curtain already introduces an unfathomable problem rather than a theorem. What is the young girl's case? What has happened for the silent young girl to sacrifice herself, and not even explain the love sickness which is killing her? There is a decision on which everything depends, deeper than all the explanations that can be given for it. Likewise the woman traitor in Goddard, there is something in her decision which goes beyond the simple desire to how herself rauf she is nnt in lnve, as Kierkegaard says, the profound mnvemp.nfs nfs_nft.swahildisarn.psi.college precisely because they do not come from within. An author's strength is measured by the way he is able to impose this problematic, uncertain, and yet non-arbitrary point, grace, or ganz. It is in this sense that Pasolini's deduction in Thumph must be understood, a diplomatic jgia h ti h he crema ti deduction. The envoy from outside is the instance on the basis of which each member of the family experiences a decisive event or effect, constituting one case of the problem, or the section of a hyperspatial figure. Each case, each section will be considered as a mummy, the paralyzed girl, the mother fixed in her erotic quest, the blindfolded son urinating on his painter's canvas, the maid a victim of a mystical levitation, the animalized, naturalized father. What Gaius jth carat r carat fetch jdathiag carat thej m carat je carat ix jj flak giacide, which makes them pass into carat ach other, like conical projections underscore or metamorphoses. In Salo, on the contrary, there is no longer a problem because there is no outside. Pasolini presents, not even fascism in vivo, but fascism at bay, shut away in the little town, reduced to a pure interiority, coinciding with the conditions of closure in which Sada's demonstrations took place. Salo is a pure, dead theorem, a theorem of death, as Pasolini wanted, while theorem is a living problem. Hence Pasolini's insistence, in theorem, on invoking a problem towards which everything converges, as towards the always extrinsic point of thought, the uncertain point, the leitmotif of the film. I am haunted by a question to which I cannot reply. Far from restoring knowledge, or the internal certainty that it lacks, to thought, the problematic deduction puts the unthought into thought, because it takes away all its interiority to excavate an outside in it, an irreducible reverse side, which consumes its substance. Trademark thought finds itself taken overhvrhpx trine.vriv a be life outside any interiority of a mode of knowledge. Was this Pasolini's way of still being Catholic? Was it on the contrary his vi carat off being a radical jathagist? Has he not, like ni_etsch_e_torn. Belief from dash and ve5th. In order to give it carat back to rigorous thought? If the problem is defined by a point of the outside, we can better understand the two values that the sequence shot can take on Dage DTG, Wells, Mizoguchi, or Plenitude, Dreyer and often Kurosawa. Thus the apex of the cone, when it is occupied by the eye, we find ourselves in front of flat projections or clear outlines to which light is subordinate, but when it is occupied by the source itself, we are in the presence of volumes, reliefs, chiaroscuros, concavities, and convexities which subordinate the viewpoint in a high-angle or low-angle shot. It is in this sense that Wells's expanses of shadow contrast with xi carat s fruxida lp carat pec uves, even if the Dreyer of Gertrude or the Romer of Perceval le Gallois succeed in giving a curvature to flattened space. But what both share is the position of an outside as instance which creates the problem. The depth of the T-image has become the pure viewpoint in Dreyer. In both cases Fifik Karatsumgi has jumped out of the image. What has been broken is the sensory motor space which had its own focuses and drew paths and obstacles between them. A problem is not an obstacle. When Kurosawa takes up Dusto of K.Y.'s method he shows us characters constantive seeking the givens of a problem W.Hitch is even deeper than the situation in which they find themselves caught. In this way he goes beyond the limits of knowledge, but also the conditions of action. He reaches a purely optical world, where the thing to be is a seer, a perfect idiot. Wells's depth is of the same type, and is not situated in relation to obstacles or concealed things, but in relation to a light which makes us see beings and objects according to their opacity. Just as clairvoyance replaces sight, lux replaces lumen. In a text which is relevant not only to Dreyer's flat image but Wells's depth, Daney writes, the question about this scenography is no longer, what is there to see behind? But rather, can I hold my gaze on what I am seeing anyway? And which is unfolding in a single shot. What I am seeing anyway is the formula of the unendurable. It expresses a new relation between thought and seeing, or between thought and the light source, which constantly sets the thought outside itself, outside knowledge, outside action. It is characteristic of the problem that it is inseparable from a choice. In mathematics, cutting a straight line into two equal parts is a problem, because it may be cut into unequal parts. Setting an equilateral triangle in a circle is a problem, whilst setting a right angle in a semicircle is a theorem, every angle in the semicircle being a right angle. Now when the problem concerns existential determinations and not mathematical matters, we see clearly that choice is increasingly identified with living thought, and with an unfathomable decision. Choice no longer concerns a particular term, but the mode of existence of the one who chooses. This was already the sense of Pascal's wager. The problem was not that of choosing between the existence or non-existence of God, but between the mode of existence of the one who believes in God, and the mode of existence of the one who does not. Again, a greater number of modes of existence were in play. There was the person who saw the existence of God like a theorem, the devout person; there was the one who did not know how to or was unable to choose, the uncertain, the skeptic. In short, choice covered as great an area as thought, because it went from non-choice to choice, and was itself formed between choosing and not choosing. Kierkegaard drew all the consequences of this, choice being posed between choice and non-choice, and all their variants, sends us back to an absolute relation with the outside, beyond the inward psychological consciousness, but equally beyond the relative external world, and finds that it alone is capable of restoring the world and the ego to us. We have seen how a cinema of Christian inspiration was not content to apply these conceptions but revealed them as the highest theme of the film. In Dreyer, Bresson, or Romer, the identity of thought with choice as determination of the interminable. Gertrude herself passes through all the states, between her father who said that we do not make choices in life and her boyfriend who is writing a book about choice. The formidable man of good, or the devout person, he for whom there is no question of choosing, the uncertain or indifferent, he who does not know how to, or is unable to choose, the terrible man of evil, he who chooses a first dme, but can then no longer choose, can no longer repeat his own choice, finally the man of choice or belief, he who chooses choice or reiterates it. This is a cinema of modes of existence, of confrontation of these modes, and of their relation to an outside on which both the world and the ego depend. This point of the outside, is it grace, or chance? For his part, Romer takes up the Kierkegaardian stages on the path of life, the aesthetic stage in La Collection News, the ethical stage in Beau Marriage, for example, and the religious stage in My Night at Maud's, or especially in Perceval le Gallois. Dreyer had himself run through the different stages of the devout person's over certainty, the mystic's mad certainty and the aesthete's uncertainty, as far as the simple belief of the one who chooses to choose, and restores the world and life. Bresson rediscovered Pascal's emphases, to show the man of good, the man of evil, the uncertain, but also the man of grace or awareness of choice, the relation with outside, the wind blows where it will. And in all three cases, it is not simply a question of a film content, it is cinema form, according to these authors, which is capable of revealing to us this higher determination of thought, choice, this point deeper than any link with the world. Thus Dreyer only secures the reign of the flat image cut off from the world, Bresson the reign of the disconnected and fragmented image, and Romer that of a crystalline or miniaturized image, in order to reach the fourth or fifth dimension, the spirit, he who blows where he will. In Dreyer, in Bresson, and in Romer, in three different ways, this is a cinema of the spirit which does not fail to be more concrete, more fascinating and more amusing than any other. Cf. Dreyer's comic aspect. It is cinema's automatic character which gives it this capacity in contrast to the theater. The automatic image demands a new conception of the role or of the actor but also of thought itself. Only he who is chosen chooses well or effectively. This could be one of Romer's proverbs, but equally a subtitle of Bresson's or an epigraph of Dreyer's. What constitutes the whole is the relation between automatism, the unthought, and thought. Dreyer's mummy was cut off from an over-rigid, over-burdensome, or over-superficial external world. She was none the less permeated by feelings, by an overfullness of feeling, which she neither could nor should outwardly express, but which would be revealed in consequence of the deeper outside. In Romer, the mummy gives way to a marionette, at the same time as feelings give way to an obsessive idea, which will inspire it from the outside, even if it means abandoning it to return it to the void. With Bresson, a third state appears, where the automaton is pure, as bereft of ideas as of feelings, reduced to the automatism of segmented daily gestures, but endowed with autonomy. This is what Bresson calls the model peculiar to cinema, the authentic vigilambulist. in contrast to the theater actor. And it is precisely the automaton, petrified in this way, that thought seizes from the outside, as the unthinkable in thought. This question is very different from that of distancing. It is the question of properly cinematographic automatism, and its consequences. It is the material automatism of images which produces from the outside a thought which it imposes, as the unthinkable in our intellectual automatism. The automaton is cut off from the outside world, but there is a more profound outside which will animate it. The first consequence is a new status of the whole in modern cinema. Nevertheless, there does not seem to be a great difference between what we are saying now, the whole is the outside, and what we were saying about classical cinema, the whole was the open. But the open merged with the indirect representation of time. Everywhere where there was movement, there was a changing whole open somewhere, in time. This was why the cinematographic image essentially had an out-of-field which referred on the one hand to an external world which was actualizable in other images, on the other hand to a changing whole which was expressed in the set of associated images. Even false continuity could be introduced, and prefigure the modern cinema, but it seemed to constitute a mere anomaly of movement or an association disorder, which showed the indirect action of the whole on the parts of the set. We have examined these aspects. The whole was thus being continually made, in cinema, by internalizing the images and externalizing itself in the images, following a double attraction. This was the process of an always open totalization, which defined montage or the power of thought. When we say the whole is the outside, the point is quite different. In the first place, the question is no longer that of the association or attraction of images. What counts is on the contrary the interstice between images, between two images, a spacing which means that each image is plucked from the void and falls back into it. Goddard's strength is not just in using this mode of construction in all his work, constructivism, but in making it a method which cinema must ponder at the same time as it uses it. Idet Ehlers marks a first peak in this reflection, which is afterwards transferred to television in 6x2. It can, in fact, always be objected that there is only an interstice between associated images. From this point of view, images like those which bring together Golda Meir and Hitler in Idet Ehlers would be intolerable. But this is perhaps proof that we are not yet ready for a true reading of the visual image. For, in Goddard's method, it is not a question of association. Given one image, another image has to be chosen which will induce an interstice between the two. This is not an operation of association, but of differentiation, as mathematicians say, or of disappearance, as physicists say. Given one potential, another one has to be chosen, not any whatever, but in such a way that a difference of potential is established between the two, which will be productive of a third or of something new. Idet Ehlers chooses the French couple who enter into disparity with the group of fedayeen. In other words, the interstice is primary in relation to association, or irreducible difference allows resemblances to be graded. The fissure has become primary, and as such grows larger. It is not a matter of following a chain of images, even across voids, but of getting out of the chain or the association. Film ceases to be images in a chain, an uninterrupted chain of images each one the slave of the next, and whose slave we are, Idet Ehlers. It is the method of between two images, which does away with all cinema of the one. It is the method of and, this and then that, which does away with all the cinema of being equals is. Between two actions, between two affections, between two perceptions, between two visual images, between two sound images, between the sound and the visual, make the indiscernible, that is the frontier, visible, 6x2. The whole undergoes a mutation, because it has ceased to be the one being, in order to become the constitutive end of things, the constitutive between two of images. The whole thus merges with that Blanquat calls the force of dispersal of the outside, or the vertigo of spacing, that void which is no longer a motor part of the image, and which the image would cross in order to continue, but is the radical calling into question of the image, just as there is a silence which is no longer the motor part or the breathing space of discourse but its radical calling into question, false continuity, then, takes on a new meaning, at the same time as it becomes the law. Just as the image is itself cut off from the outside world, the out-of-field in turn undergoes a transformation. When cinema became talkie, the out-of-field seems to have initially found a confirmation of its two aspects. First, noises and voices could have a source external to the visual image. Secondly, a voice or a piece of music could show the changing whole, behind or beyond the visual image. Hence the notion of voice off as sound expression of the out-of-field. But if we ask in what conditions cinema draws out the consequences of the talkie, and so becomes truly talking, everything is inverted. This is when the sound itself becomes the object of a specific framing which imposes an interstice with the visual framing. The notion of voice off tends to disappear in favor of a difference between what is seen and what is heard. And this difference is constitutive of the image. There is no more out-of-field. The outside of the image is replaced by the interstice between the two frames in the image. Here again Bresson was a pioneer. Goddard draws all the consequences from this when he declares that mixing oustes montage, it being understood that mixing does not just consist of a distribution of the different sound elements, but the allocation of their differential relations with the visual elements. Interstices thus proliferate everywhere, in the visual image, in the sound image, between the sound image and the visual image. T-hat is not to say that the discontinuous prevails over the continuous. On the contrary, the cuts or breaks in cinema have always formed the power of the continuous. But cinema and mathematics are the same here. Sometimes the cut, so-called rational, forms part of one of the two sets which it separates, end of one or beginning of the other. This is the case with classical cinema. Sometimes, as in modern cinema, the cut has become the interstice. It is irrational and does not form part of either set, one of which has no more an end than the other has a beginning. False continuity is such an irrational cut. Thus, in Goddard, the interaction of two images engenders or traces a frontier which belongs to neither one nor the other. Epstein had already demonstrated that the continuous and the discontinuous were never opposed to each other in the cinema. What are opposed, or at least distinguished, are rather two ways of reconciling them, according to the transformation of the whole. It is here that montage comes into its own. As long as the whole is the indirect representation of time, the continuous is reconciled with the discontinuous in the form of rational points and according to commensurable relations. Eisenstein explicitly found their mathematical theory in the golden section. But, when the whole becomes the power of the outside which passes into the interstice, then it is the direct presentation of time, or the continuity which is reconciled with the sequence of irrational points, according to non-chronological time relationships. It is in this sense that, already in Wells, then in Resnaeus, and also in Goddard, montage takes on a new sense, determining relations in the direct time image, and reconciling the cut-up with the sequenced shot. We have seen that the power of thought gave way, then, to an unthought in thought, to an irrational proper to thought, a point of outside beyond the outside world, but capable of restoring our belief in the world. The question is no longer, does cinema give us the illusion of the world? But, how does cinema restore our belief in the world? This irrational point is the unsummonable of Wells, the inexplicable of Rob Grillet, the undecidable of Resnaeus, the impossible of Marguerite Duras, or again what might be called the incommensurable of Goddard, between two things. There is another consequence, correlative to the change of status of the whole. What is correlatively produced is a dislocation of the internal monologue. According to Eisenstein's musical conception, the internal monologue constituted a descriptive material loaded with features of visual and sound expression which were associated or linked together with each other. Each image had a dominant tonality, but also harmonics which defined its possibilities of harmony and metaphor. There was metaphor when two images had the same harmonics. There was thus a whole of the film which encompassed the author, the world, and the characters, whatever the differences or contrasts. The author's way of seeing, that of the characters, and the way in which the world was seen formed a signifying unity, working through figures which were themselves significant. A first blow to this conception was struck when the internal monologue lost its personal or collective unity, and shattered into anonymous debris, stereotypes, clichés, ready-made visions and formulas took away the outside world and the interiority of characters in the same decomposition. The married woman merged with the pages of the weekly that she was flicking through, and with a catalogue of spare parts. The internal monologue exploded under the weight of the same poverty on the inside and the outside. This was the transformation that Dos Passos had introduced into the novel, by already invoking cinematographic methods, and which Goddard was to bring to completion in A Married Woman. But this was only the negative or critical aspect of a more profound and more important positive transformation. From this other perspective, the internal monologue gives way to sequences of images, each sequence being independent, and each image in the sequence standing for itself in relation to the preceding and following ones, a different descriptive material. There are no longer any perfect and resolved harmonies, but only dissonant tunings or irrational cuts, because there are no more harmonics of the image, but only unlinked tones forming the series. What disappears is all metaphor or figure. The formula in Weekend, "It's not blood, it's red," signifies that blood has ceased to be a harmonic of red, and that this red is the unique tone of blood. One must speak and show literally, or else not show and speak at all. If, according to ready-made formulas, the revolutionaries are at our doors, besieging us like cannibals, they must be shown in the scrub of Saint-Etienne, eating human flesh. If bankers are killers, school children prisoners, photographers pimps, if the workers are being screwed by their bosses, this has to be shown, not metaphorized, and series have to be constructed in consequence. If it is said that a weekly does not stand up in its advertising pages, this has to be shown, literally, by tearing them out so as to let us see that the weekly no longer stands upright. This is no longer a metaphor but a demonstration, 6x2. With Goddard, the unlinked image, this was Artaud's term, becomes serial and atonal, in a precise sense. The problem of the relation between images is no longer of knowing if it works or it does not work JZGAVAOUSIPAVA according to the requirements of the harmonics or of the resolved tunings, but of knowing how it's going GAVA. Like this or like that, how it's going GAVA is the constitution of series, of their irrational cuts, of their dissonant tunings, of their unlinked terms. Each series refers to a way of seeing or speaking, for its own purposes, a WMY which may be that of current opinion operating through slogans, but equally that of a class, a sort, a typical character operating through thesis, hypothesis, paradox, or even pretended cleverness, abrupt change of subject. Each series will be the way in which the author expresses himself indirectly in a sequence of images attributable to another, or, conversely, the way in which something or someone is expressed indirectly in the vision of the author considered as other. In any case, there is no longer the unity of the author, the characters, and the world such as was guaranteed by the internal monologue. There is formation of free indirect discourse, of a free indirect vision, which goes from one to the other, so that either the author expresses himself through the intercession of an autonomous, independent character other than the author or any role fixed by the author, or the character acts and speaks himself as if his own gestures and his own words were already reported by a third party. The first case is that of the cinema incorrectly called direct, of Rauch and Perrault, the second, that of an atonal cinema, in Bresson, in Romer. In short, Pasolini had a profound insight about modern cinema when he characterized it by a sliding of ground, breaking the uniformity of the internal monologue to replace it by the diversity, the deformity, the otherness of a free indirect discourse. Goddard has used every method of free indirect vision. Not that he has limited himself to borrowing and renewing, on the contrary, he created the original method which allowed him to make a new synthesis, and in so doing to identify himself with modern cinema. If we are looking for the most general formula for the series in Goddard, We should call every sequence of images insofar as it is reflected in a genre a series. An entire film may correspond to a dominant genre, as Un Femme Est Un Femme does to musical comedy, or Made in USA does to the strip cartoon. But even in this case the film moves through subgenres, and the general rule is that there are several genres, hence several series. The passage from one genre to the next day may be through straight discontinuity, or equally in an imperceptible and continuous manner with intercalary genres, or again through recurrence or feedback, * with electronic procedures. New possibilities are opening everywhere for montage. This reflective status of genre has important consequences. Instead of genre subsuming images which naturally belong to it, it constitutes the limit of images which do not belong to it but's array reflected in it. Amengual rightly pointed this out for Un Femme Est Un Femme, whilst dance, in a classical musical comedy, informs all the images, even preparatory or intercalary ones. It arises here, in contrast, as a moment in the behavior of the heroes, as the limit towards which a sequence of images is moving. A limit which will be realized only by forming another sequence moving towards another limit. This is the case of dance not only in Un Femme, but in the cafe scene in Band A part, or that of the Pinewood in Pierrot le Fou, a passage from the wander genre to the ballad genre. These are three great moments in Goddard's work. Losing its capacities for subsuming or constituting in favor of a free power of reflection, genre may be said to be all the purer for marking the direction of pre-existing images, more than the character of the present images. Amengual shows that the scenery of Un Femme, the great square pillar in the middle of the bedroom and the patch of white wall between two doors, contributes all the more to dance in that it demolishes what is danced, in a kind of pure and empty reflection which gives the virtual a specific reality, the virtualities of the heroine. Goddard's reflexive genres, in this sense, are genuine categories through which the film passes. And the table of montage is conceived as a table of categories. There is something Aristotelian in Goddard. Goddard's films are syllogisms, which simultaneously integrate degrees of probability and paradoxes of logic. It is not a matter of a cataloging procedure or one of collage, as Aragon suggested, but of a method of constitution of series, each marked by a category. The types of series can be very varied. It is as if Goddard were taking the reverse route to the one we followed earlier, and was finding theorems at the edge of problems. The mathematician Bulligan distinguished, as two inseparable instances, on the one hand problems and on the other theorems or the overall synthesis. While problems impose conditions of series on unknown elements, overall synthesis fixes categories from where these elements are extracted: points, straight lines, curves, planes, spheres, etc. Goddard is constantly creating categories, hence the very special role of discourse in many of his films where, as Daney noted, one genre of discourse always leads to a discourse of a different genre. Goddard goes from problems to categories, even if the categories end up presenting him with a problem again. For instance, the structure of slow motion, the four great categories, the imaginary, fear, business, music, lead to a new problem: what is passion? Passion is not this. Which is to be the object of the next film. According to Goddard, categories are not fixed once and for all. They are redistributed, reshaped and reinvented for each film. A montage of categories, which is new each time, corresponds to a cutting of categories. The categories must, each time, surprise us, and yet not be arbitrary, must be well-founded, and must have strong, indirect relations between themselves. They must not be derived from each other, so that their relation is of the end type. This end must achieve necessity. It is often the case that the written word indicates the category, while the visual images constitute the series, hence the very special primacy of the word over the image and the presentation of the screen as blackboard. And, in the written phrase, the conjunction "and" can assume an isolated and magnified value, ICIET Ehlers. This recreation of the interstice does not necessarily mark a discontinuity between the series of images, we can pass without break from one series to another, at the same time as the relation of one category to the next becomes unrealizable, as we pass from the wandering ballade to the ballad ballade in Pierrot le Fou, or from daily life to the theatre in Un Femme est un Femme, or from the housework scene to the epic in Elle est méprise. Or again, the written word can be the object of an electronic processing introducing mutation, recurrence, and retroaction, as already on the notebook in Pierrot le Fou. La, RT is changed into la mort : categories, then, are never final answers but categories of problems which introduce reflection into the image itself. They are problematic or prepositional functions. Henceforth, the question for each of Godard's films is, what performs the function of categories or of reflexive genres? In the simplest case, it can be aesthetic genres, the epic, theater, the novel, dance, cinema itself. It is characteristic of cinema to reflect itself, and reflect the other genres, without the visual images referring to a pre-established dance, novel, theater, or film, but themselves setting out to do cinema, to do dance, to do novel, to do theater, throughout a series, for an episode. The categories of genres can also be psychic faculties, imagination, memory, forgetting. But sometimes the category or genre assumes much more unusual aspects, for example in the well-known interventions of reflexive types, that is, original individuals who exhibit for what it is, in its singularity, the limit towards which a given series of visual images was moving and would move in the future. These are thinkers, like Jean-Pierre Melville in Breathless, Brice Perrin in Vivre sa vie, Jeanson in La Chinoise. They are burlesque like Devos or the Queen of the Lebanon in Pierrot le Fou / they are examples like the extras in 2 or 3 Things I Know About Her, My Name Is This, I Do This, I Like That. They are all interceders who function as a category, by giving it a complete individuation. The most moving example is perhaps the intervention of Brice Perrin, who exhibits and individuates the category of language, as the limit towards which the heroine was moving, with all her energy, through the series of images, the problem of Nana. In short, the categories can be words, things, acts, people. Les Carabiniers is not another film about war, to glorify or attack it. It films the categories of war, which is something quite different. Now, as Godard says, these can be specific things, armies of sea, earth, and air, or specific ideas, occupation, countryside, resistance, or specific feelings, violence, rout, absence of passion, derision, disorder, surprise, void, or specific phenomena, noise, silence. It will be noted that colors themselves can fulfill the function of categories. Not only do they affect things and people, and even written words, but they form categories in themselves. Red is one in Weekend. If Godard is a great colorist, it is because he uses colors as great, individuated genres in which the image is reflected. This is Godard's consistent method in the films in color, unless there is rather reflection in music, or in both at once. The letter to Freddie Boucher releases the chromatic procedure in the pure state. There is the high and the low, the blue, celestial Lausanne, and the green, terrestrial and aquatic Lausanne. 2 curves or peripheries, and, between the two, there is gray, the center, the straight lines. The colors have become almost mathematical categories in which the town reflects its images and makes a problem out of them. 3 series, 3 states of matter, the problem of Lausanne. All the technical aspects of the film, its high-angle shots, low-angle shots, halts on the image, are at the service of this reflection. He will be criticized for not having fulfilled the brief of a film about Lausanne. This is because he has inverted the relation between Lausanne and the colors. He has made Lausanne pass into the colors as on a table of categories, which was, however, applicable only to Lausanne. This is definitely constructivism. He has reconstructed Lausanne with colors, the discourse of Lausanne, its indirect vision. Cinema ceases to be narrative, but it is with Godard that it becomes the most novelesque. As Pierrot le Fou puts it, next chapter. Despair. Next chapter. Freedom. Bitterness. Bakhtin defined the novel, in contrast to the epic or tragedy, as no longer having the collective or distributive unity through which the characters still spoke one and the same language. On the contrary, the novel necessarily borrows sometimes the everyday anonymous language, sometimes the language of a class, a group, a profession, sometimes the particular language of a character. To the extent that the characters, classes, and genres form the free indirect discourse of the author, as much as the author forms their free indirect vision, what they see, what they know or do not know. Or rather the characters express themselves freely in the author's discourse vision, and the author, indirectly, in that of the characters. In short, it is reflection in genres, anonymous or personified, which constitutes the novel, its plurilingualism, its speech, and its vision. Goddard gives cinema the particular powers of the novel. He provides himself with the reflexive types as so many interceders through whom I is always another. It is a broken line, a zigzag line, which brings together the author, his characters, and the world, and which passes between them. Thus modern cinema develops new relations with thought from 3 points of view, the obliteration of a whole or of a totalization of images, in favor of an outside which is inserted between them. The erasure of the internal monologue as whole of the film, in favor of a free indirect discourse and vision, the erasure of the unity of man and the world, in favor of a break which now leaves us with only a belief in this world. Cinema, body and brain, thought. Give me a body then, this is the formula of philosophical reversal. Body is no longer the obstacle that separates thought from itself, that which it has to overcome to reach thinking. It is on the contrary that which it plunges into or must plunge into, in order to reach the unthought, that is life. Not that the body thinks, but, obstinate and stubborn, it forces us to think, and forces us to think what is concealed from thought, life. Life will no longer be made to appear before the categories of thought, thought will be thrown into the categories of life. The categories of life are precisely the attitudes of the body, its postures. We do not even know what a body can do in its sleep, in its drunkenness, in its efforts and resistances. To think is to learn what a non-thinking body is capable of, its capacity, its postures. It is through the body, and no longer through the intermediary of the body, that cinema forms its alliance with the spirit, with thought. Give me a body then is first to mount the camera on an everyday body. Body is never in the present, it contains the before and the after, tiredness and waiting. Tiredness and waiting, even despair are the attitudes of the body. No one has gone further than Antonioni in this direction. His method, the interior through behavior, no longer experience, but what remains of past experiences, what comes afterwards, when everything has been said, such a method necessarily proceeds via the attitudes or postures of the body. This is a time image, the series of time. The daily attitude is what puts the before and after into the body, time into the body a revealer of the deadline. The attitude of the body relates thought to time as to that outside which is infinitely further than the outside world. Perhaps tiredness is the first and last attitude, because it simultaneously contains the before and the after. What Blancat says is also what Antonioni shows, not the drama of communication, but the immense tiredness of the body, the tiredness there is beneath the outcry, and which suggests to thought something to incommunicate, the unthought, life. But there is another pole to the body, another cinema-body thought link. To give a body, to mount a camera on the body, takes on a different sense. It is no longer a matter of following and trailing the everyday body, but of making it pass through a ceremony, of introducing it into a glass cage or a crystal, of imposing a carnival or a masquerade on it which makes it into a grotesque body, but also brings out of it a gracious and glorious body, until at last the disappearance of the visible body is achieved. Carmelo Beni is one of the greatest constructors of crystal images. The palace in Notre Dame de Turcs floats in the image, or rather it is the whole image which moves or throbs. Reflections take on a violent color, the colors themselves crystallize in Don Juan, in the dance of the veils in Capricci where the material comes between the dancer and the camera. Eyes haunt the crystal, like the eye in the monstrance, but what we are first allowed to see are the skeletons in Notre Dame, the old men in Capricci, the old, decrepit saint in Salome, who exhaust themselves with useless gestures endlessly taken up again, with constantly inhibited and recommenced attitudes, up to the impossible posture, the Christ in Salome who can't manage to crucify himself. Joan, how could the last hand nail itself? The ceremony in Bani begins with parody, which affects the sounds as much as the gestures, for gestures are also vocal, and apraxia and aphasia are the two sides of the same posture. But what emerges from the grotesque, what is torn from it, is the gracious body of woman as superior mechanic, whether she dances among the old men, or goes through the stylized attitudes of a secret wish, or becomes fixed in an attitude of ecstasy. Is this not done in order finally to free the third body, that of the protagonist, or master of ceremonies, who passes through all the other bodies? It is already his eye which was sliding into the crystal, it is he who communicates with the crystalline setting, as in Notre Dame where the history of the palace becomes an autobiography of the protagonist. It is he who takes up inhibited or incomplete gestures, as in Notre Dame where he is continually missing his own death, a totally bandaged mummy who can no longer give himself an injection, the impossible posture. It is he who must desecrate the gracious body, or use it in some respect, in order finally to acquire the power to disappear, like the poet in Capricci who looks for the best position to die in. To disappear is already Salome's obscure desire, when she went away, back turned, towards the moon. But, when the protagonist takes up everything in this way, it is because he has reached that point of non-desire which now defines the pathetic, the Schopenhauerian point, Hamlet's point in Un Hamlet de Moines, the point where the visible body disappears. What is freed in non-desire is music and speech, their intertwining in a body which is now only sound, a body of new opera. Even aphasia then becomes the noble and musical language. It is no longer the characters who have a voice, it is the voices, or rather the vocal modes of the protagonist, whisper, breathing, shout, eructation, which become the sole, true characters in the ceremony in what has become a musical setting, as in the prodigious monologues of Herod Antipas in Salome, which rise from his leprosy-covered body, and which carry out the sound powers of the cinema. In this undertaking, Carmelo Bani must be the director closest to Artaud. He has the same experience, he believes in cinema, he believes that cinema can bring about a more profound theatricalization than theater itself, but he only believes this for a short time. He soon thinks that theater is more capable of renewing itself, and freeing sound powers, than a still limited, over-visual cinema, even if this means that the theatricalization has to include electronic rather than cinematographic aids. Nonetheless he believed in it for a while, the time of a work too soon interrupted, voluntarily interrupted, the capacity that cinema would have to give a body, that is, to make it, to bring about its birth and disappearance in a ceremony, in a liturgy. It is perhaps here that we shall be able to grasp a stake in the theater-cinema relationship. These two poles, the everyday body and the ceremonial body, are discovered or rediscovered in experimental cinema. The latter is not necessarily more advanced, it can even come afterwards. The difference between experimental cinema and the other cinema is that the former experiments, whilst the other discovers, by virtue of a different necessity from that of the filmic process. In experimental cinema, sometimes the process mounts the camera on the everyday body. These are Warhol's famous essays, 6.5 hours on the man asleep in a fixed shot, 3/4 of an hour on the man eating a mushroom, sleep, eat. Sometimes, on the contrary, this cinema of the body mounts a ceremony, takes on an initiatory and liturgical aspect, and attempts to summon all the metallic and liquid powers of a sacred body, to the point of honor or revulsion, as in the essays of the Vienna school, Brus, Moule and Nis. But can we talk in terms of opposite poles except in extreme cases which are not necessarily the most successful? In the best instances, the everyday body might rather be said to lend itself to a ceremony which, perhaps, will never arrive, to prepare itself for a ceremony which, perhaps, will consist of waiting, as in the long preparation of the couple in Mechanics of Love by Moss and Moore, or that of the prostitute in Flesh by Morrissey and Warhol. By making marginals the characters of its cinema, the underground provided itself with the methods of an everydayness which continually leaked from the preparations for a stereotype ceremony: drugs, prostitution, transvestism. Attitudes and postures pass into this slow, everyday theatricalization of the body, as in Flesh, one of the finest of these films, with its fatigues and expectations, but also with the moment of relaxation, the game of three fundamental bodies, man, woman, and child. What is important is less the difference between poles than the passage from one to another, the imperceptible passage of attitudes or postures to jest. It is Brecht who created the notion of jest, making it the essence of theatre, irreducible to the plot or the subject. For him the jest should be social, although he recognizes that there are other kinds of jest. What we call jest in general is the link or knot of attitudes between themselves, their coordination with each other, insofar as they do not depend on a previous story, a pre-existing plot or an action image. On the contrary, the jest is the development of attitudes themselves, and, as such, carries out a direct theatricalization of bodies, often very discreet, because it takes place independently of any role. The greatness of Cassavetes' work is to have undone the story, plot, or action but also space, in order to get to attitudes as to categories which put time into the body, as well as thought into life. When Cassavetes says that characters must not come from a story or plot, but that the story should be secreted by the characters, he sums up the requirement of the cinema of bodies: the character is reduced to his own bodily attitudes, and what ought to result is the jest, that is, a spectacle, a theatricalization or dramatization which is valid for all plots. Faces is constructed on the attitudes of the bodies presented as faces going as far as the grimace, expressing waiting, fatigue, vertigo and depression. And on the basis of the attitudes of blacks, and the attitudes of whites, shadows revealed the social jest which forms around the attitude of the white Negro, put in a position where it is impossible to choose, lonely, on the verge of evanescence. Comali speaks of a cinema of revelation where the only constraint is that of bodies, and the only logic that of linkages of attitudes. Characters are constituted gesture by gesture and word by word. As the film proceeds, they construct themselves, the shooting acting on them like a revelation, each advancement of the film allowing them a new development in their behavior, their own duration very precisely coinciding with that of the film. And, in the succeeding films, the spectacle can pass through a script. The point of this is less to tell a story than to develop and transform bodily attitudes, as in A Woman Under the Influence, or in Gloria, where the abandoned child sticks to the body of the woman who first tries to push it away. In Love Streams, there is the brother and sister. The first can only experience his existence in an amassing of female bodies, the other in an amassing of luggage, or of animals which she offers to the brother. How can one exist, personally, if one cannot do so all alone? How can something be made to pass through these packets of body, which are at once both obstacle and means? Every time, space is made up of these excrescences of body, girls, luggage, animals, in search of a current which would pass from one body to the next. But the lonely sister will leave on a dream, and the brother will remain under a hallucination, a hopeless story. As a general rule, Cassavetes keeps only the parts of space connected to bodies. He composes space with disconnected bits solely linked by a jest. This is association of images being replaced by formal linkage of attitudes. The New Wave, in France, has taken the cinema of attitudes and postures, whose model actor would be Jean-Pierre Léaud, a long way. The scenery is often made according to the attitudes of the body that it demands and the degrees of freedom that it allows them, like the flat in Elle Méprise or the bedroom in Vivre Sav, in Goddard. Embracing, striking, intertwining and bumping bodies animate major scenes as in First Name Carmen again, where the two lovers attempt to grab each other in doors or windows. Not only do bodies bang into each other, but the camera bangs against the bodies. In Passion each body not only has its space, but also its light. The body is sound as well as visible, all the components of the image come together on the body. Dani's formula when he defines ICIET Ehlers restore images to the bodies on which they have been taken applies to the whole of Godard's cinema and to the New Wave. ICIET Ehlers does it politically, but the other films have at least a politics of the image, to restore the image to the attitudes and postures of the body. A characteristic image is that of a body leaned against a wall, which lets itself go and falls to a sitting position on the ground in a sliding of postures. Throughout his work, Rivette elaborates a formula where cinema, theater, and theatricality specific to cinema confront each other. L'amour partant is its most perfect expression, that becomes dull as soon as it is presented in a theoretical way, whilst it sets in motion the most supple combinations. The characters are rehearsing a play, but the rehearsal precisely implies that they have not yet achieved the theatrical attitudes which correspond to the roles and to the plot of the play which goes beyond them. On the contrary, they resort to paratheatrical attitudes which they assume in relation to the play, in relation to their role, and each in relation to the others, and these second attitudes are all the purer and more independent for being free from all pre-existing plot, which exists only in the play. These attitudes will thus secrete a jest which is neither real nor imaginary, neither everyday nor ceremonial, but on the boundary between the two, and which will point from this position to the functioning of a truly visionary or hallucinatory sense, the magic suite in Celine and Julie go boating, the magician's projections in L'amour partant. It is as if the characters spring to life again on the walls of the theatre, and discover pure attitudes as independent of the theatrical role as they are of a real action, although echoing both of them. One of the finest instances, in Rivette, is L'amour fou, when the couple enclosed in a room take up and pass through all the postures, a refuge posture, an aggressive posture, an amorous posture. It is a marvelous demonstration of postures. In this sense, Rivette invents a theatricality of cinema totally distinct from the theatricality of the theatre, even when cinema uses it as a reference. Godard's solution is different, and seems at first sight simpler. It is, as we have seen, that characters begin to play for themselves, to dance and to mimic for themselves, in a theatricalization which directly extends their everyday attitudes. The character makes a theater for himself. In Pierrot le Fou we continually move from the attitude of the body to the theatrical jest which joins the attitudes together and produces further ones, up to the final suicide which absorbs all the others. In Godard, the attitudes of body are the categories of the spirit itself, and the jest is the thread which goes from one category to another. Les Carabiniers is the gesture of war. The jest is necessarily social and political, following Brecht's requirements, but it is necessarily something different as well, for Rivette as much as Godard. It is bio-vital, metaphysical, and aesthetic. For Godard, in Passion, the postures of the boss, the female owner, and the female worker, refer to a pictorial or parapictorial jest. And in First Name Carmen, the attitudes of body continually refer to a musical jest which coordinates them independently of the plot, which takes them up and subjects to them to a higher linkage, but also frees all their potentialities. The rehearsals of the quartet are not limited to developing and directing the sound qualities of the image, but also the visual qualities, in the sense that the curve of the violinist's arm modifies the movement of the bodies which are embracing. The fact is that, in Godard, sounds and colors are attitudes of the body, that is, categories. They thus find their thread in the aesthetic composition which passes through them, no less than in the social and political organization which underpins them. First Name Carmen, from the outset, makes sounds depend on a body which collides with things, and collides with itself, bangs itself on the head. Godard's cinema goes from the attitudes of the body, visual and sound, to the pluridimensional, pictorial, and musical jest, which constitutes their ceremony, liturgy and aesthetic organization. This was already true of slow motion, where music constituted the virtual directional thread going from one attitude to another. What is that music, before it is revealed for itself, at the end of the film? The attitude of the body is like a time image, the one which puts the before and the after in the body, the series of time, but the jest is already a different time image, the order or organization of time, the simultaneity of its peaks, the coexistence of its sheets. In the passage from one to the other, Goddard thus achieves a great complexity. All the more because he may follow the reverse procedure, and begin from a continuous jest initially given, in order to break it up into attitudes or categories, as in the halts on the image in slow motion. Where does the caress end and the slap begin? Where does the embrace end and the struggle begin? There is not only the jest between two attitudes, there is also the sound and the visual in the attitudes and in the jest and between the attitudes and the jest itself, and inversely, as, again, in the visual and sound breaking down of the pornographic postures. The post-New Wave will continually work and invent in these directions, the attitudes and postures of the body, the valorizing of what happens on the ground or in bed, the speed and violence of coordination, the ceremony or theater of cinema which is revealed. Thoreau's La Chair de l'Orchidée and especially his L'Homme Blesse are already very powerful in this respect. Certainly, the cinema of bodies does not proceed without risk, a glorification of marginal characters who make their daily life into an insipid ceremony, a cult of gratuitous violence in the linkage of postures, a cultivation of catatonic, hysterical, or simply refuge attitudes. Goddard makes a kind of parody of these at the beginning of First Name Carmen. And we end up being tired of all these bodies who slide along the wall and then find themselves squatting on the ground. But since the New Wave, every time there was a fine and powerful film, there was a new exploration of the body in it. Starting with Jean Dielman, Chantal Akerman wants to show gestures in their fullness. Enclosed in the bedroom, the heroine of JE22L links involutive refuge and infantile postures in a mode which is that of waiting, counting the days, a ceremony of anorexia. Chantal Akerman's novelty lies in showing in this way bodily attitudes as the sign of states of body particular to the female character, whilst the men speak for society, the environment, the part which is their due, the piece of history which they bring with them, Anna's rendezvous. But the chain of states of female body is not closed, descending from the mother or going back to the mother. It serves as a revelation to men, who now talk about themselves, and on a deeper level to the environment, which now makes itself seen or heard only through the window of a room, or a train, a whole art of sound. In the same place or in space, a woman's body achieves a strange nomadism which makes it cross ages, situations, and places. This was Virginia Woolf's secret in literature. The states of the body secrete the slow ceremony which joins together the corresponding attitudes, and develop a female jest which overcomes the history of men and the crisis of the world. It is this jest which reacts on the body, giving it a hieratism like an austere theatricalization, or rather a stylization. Whether it is possible to avoid the excess of stylization which tends, in the end, to enclose film and character is the problem that Chantal Akerman herself poses. The jest may become more burlesque, without concealing anything, and pass on to the film a lightness, an irresistible gaiety, already in Tout un nude, but especially in the episode in Paris Vupar. Ans après, whose title itself stimulates the whole of Akerman's work, I am hungry, I am cold, the states of body have become burlesque, sources of a ballad. Female authors, female directors, do not owe their importance to a militant feminism. What is more important is the way they have produced innovations in the cinema of bodies, as if women had to conquer the source of their own attitudes and the temporality which corresponds to them as individual or common jest. Cleo from 2, one sings, the other doesn't, by Agnes Varda, Mon cœur est rouge by Michel Rosier. With Mourmes and Documentaire, Varda constructs a diptych whose second part presents the day-to-day attitudes and gestures of a woman lost in Los Angeles, while the first part shows, in the eyes of another woman walking in the same city, the historical and political jest of a minority community, murals by Chicanos in exasperated shapes and colors. The cinema of the body or of attitudes also took new directions. From Le Cochon and La Rosière de Pessac, Eustache filmed cyclical festivals integrating collective attitudes and constituting a social jest. There was undoubtedly a whole context, an organization of power, of political aims, a whole history surrounding these ceremonies, in these ceremonies. But, following the lesson of cinema verite, this history would not be told, it would be revealed, and all the more so for being less shown. The only thing to be shown would be the way the attitudes of the body are coordinated in the ceremony, so as to reveal what did not allow itself to be shown. Eustache's cinema was henceforth to develop in several directions. The attitude of the body was no less vocal than gestural, one of the principal aims of cinema being, as Philippon puts it, to film speech. Attitudes and postures would engender their jest through a power of the false, from which bodies sometimes hid themselves, and to which they sometimes gave themselves fully, but always being confronted in this way with the pure act of cinema. If the attitude had been made to be seen and heard, it necessarily referred to a voyeur and a listener who were equally postures of the body and also attitudes, to the extent that the jest was made up of the attitude and its voyeur, and vice versa, likewise for speech. In the end, the diptych became the fundamental form of cinema, in very varied shapes but each time having the effect of putting time into bodies. Eustache was to make a second Rosière de Pessac years later, to confront and coordinate them on the basis of the second. It is the idea of time which interests me. Mes Petites Amourieuses was organized as a diptych of which the first panel showed the attitudes of childish bodies, in the countryside, but the second, the false adolescent attitudes of which the child, in the city, was now only the voyeur or hearer, until he returns to the countryside, having grown up with his new knowledge. Un seul histoire constituted the two degrees where on both sides, attitude and speech, hearer and voyeur were joined together. All these aspects already made the mother and the whore a masterpiece of the cinema of bodies, of their gestural and vocal attitudes. If modern cinema has been constructed on the ruins of the sensory-motor schema or of the action image, it finds in the posture voyeurism couple a new element which functions all the better because the postures are innocent. The richness of such a cinema cannot be exhausted by one author, Ackermann or Eustache. It is an abundance, in which only different styles can be recognized, and which founds the unity of a category, the post-New Wave, by passing through very different authors. Fauvoyance, by Bergola and Limousin can be mentioned, as showing a strange ceremony, which consists, for an adult, the man with the camera, of inspiring and coordinating only attitudes of the body in young people of whom he makes himself the voyeur, constituting a jest which links all the unexpected offenses of flight, and replaces narration, from one crime to the next. With La Drôlesse, Jacques Doillon made an important film of postures. A mentally handicapped man took a wild little girl and subjected her to the innocent attitudes imposed by the decor of a barn, lying down, sitting down, eating, sleeping, under the surveillance of a fake viewing apparatus ineptly stuck together. It would be the police's business not to believe this, and to invent a non-existent story, that is, an action film with abduction and rape. And in most of his films, from Doig stands La Tête, which takes up a theme related to the mother and the whore, to La Pirate, which pushes attitudes of body to a frenzy under the gaze of a stern watching little girl, Doillon uses a very supple diptych form, which is able to show the postural poles between which the body oscillates. Each time, the stylization of attitudes forms a theatricalization of cinema which is very different from theater. But it is Philippe Garrel who goes furthest in this direction, because he provides himself with a genuine liturgy of bodies, because he restores them to a secret ceremony whose only characters are now Mary, Joseph, and the child, or their equivalents, l'Élite de la Vierge, Marie pour mémoire, le Révélateur, l'Enfant secret. This is hardly a pious cinema, even though it is a cinema of revelation. If the ceremony is secret, it is precisely because Garrel takes the three characters before the legend, before they have made a legend or constituted a holy story. The question posed by Goddard, What did Joseph and Mary say to each other before having the baby? Not only heralds a project of Goddard's but sums up Garrel's experiences. The theatrical hieratism of characters, noticeable in his first films, is increasingly focused on a physics of fundamental bodies. What Gilles expresses in cinema, is the problem of the three bodies, the man, the woman, and the child. The holy story as gesture. The fine opening of Le Revelator lets us guess that there is a child perched in the dark on top of the wardrobe, then shows the door opening onto the overexposed silhouette of the father, and finally reveals, in front of him, the mother on her knees. Each will embrace one of the other two, in three combinations, in a big bed which resembles a cloud on the floor. Sometimes, the constantly invoked child is missing, Marie pour memoire, or is a different one from the one we see, l'enfant secret. This is the sign that the problem of the three bodies remains cinematographically as well as physically insoluble. The child is in himself the problematic point. It is around him that the jest is composed, as in the episode in Paris Vupar. Ans après, Rue Fontaine. The first attitude is that of the man in the middle of telling the story of a woman who said I want a child and who disappeared, the second, that of the same man sitting in a woman's house and waiting, the third, they become lovers, attitudes and postures, the fourth, they have split up, he wants to see her again, but she tells him that she had a child who died, the fifth, he learns that she has been found dead herself, and he kills himself, his body toppling slowly over in a long image to become one with snow, as in a posture which has no end. The child thus appears as the undecidable point in terms of which the attitudes of a man and a woman are distributed. In Gilles as well, the diptych form is thus imposed, around an empty turning point, unattainable limit, or irrational cut. It distributes not only attitudes, but the white and black, the cold and hot, as the conditions on which attitudes depend or the elements of which the bodies are made. There are the two colored rooms, on each side of the bed, the cold one and the warm one, in La Concentration. There are the two big landscapes in the Lit de la Vierge, the white Arab village and the dark Brittany castle, the mystery of Christ and the quest for the Grail. There are the two quite distinct parts of Liberté la Nude, the black image of the couple where the man betrays the woman, the deserted woman who knits crying in the dark, empty theater, the white image of the couple where the woman betrays the man, the two characters embracing in a field where the washing is drying, a sheet caught by the wind coming to cover them and cover the screen. There are the alternations of hot and cold, the heat of the fire or a light in the night, but also the cold of the white drug caught in a mirror, as in L'Enfant Secret where we see the cafe window, the man with his back turned, and, in the window, the image of the woman also from the back crossing the street and going to meet the dealer. In Gilles, overexposed and underexposed, white and black, cold and hot, became the components of the body and the elements of its postures. They are the categories which give a body. The absence of image, the black screen or the white screen, have a decisive importance in contemporary cinema. For, as Noel Birch has shown, they no longer have a simple function of punctuation, as if they marked a change, but enter into a dialectical relation between the image and its absence, and assume a properly structural value, as in Brachag's reflections on black in experimental cinema. This new value of the black or white screen seems to us to correspond to the characteristics analyzed earlier. On the one hand, what is important is no longer the association of images, the way in which they associate, but the interstice between two images. On the other hand, the cut in a sequence of images is not now a rational cut which marks the end of one or the beginning of another, but a so-called irrational cut which belongs neither to one nor the other, and sets out to be valid for itself. Gilles was able to give an extraordinary intensity to these irrational cuts, so that the series of anterior images has no end, while the series of subsequent images likewise has no beginning, the two series converging towards the white or black screen as their common limit. Moreover, used in this way, the screen becomes the medium for variations, the black screen and the underexposed image, the intense blackness which lets us guess at dark volumes in process of being constituted, or the black marked by a fixed or moving luminous point, and all the combinations of black and fire, the white screen and the overexposed image, the milky image, or the snowy image whose dancing seeds are to take shape. And, in L'Enfant's secret, it is often the flash which gives rise to the images and gathers together the powers of black and white. Throughout Garrel's films, the black or white screen no longer has only a structural value, but has a genetic one. With its variations and tonalities, it acquires the power of a constitution of bodies, primordial bodies from this point, man, woman, and child, the power of the genesis of postures. This may be the first case of a cinema of constitution. One which is truly constitutive, constituting bodies, and in this way restoring our belief in the world, restoring our reason. It is doubtful if cinema is sufficient for this, but, if the world has become a bad cinema, in which we no longer believe, surely a true cinema can contribute to giving us back reasons to believe in the world and in vanished bodies. The price to be paid, in cinema as elsewhere, was always a confrontation with madness. In what sense is Garrel one of the greatest modern authors, whose work, alas, may well develop its effects only in the long term, endowing the cinema with powers that are as yet not well known? We have to go back to a very old problem, which already brought theater and cinema into opposition. Those who deeply loved the theater objected that cinema always lacks something, presence, the presence of bodies which remain the prerogative of theater. Cinema only showed us waves and dancing corpuscles with which it simulated bodies. When André Bazin takes up the problem, he looks for a sense in which there is a different mode of presence, a cinematographic one, which rivals that of theater and may even outdo it with different methods. But, if cinema does not give us the presence of the body and cannot give us it, this is perhaps also because it sets itself a different objective. It spreads an experimental night or a white space over us, it works with dancing seeds and a luminous dust, it affects the visible with a fundamental disturbance, and the world with a suspension, which contradicts all natural perception. What it produces in this way is the genesis of an unknown body which we have in the back of our heads, like the unthought in thought, the birth of the visible which is still hidden from view. These responses which change the problem are those of Jean-Louis Scheffer in L'Homme Ordinaire du Cinéma. They consist in saying that the object of cinema is not to reconstitute a presence of bodies in perception and action, but to carry out a primordial genesis of bodies in terms of a white, or a black or a gray, or even in terms of colors, in terms of a beginning of visible which is not yet a figure, which is not yet an action. Is this what Bresson's project, Genus, is? In any case, we believe that what Scheffer seeks rare examples of in the history of cinema, in Dreyer and Kurosawa, is what Garrel draws on, not for a systematic recapitulation, but as a revitalizing inspiration, which means that cinema thus coincides with its own essence, at least with one of its essences, a proceeding, a process of constitution of bodies from the neutral image, white or black, snowy or flashed. The problem is not that of a presence of bodies, but that of a belief which is capable of restoring the world and the body to us on the basis of what signifies their absence. The camera must invent the movements or positions which correspond to the genesis of bodies, and which are the formal linkages of their primordial postures. Garrel's special role in the cinema of bodies can be found in a geometry which in turn goes to make up the world, with points, circles, and semicircles. A little like in Cézanne, the dawn of the world is linked to the point, the plane, volume, and section, not as abstract figures but as genesis and birth. In Le Révélateur, the woman is often a fixed point, immobile and contradictory, whilst the child turns, around the woman, around the bed, around the trees, and the man does semicircles which maintain his relationship with the woman and the child. In Les Enfants des Accords, the camera, which is initially a fixed point onto the dance, begins to turn around two dancers, approaching and moving away according to their rhythm, and the changing light. At the beginning of La Cicatrice Intérieure, the circular tracking shot allows the character to make a complete turn, the camera remaining fixed on him as if it were moving laterally to find still the same speaker, And, in Marie Pour Memoire, while Mary is imprisoned in the clinic, Joseph turns. As he watches the camera, which changes position as if it were in a succession of different cars on a traffic interchange. On each occasion there is a construction of space as this is attached to bodies. And what is valid for the three fundamental bodies is also valid for the other trinity, that of the characters, the filmmaker and the camera, placing them in the best possible posture, in the sense that we say of a configuration of stars that it is in an astrologically favorable position. What is special to Doylean is the situation of the body caught between two sets, caught simultaneously in two exclusive sets. Truffaut had opened the way, Jules and Jim, the two English girls, and Eustache in The Mother and the Whore was able to construct the particular space of the non-choice. But Doylean renews and explores this ambiguous space. The character body, the apprentice baker of Doigt stands la tête, the husband of La Femme qui pleure, the young woman in La Pirate, oscillate between two women, or between a woman and a man, but above all between two groupings, two modes of life, two sets demanding different attitudes. One of the two sets can always be said to prevail. The temporary girl sends the baker back to his constant fiancé, the happy woman sends the man back to the crying woman, as soon as she realizes that she is herself only an excuse or pretext. And, in La Pirate, if the predominance does not seem fixed in advance, it is, according to Doylean's own pronouncements, the tendering of a higher bid which should decide the heroine's life, or her reserve price. But there is something else. It is not that the character finds himself indecisive. It appears rather that two sets are really distinct, but that the character, or rather the body in the character, has no way of choosing between the two. He is in an impossible posture. The character in Doylean is in the situation of not being able to make out the distinct. He is not psychologically indecisive, he would be even the opposite. But the predominance is useless to him, because he inhabits his body like a zone of indiscernibility. Who is the mother, who is the whore? Even if it is decided for him, this changes nothing. His body will always retain the imprint of an undecidability which was just the passing of life. It may be here that the cinema of the body fundamentally contrasted with the cinema of action. The action image presupposes a space in which ends, obstacles, means, subordinations, the principal and the secondary, predominances and loathings are distributed, a whole space which can be called hodological. But the body is initially caught in a quite different space, where disparate sets overlap and rival each other, without being able to organize themselves according to sensory-motor schemata. They fit over each other, in an overlapping of perspectives, which means that there is no way to distinguish them even though they are distinct and also incompatible. This is space before action, always haunted by a child, or by a clown, or by both at once. It is a pre-hodological space, like a fluctuatio animi, which does not point to an indecision of the spirit, but to an undecidability of the body. The obstacle does not, as in the action image, allow itself to be determined in relation to goals and means which would unify the set, but is dispersed in a plurality of ways of being present in the world, of belonging to sets, all incompatible and yet coexistent. Doylean's strength is to have made this pre-hodological space, this space of overlappings, the special object of a cinema of bodies. He leads his characters there, he creates this space where regression becomes discovery, la folie prodigue. Not only does he thereby undo the action image of classical cinema, he reveals a non-choice of the body as the unthought, the other side or reversal of the spiritual choice. As in the dialogue exchanged in Goddard's slow motion, you choose. No, I'm not choosing. You choose. I'm not choosing. Give me a brain would be the other figure of modern cinema. This is an intellectual cinema, as distinct from the physical cinema. Experimental cinema is shared between these two areas, the physics of the body, everyday or ceremonial, the formal or informal eidetics of the spirit, to use Bertado's formulation. But experimental cinema develops the distinction according to two processes, one concretive, the other abstractive. The abstract and the concrete, however, are not the right criteria, in a cinema which creates rather than experiments. We saw that Eisenstein already laid claim to an intellectual or cerebral cinema, which he considered to be more concrete than the physics of bodies in Pudovkin, or physical formalism in Vertov. There is no less of the concrete and abstract on the one side than on the other, there is as much feeling or intensity, passion, in a cinema of the brain as in a cinema of the body. Goddard initiates a cinema of the body, Riesneus, a cinema of the brain, but one is not more abstract or more concrete than the other. Body or brain is what cinema demands be given to it, what it gives to itself, what it invents itself, to construct its work according to two directions, each one of which is simultaneously abstract and concrete. The distinction is thus not between the concrete and the abstract, except in experimental cases and, even there, it is fairly consistently confused. The intellectual cinema of the brain and the physical cinema of the body will find the source of their distinction elsewhere, a very variable source, whether with authors who are attracted by one of the two poles, or with those who compose with both of them. Antonioni would be the perfect example of a double composition. The unity of his work has often been sought in the established themes of solitude and incommunicability, as characteristics of the poverty of the modern world. Nevertheless, according to him, we walk at two very different paces, one for the body, one for the brain. In a fine passage, he explains that our knowledge does not hesitate to renew itself, to confront great mutations, whilst our morality and feelings remain prisoners of unadapted values of myths that no one believes any more, and find only poor excuses cynical, erotic, or neurotic for freeing themselves. Antonioni does not criticize the modern world, in whose possibilities he profoundly believes, he criticizes the coexistence in the world of a modern brain and a tired, worn-out, neurotic body. So that his work, in a fundamental sense passes through a dualism which corresponds to the two aspects of the time image, a cinema of the body, which puts all the weight of the past into the body, all the tiredness of the world and modern neurosis, but also a cinema of the brain, which reveals the creativity of the world, its colors aroused by a new space-time, its powers multiplied by artificial brains. If Antonioni is a great colorist, it is because he has always believed in the colors of the world, in the possibility of creating them, and of renewing all our cerebral knowledge. He is not an author who moans about the impossibility of communicating in the world. It is just that the world is painted in splendid colors, while the bodies which people it are still insipid and colorless. The world awaits its inhabitants, who are still lost in neurosis. But this is one more reason to pay attention to the body, to scrutinize its tiredness and neurosis, to take tints from it. The unity of Antonioni's work is the confrontation of the body character with his weariness and his past, and of the brain color with all its future potentialities, but the two making up one and the same world, ours, its hopes and its despair. Antonioni's formula is valid for him only, it is he who invents it. Bodies are not destined for wearing out, any more than the brain is destined for novelty. But what is important is the possibility of a cinema of the brain which brings together all the powers, as much as the cinema of the body equally brought them together as well. There are, then, two different styles, where the difference itself is constantly varying, cinema of the body in Goddard and cinema of the brain in Riesneus, cinema of the body in Cassavetes and cinema of the brain in Kubrick. There is as much thought in the body as there is shock and violence in the brain. There is an equal amount of feeling in both of them. The brain gives orders to the body which is just an outgrowth of it, but the body also gives orders to the brain which is just a part of it. In both cases, these will not be the same bodily attitudes nor the same cerebral gest. Hence the specificity of a cinema of the brain, in relation to that of the cinema of bodies. If we look at Kubrick's work, we see the degree to which it is the brain which is mise-en-scene. Attitudes of body achieve a maximum level of violence, but they depend on the brain. For, in Kubrick, the world itself is a brain, there is identity of brain and world, as in the great circular and luminous table in Doctor Strangelove, the giant computer in A Space Odyssey, the Overlook Hotel in The Shining. The black stone of presides over both cosmic states and cerebral stages. It is the soul of the three bodies, earth, sun, and moon, but also the seat of the three brains, animal, human, machine. Kubrick is renewing the theme of the initiatory journey because every journey in the world is an exploration of the brain. The world brain is a clockwork orange, or again, a spherical game of chess where the general can calculate his chances of promotion on the basis of the relation between soldiers killed and positions captured, paths of glory. But if the calculation fails, if the computer breaks down, it is because the brain is no more reasonable a system than the world is a rational one. The identity of world and brain, the automaton, does not form a whole, but rather a limit, a membrane which puts an outside and an inside in contact, makes them present to each other, confronts them or makes them clash. The inside is psychology, the past, involution, a whole psychology of depths which excavate the brain. The outside is the cosmology of galaxies, the future, evolution, a whole supernatural which makes the world explode. The two forces are forces of death which embrace, are ultimately exchanged and become ultimately indiscernible. The insane violence of Alex in Clockwork Orange is the force of the outside before passing into the service of an insane internal order. In Space Odyssey, the robot breaks down from the inside, before being lobotomized by the astronaut who penetrates it from the outside. And, in The Shining, how can we decide what comes from the inside and what comes from the outside, the extrasensory perceptions or hallucinatory projections? The world brain is strictly inseparable from the forces of death which pierce the membrane in both directions. Unless a reconciliation is carried out in another dimension, a regeneration of the MEM brain which would pacify the outside and the inside, and recreate a world brain as a whole in the harmony of the spheres. At the end of Space Odyssey, it is in consequence of a fourth dimension that the sphere of the Foetus and the sphere of the Earth have a chance of entering into a new, incommensurable, unknown relation, which would convert death into a new life. In France, at the same time as the new wave launched a cinema of bodies which mobilized the whole of thought, Riesneus was creating a cinema of the brain which empowered bodies. We saw how states of the world and the brain found their common expression in the biopsychic stages of My American Uncle, the three brains, or in the historical epochs in Life is a Bed of Roses, the three epochs. Landscapes are mental states, just as mental states are cartographies, both crystallized in each other, geometrized, mineralized, the torrent in L'Amour Amort. The identity of brain and world is the noosphere of Jet-Aim. It can be the diabolic organization of the extermination camps, but also the cosmo-spiritual structure of the Bibliothèque Nationale. In Riesneus this identity already appears less in a whole than at the level of a polarized membrane which is constantly making relative outsides and insides communicate or exchange, putting them in contact with each other, extending them, and referring them to each other. This is not a whole, but rather like two zones which communicate all the more, or are all the more in contact, because they cease to be symmetrical and synchronous, like the halves of the brain in Stavisky. In Providence, the bombshell is in the state of body of the old, alcoholic novelist, who rattles in every direction, but also in the state of the cosmos in Thunder and Lightning, and in the social state in Machine Gun and Rifle Bursts. This membrane which makes the outside and the inside present to each other is called memory. If memory is the explicit theme of Riesneus' work, there is no reason to look for a latent content which would be more subtle. It is better to evaluate the transformation that the notion of memory is made to undergo in Riesneus, a transformation as important as that carried out by Proust or Bergson. For memory is clearly no longer the faculty of having recollections, it is the membrane which, in the most varied ways, continuity, but also discontinuity, envelopment, etc., makes sheets of past and layers of reality correspond, the first emanating from an inside which is always already there, the second deriving from an outside always to come, the two gnawing at the present which is now only their encounter. These themes have been analyzed earlier, and, If the cinema of bodies referred in particular to one aspect of the direct DME image series of time according to the before and the after, the cinema of the brain develops the other aspect, the order of time, according to the coexistence of its own relations. But, if memory makes relative insides and outsides communicate like interiors and exteriors, an absolute outside and inside must confront each other and be co-present. René Pradel has shown the extent to which Auschwitz and Hiroshima remain the horizon of all Resnaïs work, how close the hero in Resnaïs is to the Lazarine hero which Kéral made the soul of the new novel, in a fundamental relation with the extermination camps. The character in Resnaïs cinema is Lazarine precisely because he returns from death, from the land of the dead. He has passed through death and is born from death, whose sensory motor disturbances he retains. Even if he was not personally in Auschwitz, even if he was not personally in Hiroshima. He passed through a clinical death, he was born from an apparent death, he returns from the dead, Auschwitz or Hiroshima, Guernica or the Algerian War. The hero of Jet has not simply committed suicide, he speaks of Katrine, the woman he loves, as a marsh, a low tide, night, mud, which means that the dead are always victims of drowning. This is what a character in Stavisky says. It should be understood that, beyond all the sheets of memory, there is this lapping which stirs them, this death from the inside which forms an absolute, and from which he who has been able to escape it is reborn. And he who escapes, he who has been able to be reborn, moves inexorably towards a death from the outside, which comes to him as the other side of the absolute. Jet will make the two deaths coincide, the death from the inside from which he returns, the death from the outside which comes to him. Lamb or Emmert, which seems to us to be one of the most ambitious films in the history of cinema, moves from the clinical death from which the hero comes back to life, to the definitive death into which he goes down, a shallow stream separating the two. It is clear that the doctor had not been mistaken the first time, it was not an illusion, there had been apparent or clinical death, brain death. Between one death and the other, the absolute inside and the absolute outside enter into contact, an inside deeper than all the sheets of past, an outside more distant than all the layers of external reality. Between the two, in the in-between, it is as if zombies peopled the brain world for a moment. Resnaïs insists on preserving the ghostly character of the beings he shows, and on maintaining them in a society of specters destined to be included for a moment in our mental universe. These shivering heroes like to wear warm, out-of-date clothes. Resnaïs characters do not just return from Auschwitz or Hiroshima, they are philosophers, thinkers, beings of thought in another way too. For philosophers are beings who have passed through a death, who are born from it, and go towards another death, perhaps the same one. In A Very Happy Story, Pauline Harvey says that she understands nothing about philosophy, but is very fond of philosophers because they give her a double impression. They themselves believe that they are dead, that they have passed through death, and they also believe that, although dead, they continue to live, but in a shivering way, with tiredness and prudence. According to Pauline Harvey, this would be a double mistake, which amuses her. According to us, it is a double truth, although this is cause for amusement as well. The philosopher is someone who believes he has returned from the dead, rightly or wrongly, and who returns to the dead in full consciousness. The philosopher has returned from the dead and goes back there. This has been the living formulation of philosophy since Plato. When we say that Resnaïs characters are philosophers, we are certainly not saying that these characters talk about philosophy, or that Resnaïs applies philosophical ideas to a cinema, but that he invents a cinema of philosophy, a cinema of thought, which is totally new in the history of cinema and totally alive in the history of philosophy, creating, with his unique collaborators, a rare marriage between philosophy and cinema. The great post-war philosophers and writers demonstrate that thought has something to do with Auschwitz, with Hiroshima, but this was also demonstrated by the great cinema authors from Wells to Resnaïs, this time in the most serious way. This is the opposite of a cult of death. Between the two sides of the absolute, between the two deaths, death from the inside or past, death from the outside or future, the internal sheets of memory and the external layers of reality will be mixed up, extended, short-circuit and form a whole moving life, which is at once that of the cosmos and of the brain, which sends out flashes from one pole to the other. Hence zombies sing a song, but it is that of life. Reesnaeus van Gogh is a masterpiece because it shows that, between the apparent death from inside, the attack of madness, and the definitive death from outside as suicide, the sheets of internal life and the layers of external world plunge, extend and intersect with increasing speed up to the final black screen. But, between the two, what flashes of lightning there will have been, these were life itself. From one pole to the other a creation will be constructed, which is true creation only because it will be carried out between the two deaths, the apparent and the real, all the more intense because it illuminates this interstice. The sheets of past come down and the layers of reality go up, in mutual embraces which are flashes of life, what Reesnaeus calls feeling or love, as mental function. Reesnaeus has always said that what interested him was the cerebral mechanism, mental functioning, the process of thought, and that here was the true element of cinema. A cinema which is cerebral or intellectual, but not abstract, because it is clear to what extent feeling, affect, or passion are the principal characters of the brain world. The question is rather that of knowing what difference there is between the classical intellectual cinema, for example, Eisenstein's, and the modern, for example, Reesnaeus. For Eisenstein already identified cinema with the process of thought as this necessarily develops in the brain, as it necessarily envelopes feeling or passion. Intellectual cinema was already the cerebral whole which brought together pathos and the organic. Reesnaeus' pronouncements may be close to those of Eisenstein, the cerebral process as object and motor of cinema. B. Nevertheless, something has changed which undoubtedly has something to do with scientific knowledge of the brain, but still more with our personal relationship with the brain. So that intellectual cinema has changed, not because it has become more concrete, it was so from the outset, but because there has been a simultaneous change in our conception of the brain and our relationship with the brain. The classical conception developed along two axes, on the one hand integration and differentiation, on the other association, through contiguity or similarity. The first axis is the law of the concept. It constitutes movement as continually integrating itself into a whole whose change it expresses, and as continually differentiating itself in accordance with the objects between which it is established. This integration differentiation thus defines movement as movement of the concept. The second axis is the law of the image. Similarity and contiguity determine the way in which we pass from one image to another. The two axes cut across each other, according to a principle of attraction, in order to achieve the identity of image and concept. Indeed, the concept as whole does not become differentiated without externalizing itself in a sequence of associated images, and the images do not associate without being internalized in a concept as the whole which integrates them. Hence the ideal of knowledge as harmonious totality, which sustains this classical representation. Even the fundamentally open character of the whole does not compromise this model, on the contrary, because the out-of-field shows an associability which extends and goes beyond the given images, but also expresses the changing whole which integrates the extendable sequences of images, the two aspects of the out-of-field. We have seen how Eisenstein, like a cinematographic Hegel, presented the grand synthesis of this conception, the open spiral, with its commensurabilities and attractions. Eisenstein himself did not hide the cerebral model which drove the whole synthesis, and which made cinema the cerebral art par excellence, the internal monologue of the brain world. The form of montage is a restoration of the laws of the process of thought, which in turn restores moving reality in process of unrolling. For the brain was both the vertical organization of integration differentiation, and the horizontal organization of association. Our relationship with the brain has followed these axes for a long time. Of course, Bergson, who was, with Schopenhauer, one of the rare philosophers to propose a new conception of the brain, introduced a profound element of transformation. The brain was now only an interval, a card, a void, nothing but a void, between a stimulation and a response. But, whatever the importance of the discovery, this interval Descartes remains subject to an integrating whole which was embodied in it, and to associations which traversed it. In yet another area, it could be said that linguistics maintain the classic cerebral model, both from the point of view of metaphor and metonymy, similarity contiguity, and from the point of view of the symptom and paradigm, integration differentiation. Scientific knowledge of the brain has evolved, and carried out a general rearrangement. The situation is so complicated that we should not speak of a break, but rather of new orientations which only produce an effect of a break with the classical image at the limit. But perhaps our own relationship with the brain changed at the same time, and, on its own account, independently of science, and consummated the break with the old relationship. On the one hand, the organic process of integration and differentiation increasingly pointed to relative levels of interiority and exteriority and, through them, to an absolute outside and inside, in contact topologically. This was the discovery of a topological cerebral space, which passed through relative mediums milieu to achieve the co-presence of an inside deeper than any internal medium, and an outside more distant than any external medium. On the other hand, the process of association increasingly came up against cuts in the continuous network of the brain. Everywhere there were micro-fissures which were not simply voids to be crossed, but random mechanisms introducing themselves at each moment between the sending and receiving of an association message. This was the discovery of a probabilistic or semi-fortuitous cerebral space, an uncertain system. It is perhaps through these two aspects that the brain can be defined as an a-centered system. It is obviously not through the influence of science that our relationship with the brain changed. Perhaps it was the opposite, our relationship with the brain having changed first, obscurely guiding science. Psychology has a good deal to say about a lived relationship with the brain, of a lived body, but it has less to say about a lived brain. Our lived relationship with the brain becomes increasingly fragile, less and less Euclidean, and goes through little cerebral deaths. The brain becomes our problem or our illness, our passion, rather than our mastery, our solution or decision. We are not copying Artaud, but Artaud lived and said something about the brain that concerns all of us, that its antennae turn towards the invisible, that it has a capacity to resume a resurrection from death. We no longer believe in a whole as interiority of thought, even an open one. We believe in a force from the outside which hollows itself out, grabs us and attracts the inside. We no longer believe in an association of images even crossing voids. We believe in breaks which take on an absolute value and subordinate all association. This is not abstracting. These two aspects define the new intellectual cinema, and examples can be found in particular in Techine and Benoit Jacquot. Both are able to take the sensory-motor collapse on which modern cinema is constituted as read. But they distinguish themselves from the cinema of bodies because for them, as for Riesneus, it is the brain which initially orders attitudes. The brain cuts or puts to light all internal associations. It summons an outside beyond any external world. In Techine, associated images slide and flee on windows, following currents up which the character must go back to move towards an outside which calls them, but which he will perhaps not be able to meet up with, the boat in Barocco, and then El Hotel de Amériques. In Jacquot, by contrast, it is a function of literalness of the image, flattened, redundancies and tautologies, which will shatter associations, to replace them with an infinity of interpretation whose only limit is an absolute outside, l'assassin musicien. L'enfant du placard. In both cases, this is a cinema inspired by neo-psychoanalytical themes. Give me a slip lapsus, an act that is lacking, and I will reconstruct the brain. The new cerebral images are defined by a topological structure of the outside and the inside, and a fortuitous character at each stage of the linkages or mediations. The great corresponding novel is André Belle's Petersburg. This masterpiece evolves in a noosphere, where a corridor is hollowed out inside the brain, in order to communicate with a cosmic void. It no longer works by totalization, but by application of the inside on the outside, of the two sides of a membrane, the bomb of the inside and of the outside, in the belly and in the house. It no longer works through linkage of images, but through continual relinked parcellings, the fiendish appearances of the red domino. This is the constructivist novel as cerebral game. Resnais seems to us close to Belli because he makes cinema the cerebral game par excellence, hence the organic cosmic bomb of providence and the fragmentations through transformation of sheets in jet-aim. The hero is sent back to a minute of his past, but this is perpetually relinked in variable sequences, through succeeding drafts. Or again the Gaudy city, as world, and brain, Boulogne as much as Petersburg. This is a space which is both topological and probabilistic. In this respect, we can return to the great difference between classical cinema and modern cinema. The so-called classical cinema works above all through linkage of images, and subordinates cuts to this linkage. On the mathematical analogy, the cuts which divide up two series of images are rational, in the sense that they constitute either the final image of the first series, or the first image of the second. This is the case of the dissolve in its various forms. But even when there is a pure optical cut, and likewise when there is false continuity, the optical cut and the false continuity function as simple lacunae, that is, as voids which are still motor, which the linked images must cross. In short, rational cuts always determine commensurable relations between series of images, and thereby constitute the whole rhythmic system and harmony of classical cinema, at the same time as they integrate associated images in an always open totality. Time here is, therefore, essentially the object of an indirect representation, according to the commensurable relations and rational cuts which organize the sequence or linkage of movement images. This grandiose conception finds its apogee in the theory and practice of Eisenstein. Now, modern cinema can communicate with the old, and the distinction between the two can be very relative. However, it will be defined ideally by a reversal where the image is unlinked and the cut begins to have an importance in itself. The cut, or interstice, between two series of images no longer forms part of either of the two series, it is the equivalent of an irrational cut, which determines the non-commensurable relations between images. It is thus no longer a lacuna that the associated images would be assumed to cross. The images are certainly not abandoned to chance, but there are only relinkages subject to the cut, instead of cuts subject to the linkage. As in jet-aim, there is return to the same image, but caught up in a new series. Ultimately, there are no longer any rational cuts, but only irrational ones. There is thus no longer association through metaphor or metonymy, but relinkage on the literal image. There is no longer linkage of associated images, but only relinkages of independent images. Instead of one image after the other, there is one image plus another, and each shot is deframed in relation to the framing of the following shot. We saw this detail in the case of Goddard's interstitial method, and, more generally, it is the relinked parcelling that is found in Bresson, in Resnais, and in Jacquot and Techine. It is a whole new system of rhythm, and a serial or atonal cinema, a new conception of montage. The cut may now be extended and appear in its own right, as the black screen, the white screen and their derivatives and combinations, hence the great blue image of night, where little feathers or corpuscles flutter at various speeds and in various arrangements, which keeps reappearing in Resnais' Lamb or Aimart. In the first place, the cinematographic image becomes a direct presentation of time, according to non-commensurable relations and irrational cuts. In the second place, this time image puts thought into contact with an unthought, the unsummonable, the inexplicable, the undecidable, the incommensurable. The outside or the obverse of the images has replaced the whole, at the same time as the interstice or the cut has replaced association. Even abstract or eidetic cinema shows a similar evolution. According to a rough periodization, the first epoch is that of geometrical figures, taken at the intersection of two axes, a vertical axis which concerns the integration and differentiation of their intelligible elements and a horizontal axis which concerns their linkages and transformations in a movement material. A powerful organic life therefore sustains the figure, from one axis to the other, and sometimes gives it a linear tension similar to Kandinsky, Egeling's diagonal symphony, sometimes a punctual expansion closer to Paul Klee, Richter's rhythmus. In a second period, line and point are freed from the figure, at the same time as life is freed from the axis of organic representation. Power has passed into a non-organic life, which sometimes traces a continuous arabesque directly onto the film from which it will draw images by point cuts, and sometimes generates the image by making the point flicker on and off on the void of a dark film. This is the cameraless cinema of McLaren, which implies a new relationship with sound, whether in Begone Dull Care or Workshop Experiment in Animated Sound, or Blinkety Blank. But although these elements already had an important role, a third epoch appears when the black or white screen stands for the outside of all the images, when the flickerings multiply the interstices like irrational cuts. Tony Conrad's The Flicker, when proceeding by loops affects relinkages. George Landau's The Film That Rises to the Surface of Clarified Butter. The film does not record the filmic process in this way without projecting a cerebral process. A flickering brain, which relinks or creates loops. This is cinema. Lettrism had already gone a long way in this direction, and, after the geometric epoch and the engraving epoch, proclaimed a cinema of expansion without camera, and also without screen or film stock. Everything can be used as a screen, the body of a protagonist or even the bodies of the spectators. Everything can replace the film stock, in a virtual film which now only goes on in the head, behind the pupils, with sound sources taken as required from the auditorium. A disturbed brain death or a new brain which would be at once the screen, the film stock and the camera, each time membrane of the outside and the inside. In short, the three cerebral components are the point cut, relinkage, and the black or white screen. If the cut no longer forms part of either of the two series of images which it determines, there are only relinkages on either side. And, if it grows larger, if it absorbs all the images, then it becomes the screen, as contact independent of distance, copresence, or application of black and white, of negative and positive, of place and obverse, of full and empty, of past and future, of brain and cosmos, of the inside and the outside. It is these three aspects, topological, of probabilistic and irrational, which constitute the new image of thought. Each is easily inferred from the others, and forms with the others a circulation, the noosphere. Riesnaeus and the Straubs are probably the greatest political filmmakers in the West, in modern cinema. But, oddly, this is not through the presence of the people. On the contrary, it is because they know how to show how the people are what is missing, what is not there. Thus Riesnaeus, in La Guerre est finie, in relation to a Spain that will not be seen, do the people in the old Central Committee stand with the young terrorists or the tired militant? And the German people in the Straubs unreconciled, has there ever been a German people, in a country which has bungled its revolutions, and was constituted under Bismarck and Hitler, to be separated again? This is the first big difference between classical and modern cinema. For in classical cinema, the people are there, even though they are oppressed, tricked, subject, even though blind or unconscious. Soviet cinema is an example. The people are already there in Eisenstein, who shows them performing a qualitative leap in the general line, old and new, or who, in Ivan the Terrible, makes them the advanced edge held in check by the Tsar, and, in Pudovkin, it is on each occasion the progression of a certain awareness which means that the people already has a virtual existence in process of being actualized, and in Vertov and Dovzhenko, in two different ways, there is a unanimity which calls the different peoples into the same melting pot from which the future emerges. But unanimity is also the political character of American cinema before and during the war. This time, it is not the twists and turns of class struggle and the confrontation of ideologies, but the economic crises, the fight against moral prejudice, profiteers and demagogues, which mark the awareness of a people, at the lowest point of their misfortune as well as at the peak of their hope, the unanimism of King Vidor, Capra or Ford, for the problem runs through the Western as much as through the social drama, both testifying to the existence of a people, in hardships as well as in ways of recovering and rediscovering itself. In American and in Soviet cinema, the people are already there, real before being actual, ideal without being abstract. Hence the idea that the cinema, as art of the masses, could be the supreme revolutionary or democratic art, which makes the masses a true subject. But a great many factors were to compromise this belief: the rise of Hitler, which gave cinema as its object not the masses become subject but the masses subjected; Stalinism, which replaced the unanimism of peoples with the tyrannical unity of a party; the breakup of the American people, who could no longer believe themselves to be either the melting pot of peoples past or the seed of a people to come. It was the neo-Western that first demonstrated this breakup. In short, if there were a modern political cinema, it would be on this basis: the people no longer exist, or not yet. The people are missing. No doubt this truth also applied to the West, but very few authors discovered it, because it was hidden by the mechanisms of power and the systems of majority. On the other hand, it was absolutely clear in the Third World, where oppressed and exploited nations remained in a state of perpetual minorities, in a collective identity crisis. Third World and minorities gave rise to authors who would be in a position, in relation to their nation and their personal situation in that nation, to say, the people are what is missing. Kafka and Clay had been the first to state this explicitly. The first said that minor literatures, in the small nations, ought to supplement a national consciousness which is often inert and always in process of disintegration, and fulfill collective tasks in the absence of a people. The second said that painting, to bring together all the parts of its great work, needed a final force, the people who were still missing. This was all the more true for cinema as mass art. Sometimes the Third World filmmaker finds himself before an illiterate public, swamped by American, Egyptian or Indian serials, and karate films, and he has to go through all this. It is this material that he has to work on, to extract from it the elements of a people who are still missing. Lino Brocca. Sometimes the minority filmmaker finds himself in the impasse described by Kafka: the impossibility of not writing, the impossibility of writing in the dominant language, the impossibility of writing differently. Pierre Perrault encounters this situation in Un pays sans bon sens: the impossibility of not speaking, the impossibility of speaking other than in English, the impossibility of speaking English, the impossibility of settling in France in order to speak French. And it is through the state of crisis that he has to pass, it is this that has to be resolved. This acknowledgement of a people who are missing is not a renunciation of political cinema, but on the contrary the new basis on which it is founded, in the Third World and for minorities. Art, and especially cinematographic art, must take part in this task, not that of addressing a people, which is presupposed already there, but of contributing to the invention of a people. The moment the master, or the colonizer, proclaims there have never been people here, the missing people are a becoming, they invent themselves, in shanty towns and camps, or in ghettos, in new conditions of struggle to which necessarily political art must contribute. There is a second big difference between classical and modern political cinema, which concerns the relationship between the political and the private. Kafka suggested that major literatures always maintained a border between the political and the private, however mobile, whilst, in minor literature, the private affair was immediately political and entailed a verdict of life or death. And it is true that, in the large nations, the family, the couple, the individual himself go about their own business, even though this business necessarily expresses social contradictions and problems, or directly suffers their effects. The private element can thus become the place of a becoming conscious, in so far as it goes back to root causes, or reveals the object that it expresses. In this sense, classical cinema constantly maintained this boundary which marked the correlation of the political and the private, and which allowed, through the intermediary of an awareness, passage from one social force to another, from one political position to another, Pudovkin's mother discovers the son's real object in fighting, and takes it over. In Ford's The Grapes of Wrath, it is the mother who sees clearly up to a certain point, and who is relieved by the son when conditions change. This is no longer the case in modern political cinema, where no boundary survives to provide a minimum distance or evolution. The private affair merges with the social or political immediate. In Gilles, the family clans form a network of alliances, a fabric of relationships so close-knit that one character must marry the wife of his dead brother, and another go far away to look for his guilty wife, across a desert of snow, to have her punished in the proper place, and, in the flock as in Gilles, the most progressive hero is condemned to death in advance. It could be said that this is a matter of archaic pastoral families. But, in fact, what is important is that there is no longer a general line, that is, of evolution from the old to the new, or of revolution which produces a leap from one to the other. There is rather, as in South American cinema, a juxtaposition or compenetration of the old and the new which makes up an absurdity, which assumes the form of aberration / what replaces the correlation of the political and the private is the coexistence, to the point of absurdity, of very different social stages. It is in this way that, in Glauber Roche's work, the myths of the people, prophetism and banditism, are the archaic obverse of capitalist violence, as if the people were turning and increasing against themselves the violence that they suffer from somewhere else out of a need for idolization, black god and white devil. Gaining awareness is disallowed either because it takes place in the air, as with the intellectual, or because it is compressed into a hollow, as with Antonio das Mortes, capable only of grasping the juxtaposition of two violences and the continuation of one by the other. What, then, is left? The greatest agitprop cinema that has ever been made. The agitprop is no longer a result of a becoming conscious, but consists of putting everything into a trance, the people and its masters, and the camera itself, pushing everything into a state of aberration, in order to communicate violences as well as to make private business pass into the political, and political affairs into the private, earth entranced. Hence the very specific aspect assumed by the critique of myth in Rocha. It is not a matter of analyzing myth in order to discover its archaic meaning or structure, but of connecting archaic myth to the state of the drives in an absolutely contemporary society: hunger, THIRD, sexuality, power, death, worship. In Asia, in Braca's work, we can also find the immediacy of the raw drive and social violence underneath the myth, for the former is no more natural than the latter is cultural. A lived actual which at the same time indicates the impossibility of living can be extracted from myth in other ways, but continues to constitute the new object of political cinema, putting into a trance, putting into a crisis. In Pierre Perrault, it is a matter of a state of crisis and not of trance. It is a matter of stubborn quests rather than of violent drives. However, the aberrant quest for French ancestors le regne du jour, un pays sans bon sens, c'était un Québécois en Bretagne, testifies in its own way, beneath the myth of origins, to the absence of boundary between the private and the political, but also to the impossibility of living in these conditions, for the colonized person who comes up against an impasse in every direction. It is as if modern political cinema were no longer constituted on the basis of a possibility of evolution and revolution, like the classical cinema, but on impossibilities, in the style of Kafka, the intolerable. Western authors cannot save themselves from Kai's impasse, unless they settle for a cardboard people and paper revolutionaries. It is a condition which makes Komali a true political filmmaker when he takes as his object a double impossibility, that of forming a group and that of not forming a group, the impossibility of escaping from the group and the impossibility of being satisfied with it, l'ombre rouge. If the people are missing, if there is no longer consciousness, evolution, or revolution, it is the scheme of reversal which itself becomes impossible. There will no longer be conquest of power by a proletariat, or by a united or unified people. The best third world filmmakers could believe in this for a time: Roche's Guevarism, Chahin's Nasserism, Black American cinema's Black Powerism. But this was the perspective from which these authors were still taking part in the classical conception, so slow, imperceptible and difficult to cite clearly. The death knell for becoming conscious was precisely the consciousness that there were no people, but always several peoples, an infinity of peoples, who remain to be united, or should not be united, in order for the problem to change. It is in this way that third world cinema is a cinema of minorities, because the people exist only in the condition of minority, which is why they are missing. It is in minorities that private business is immediately political. Acknowledging the failure of fusions or unifications which did not recreate a tyrannical unity, and did not turn back against the people, modern political cinema has been created on this fragmentation, this breakup. This is its third difference. After the Black American cinema makes a return to the ghettos, returns to the side of a consciousness, and, instead of replacing a negative image of the black with a positive one, multiplies types and characters, and each DME creates or recreates only a small part of the image which no longer corresponds to a linkage of actions, but to shattered states of emotions or drives, expressible in pure images and sounds. The specificity of black cinema is now defined by a new form, the struggle that must bear on the medium itself. Charles Burnett, Robert Gardner, Haile Gerima, Charles Lane. Phi in another style. This is the compositional mode of Chahine in Arab cinema. Why Alexandria reveals a plurality of intertwined lines, primed from the beginning, one of these lines being the principal one, the story of the boy, the others having to be pushed until they cut across the principal one, and memory leaves no place for the principal line, and pursues the multiple threads which end in the author's heart attack. Conceived as internal trial and verdict, in a kind of why me, but where the arteries of the inside are in immediate contact with the lines of the outside. In Chahine's work, the question why takes on a properly cinematographic value, just as much as the question how in Goddard. Why, is the question of the inside, the question of the I, for, if the people are missing, if they are breaking up into minorities, it is I who am first of all a people, the people of my atoms as Carmelo Bainey said, the people of my arteries as Chahine said. For his part, Gerima says that, if there is a plurality of black movements, each filmmaker is a movement in himself. But why, is also the question from the outside, the question of the world, the question of the people who, missing, invent themselves, who have a chance to invent themselves by asking the I the question that it asked them, Alexandria I Alexandria. Many third world films invoke memory, implicitly or even in their title, Perrault's Pour la suite du monde, Chahine's memory, Clyfe's fertile memory. This is not a psychological memory as faculty for summoning recollections, or even a collective memory as that of an existing people. It is, as we have seen, the strange faculty which puts into immediate contact the outside and the inside, the people's business and private business, the people who are missing and the I who is absent, a membrane, a double becoming. Kafka spoke of this power taken on by memory in small nations. The memory of a small nation is no shorter than that of a large one, hence it works on the existing material at a deeper level. It gains in depth and distance what it lacks in extent. It is no longer psychological nor collective, because each person in a little country inherits only the portion due to him, and has no goal other than this portion, even if he neither recognizes nor maintains it. Communication of the world and the I in a fragmented world and in a fragmented I which are constantly being exchanged. It is as if the whole memory of the world is set down on each oppressed people, and the whole memory of the I comes into play in an organic crisis. The arteries of the people to which I belong, or the people of my arteries. But is this I not the I of the third world intellectual, whose portrait Rocha and Chahine among others have often sketched, and who has to break with the condition of the colonized, but can do so only by going over to the colonizer's side, even if only aesthetically, through artistic influences? Kafka pointed to another path, a narrow path between the two dangers, precisely because great talents or superior individualities are rare in minor literatures. the author is not in a condition to produce individual utterances which would be like invented stories, but also, because the people are missing, the author is in a situation of producing utterances which are already collective, which are like the seeds of the people to come, and whose political impact is immediate and inescapable. The author can be marginalized or separate from his more or less illiterate community as much as you like. This condition puts him all the more in a position to express potential forces and, in his very solitude, to be a true collective agent, a collective leaven, a catalyst. What Kafka suggests for literature is even more valid for cinema, inasmuch as it brings collective conditions together through itself. And this is in fact the last characteristic of a modern political cinema. The cinema author finds himself before a people which, from the point of view of culture, is doubly colonized by stories that have come from elsewhere, but also by their own myths become impersonal entities at the service of the colonizer. The author must not, then, make himself into the ethnologist of his people, nor himself invent a fiction which would be one more private story, for every personal fiction, like every impersonal myth, is on the side of the masters. It is in this way that we see Rocha destroying myths from the inside, and Perrault repudiating every fiction that an author could create. Here remains the possibility of the author providing himself with intercessors, that is, of taking real and not fictional characters, but putting these very characters in the condition of making up fiction, of making legends, of storytelling. The author takes a step towards his characters, but the characters take a step towards the author, double becoming. Storytelling is not an impersonal myth, but neither is it a personal fiction. It is a word in act, a speech act through which the character continually crosses the boundary which would separate his private business from politics, and which itself produces collective utterances. Daney observed that African cinema, but this applies to the whole Third World, is not, as the West would like, a cinema which dances, but a cinema which talks, a cinema of the speech act. It is in this way that it avoids fiction and ethnology. In Sedo, Usman Assembin extracts the storytelling which is the basis of living speech, which ensures its freedom and circulation, which gives it the value of collective utterance, thus contrasting it with the myths of the Islamic colonist. Was this not already Rocha's way of operating on the myths of Brazil? His internal critique would first isolate a lived present beneath the myth, which could be intolerable, the unbelievable, the impossibility of living now in this society, black god and white devil, earth entranced. Then he had to seize from the unliving a speech act which could not be forced into silence, an act of storytelling which would not be a return to myth but a production of collective utterances capable of raising misery to a strange positivity, the invention of a people. Antonio das Mortes, the lion has 7 heads, severed heads. The trance, the putting into trances, are a transition, a passage, or a becoming. It is the trance which makes the speech act possible, through the ideology of the colonizer, the myths of the colonized and the discourse of the intellectual. The author puts the parties in trances in order to contribute to the invention of his people who, alone, can constitute the whole ensemble. The parties are again not exactly real in Rocha, but reconstructed, and in Sembin they are reconstituted in a story which goes back to the 17th century. It is Perrault, at the other end of America, who addresses real characters, his intercessors, in order to prevent any fiction, but also to carry out the critique of myth. Operating by putting into crisis, Perrault will isolate the storytelling speech act, sometimes as the generator of action, the reinvention of porpoise fishing in Pour la Suite du Monde, sometimes taking itself as object, the search for ancestors in Le Regne du Jour, sometimes bringing about a creative simulation, the elk hunt in La Bête Lumineuse, but always in such a way that storytelling is itself memory, and memory is invention of a people. Everything perhaps culminates in Le Pays de la Terre sans arbres, which brings all the ways together, or, by contrast, in Un Pays sans bon sens, which minimizes them, for, here, the real character has the most solitude, and does not even belong to Quebec, but to a tiny French minority in an English country, and leaps from Winnipeg to Paris the better to invent his belonging to Quebec, and to produce a collective utterance for it. Not the myth of a past people, but the storytelling of the people to come. The speech act must create itself as a foreign language in a dominant language, precisely in order to express an impossibility of living under domination. It is the real character who leaves his private condition, at the same time as the author his abstract condition, to form, between the two, between several, the utterances of Quebec, about America, about Brittany and Paris, free indirect discourse. In Jean Rouch, in Africa, the trance of the maîtres fous is extended in a double becoming, through which the real char actors become another by storytelling, but the author, too, himself becomes another, by providing himself with real characters. It may be objected that Jean Rouch can only with difficulty be considered a third world author, but no one has done so much to put the West to flight, to flee himself, to break with the cinema of ethnology and c'est-moi noir, at a time when blacks play roles in American series or those of hip Parisians. The speech act has several heads, and, little by little, plants the elements of a people to come as the free indirect discourse of Africa about itself, about America or about Paris. As a general rule, third world cinema has this aim, through trance or crisis, to constitute an assemblage which brings real parties together, in order to make them produce collective utterances as the prefiguration of the people who are missing, and, as Clay says, we can do no more. The break between the talkie and the silent picture, and the resistances which it produced, have often been emphasized. But it has been shown with as much justification how the silent film called for the talkie, already implied it. The silent film was not silent, but only noiseless, as Maitre says, or only deaf, as Michel Caillon says. What the talkie seemed to lose was the universal language, and the omnipotence of montage. What it seemed to gain according to Maitre, was a continuity in the passage from one place to another, from one moment to another. But another difference perhaps appears if we compare the components of the silent image with those of the talking image. The silent image is composed from the scene image, and the intertitle which is read, second function of the eye. The intertitle includes, among other elements, speech acts. Being scriptural, those passed into the indirect style, the intertitle, I'm going to kill you, is read in the form he says he's going to kill him, took on an abstract universality and expressed in some sense a law. Whilst the scene image kept and developed something natural, took on the natural aspect of things and beings. Analyzing Murnau's taboo, Louis Audibert observes that it is not only a film kept silent at the time of the talkie, but a way of justifying the permanence of the silent film, for, by virtue of its most profound theme, the visual image points to an innocent physical nature, to an immediate life which has no need of language, whilst the intertitle or piece of writing shows the law, the forbidden, the transmitted order, which come to shatter this innocence, as in Rousseau. It will be objected that this division is closely linked to the exotic subject of taboo. But this is not clear. Silent cinema constantly showed civilization, the city, the flat, everyday objects, objects of art or cult, every possible artifact. However, it passes on a kind of naturalness to them, which is as it were the secret and beauty of the silent image. Even the great film sets as such have their own naturalness. Even faces take on the appearance of natural phenomena, to adopt Bazin's observation on the Passion of Joan of Arc. The visual image shows the structure of a society, its situation, its places and functions, the attitudes and roles, the actions and reactions of the individuals, in short the form and the contents. And, no doubt, it grips speech acts so tightly that it can make us see the lamentations of the poor or the cry of the rebels. It shows the condition of a speech act, its immediate consequences and even its phonation. But what it reaches in this way is the nature of a society, the social physics of actions and reactions, even the physics of speech. Eisenstein said that, in Griffith, the poor and the rich were so by nature. But Eisenstein himself preserves the identity of society or of history with nature, with the important reservation that identity is now dialectical, and passes through the transformation of the natural being of man, and of the human being of nature, non-indifferent nature. Hence, we have seen, a different conception of montage. In short, in the silent cinema in general, the visual image is, as it were, naturalized, as far as it presents us with the natural being of man in history or society, whilst the other element, the other plane which is as distinct from history as from nature, passes into a discourse that is necessarily written, that is read, and put into an indirect style. Hence, silent cinema must intertwine the scene image and the read image to the highest possible degree, whether by forming real blocks with the intertitle, in the style of Vertov or Eisenstein, or by making particularly important scriptural elements pass into the visual, as in the written orders and messages in Taboo, or, in Keaton's Our Hospitality, the vengeful father who sees the framed motto "Love thy neighbor as thyself" over his daughter's head. Or at any rate, by developing graphic research on the written text, for example, the repetition of the word brothers whose letters grow larger in Battleship Potemkin. What happens with the talking cinema? The speech act is no longer connected with the second function of the eye, it is no longer read but heard. It becomes direct, and recovers the distinctive features of discourse which were altered in the silent or written film. The distinctive feature of discourse, according to Benveniste, is the IU relation between persons. It will be noticed that cinema does not become audiovisual as a result of this. In contrast to the intertitle, which was an image other than the visual image, the talkie, the sound film are heard, but as a new dimension of the visual image, a new component. It is even for this reason that they are image. This is a situation which is completely different from that in theater. It is likely, from this point, that the talkie modifies the visual image, in so far as it is heard, it makes visible in itself something that did not freely appear in the silent film. It is as if the visual image is denaturalized. In effect, it takes on an area that might even be called human interactions, which are distinct from both previous structures and consequent actions or reactions. Of course, interactions are closely bound up with structures, actions, and reactions. But the latter are conditions or consequences of the speech act, whilst the former are the correlate of the act, and only show themselves in it, through it, as the reciprocities of perspective in the IU relationship, the interferences corresponding to communication. A sociology of communication is constituted on this basis, interactions caught at the point where they do not derive from pre-existing social structures and are not the same as psychic actions and reactions, but are the correlate of speech acts or silence, stripping the social of its naturalness, forming systems which are far from being in equilibrium or invent their own equilibrium. Socialization, interactions are established in the margins or at the crossroads, constituting a whole mise en scene or dramaturgy of daily life, uneasinesses, deceptions, and conflicts in interaction, opening up a field of special perception, of specific visibility, and provoking a hypertrophy of the eye. Interactions make themselves seen in speech acts. Interactions do not simply concern the partners in a speech act precisely because they are not explained through individuals, any more than they derive from a structure, rather it is the speech act which, through its continuous circulation, propagation and autonomous evolution, will create the interaction between individuals or groups who are far away, dispersed, indifferent to each other. As in a song which crosses places, spaces, and people, one of the first examples of this was Mamelian's Love Me Tonight. If it is true that the talking cinema is an interactionist sociology in action, or rather the other way round, if it is true that interactionism is a talking cinema, it will come as no surprise that rumor has been a cinematographically privileged object. Ford's The Whole Town's Talking, Mankiewicz's People Will Talk, and already Lang's M. As Noel Birch summarizes it, one of the first sequences in M appears like this: a man reads out a police poster, in front of which a crowd has gathered, in a loud voice. The same text is continued in the form, first, of a radio announcement, then in that of the reading in a loud voice of a newspaper in the cafe which serves as frame. And where excited customers end up coming to blows, the victim accusing his assailant of being a stainer of reputation. This phrase, by which the scene is interrupted, goes hand in hand with what a slanderer shouted out by a man whose apartment the police are going through on the basis of an anonymous letter. Finally, when this man, unjustly suspected, suggests that the killer could be anybody in the street, this response introduces the fourth episode in the series: somebody gets manhandled by the crowd as a result of a tragic misunderstanding. Of course there is a situation, actions, and reactions, but another, irreducible dimension is mixed with these. It will be noticed, in the example of Lang as in many others, that the written, the poster, the newspaper, is there to be rendered by the voice, taken up by determinate speech acts which make each scene go hand in hand with the next. To the extent that, in fact, it is one and the same indeterminate speech act, rumor, which circulates and spreads, making visible the live interactions between independent characters and separate places. And the more autonomous the speech act becomes as it goes beyond determinate characters, the more the field of visual perception that it opens up is presented as problematic, positioned on a problematic point at the limit of tangled lines of interaction, as in the killer leaning with his back against the wall whom we can barely see, or the doubles in Ford's film and the forkings in that of Mankiewicz. Structure and situation continue to condition interactions, as they did actions and reactions, but they are regulative and no longer constitute conditions. Interaction remains structured by such conditions, but stays problematic in the course of action. We can see from all this the extent to which talking cinema had nothing in common with the theater and that the two could only be confused at the level of bad films. The question, what innovations did talking cinema bring to the silent film, then loses its ambiguity and may be dealt with briefly. Take a theme like that of police-gangster collaboration, in Eisenstein's Strike. This collaboration which puts the barrel workers at the service of the management is caught in a play of actions and reactions which matches the natural dependence of the gangster and derives from the structure of a capitalist society. In M, the collaboration passes through a speech act which becomes independent of the two parties concerned, because a phrase begun by the Kommissar will be continued, extended, or transformed by the leader of the gang, in two different places, and will make visible a problematic interaction of parties which are themselves independent, as a function of circumstances, sociology of situations, of circumstances. Or take another theme like that of degradation. In M. Ernaux's The Last Laugh, the degradation of the head porter is able to pass through a ceremonial and a phonatory, even though silent, seen in the manager's office. It can include visual rhymes, between the revolving doors at the beginning, the dream of the doors, and the doors to the lavatories where the man ends up. The film's splendor consists of a physics of social degradation, where an individual goes down through the places and functions in a structure in the big hotel, which has a natural or constitutive role. In Sternberg's The Blue Angel, in contrast, the teacher's cock-a-doodle-doo is a sound drama, a speech act, which is this time emitted only by a single individual but nonetheless takes on an autonomy, and makes visible the interaction of two independent places, the school which the teacher leaves for the cabaret in a first cock-a-doodle-doo, shy and becoming intoxicated with himself, then the cabaret which the teacher leaves to return to die in the school, after another cock-a-doodle-doo, which marks the climax of the degradation and abjectness that he has suffered. There is something here that the silent film could not achieve, even and especially with alternate montage. If Sternberg's film is a great work of talking cinema, it is because the two separate places, the school and the club, respectively pass through the ordeal of silence and sound, and enter all the more into interaction because the cock-a-doodle-doo goes from the first to the second, then from the second to the first, in two different times, in consequence of interactions internal to the teacher himself. The silent cinema carried out a division of the visible image and the readable speech. But when speech makes itself heard, it is as if it makes something new visible, and the visible image, denaturalized, begins to become readable in turn, as something visible or visual. The latter, from this point, acquires problematic values or a certain equivocal quality which it did not have in the silent cinema. What the speech act makes visible, interaction, may always be badly deciphered, read, seen, hence a whole rise in the lie, in deception, which takes place in the visual image. Jean Duchet defined Mankiewicz by the cinematographic power of language, and certainly no author has made such use of the speech act, which nevertheless owes nothing to the theater. For the speech act in Mankiewicz makes visible interactions, but ones which remain at the time imperceptible to many participants, or badly seen, and which allow themselves to be deciphered only by privileged characters gifted with hypertrophy of the eye. So that these interactions, forkings, which come from speech will return to speech, second speech or voice off, which can only make visible afterwards what initially escaped the view, because it was too strong, too incredible, or too awful. It is forking which becomes the visual correlate of a double speech act in Mankiewicz, once as voice off, once as voice in action. It was inevitable that the talkie took what appeared to be the most superficial social forms as its privileged object, encounters with the other sex, other class, other region, other nation, other civilization. The less of a pre-existing social structure there is, the better is revealed, not a silent natural life, but pure forms of sociability necessarily passing through conversation. And conversation is undoubtedly inseparable from structures, places, and functions, from interests and motives, from actions and reactions which are external to it. But it also possesses the power of artificially subordinating all these determinations, of making them a stake, or rather of making them the variables of an interaction which corresponds to it. Interests, feeling, or love no longer determine conversation, they themselves depend on the division of stimulation in conversation, the latter determining relations of force and structurations which are particular to it. This is why there is always something mad, schizophrenic, in a conversation taken for itself, with bar conversations, lovers' conversations, money conversations, or small talk as its essence. Psychiatrists have studied the conversation of schizophrenics, with its mannerisms, its interactional bringing closer and putting at a distance, but all conversation is schizophrenic, conversation is a model of schizophrenia, not the other way round. Burdett rightly says, seeing conversation as the whole of what comes to be said, what polycephalic, and almost half-mad, subject is to be imagined to utter it. It would be wrong to consider conversation in terms of partners who are already joined or linked. Even in this case, the specificity of conversation lies in its redistributing the stakes, and its initiation of interactions between supposedly dispersed and independent people who pass through the scene by chance, so that conversation is a contracted rumor, and rumor an expanded conversation, both of which reveal the autonomy of communicadon or circuladon. This time, it is not conversation which provides the model of interaction, it is interaction between separated people, or within one and the same person, which is the model of conversation. What might be called sociability, or small talk, in a very general sense, is never identical with society, it is a matter of the interactions which coincide with speech acts, and not actions and reactions which pass through them according to a prior structure. This essence of small talk in conversation, as distinct from society, is what Proust discovered, but also the sociologist Simmel. It is strange to note how powerless theatre and even the novel were to grasp conversation for itself, except in authors contemporary with cinema, Proust, James, or even directly influenced by it, Wilson in the theatre, or Dos Passos and Nathalie Sarraute in the novel. In fact, the talking cinema was in absolutely no danger of being confused with film theatre or novel, except at its lowest level. What cinema invented was the sound conversation which, until then, had escaped the theatre and novel alike, and the visual or readable interactions which corresponded to conversation. Perhaps the lowest level was always in danger of drawing cinema into a dead end, filmed dialogue. So that it would take neorealism and especially the new wave to rediscover conversation and interact on, this was a great reactivation, in a positive, parodic, or critical mode, in Truffaut, Goddard and Chabrol. But conversation and interaction were nonetheless, from the beginning of the talkie, cinema's triumph, as it made them a special genre, the properly cinematographic comedy, the American comedy par excellence, but also the French comedy, with more ambiguity in Pignol and Gaitry. Conversation will produce the interactions which tighten or loosen the bonds between individuals, which oblige them to be winners or losers, to modify or even reverse their perspective independently of its contents or objects. For example, is the old lady going to finance the enterprise? Is the young girl going to seduce the man? It is the stimulation of the play of interactions which decides economic or amorous contents, not the other way round. The cinematographic talkie, whose potential is realized from the outset by the American comedy, is defined by the way that speech acts fill space, in increasingly numerous and delicate conditions which on each occasion constitute the right form, bringing together talking speed and the space shown. Everybody talks at once, or the speech of one person fills the space so well that it reduces the other to vain attempts, stammerings, efforts to interrupt. The ordinary madness in the American family, and the constant intrusion of the stranger or the abnormal, like a disequilibrium in systems which are themselves far from equilibrium, will produce the classics of comedy, Capra's Arsenic and Old Lace. An actress like Katharine Hepburn reveals her mastery in the sociability stakes through the speed of her retorts, the way that she disorients her partner and ties him in a knot, the indifference to contents, the variety or reversal of perspectives through which she passes. Cukor, Macquarrie, and Hawkes make conversation, the craziness of conversation, the essence of American comedy, and Hawkes was able to give it an unprecedented speed. Lubitsch conquers a whole area of sub-conversation, somewhat as Nathalie Sarraute defines it. Capra achieves discourse as element of comedy, precisely because he shows an interaction with the public within discourse itself. In Ruggles of Red Gap, Macquarrie already contrasted English reserve and conciseness with free American discourse founded on Lincoln's Declaration. And it is understandable that discourse as cinematographic object could make Capra go from comedy to the series Why We Fight, insofar as the very form of sociability, despite its relations of forces and the cruelty essential to its stakes, appears in Democracy, defined as artificial world where individuals have abandoned the objective aspects of their situation and the personal aspects of their activity in order to produce a pure interaction between themselves. American comedy mobilizes nations, confrontation of America with England, France, the USSR. But also regions, the man from Texas, classes, and also those outside classes, the drifter, the tramp, the adventurer, all characters dear to interactionist sociology, so as to make visible interactions, discontents in interaction, reversals in interaction. And, if objective social contents are blurred in favor of forms of sociability, subjects survive, in the accents and intonations of country or class, as subjects of speech acts, or as variables of the speech act caught in its intersubjective whole. Perhaps in a different cinematographic genre, in certain adventure films, subjects themselves disappear. In this case the rapid voices become atonal and accentless, horizontal, looking for the shortest route, voices which are already blank in the same sense as blank weapons, replicas each of which could just as well be uttered by someone else, to the point where conversation reveals its madness all the more because it now merges with the autonomous whole of what comes to be said, and where interaction is revealed in a purer form because it has become oddly neutral, as in the Bogart-Lauren Bacall couple. In certain Hawks films, like To Have and Have Not or The Big Sleep, the heard speech act, as component of the visual image, makes something visible in that image. It is perhaps in this sense that Comali's hypothesis is to be understood, the abandonment of depth of field, and the taking on of a certain flatness of the image, would have had as one of their principal causes the talkie, which constituted a fourth dimension of the visual image, supplementing the third. But, as such, the speech act is not restricted to making visible, it sometimes itself sees. Michel Caillon has analyzed the special case of these seeing voices, which have an eye in the voice, like that of Lang's The Testament of Dr. Mabius, or that of the computer in Kubrick's, to which could be added Mankiewicz's voices. And, more generally, the heard speech act is itself in a sense seen. It is not just its source which may, or may not, be seen. In being heard, it is itself seen, as itself tracing a path in the visual image. It is true that silent cinema could already show the space covered by an unheard speech act and supplement it, the passing on of a slogan motd ordre in Eisenstein, the seductress's whistle which makes the man jump in Murnau's Sunrise, the call of the lookout which goes through progressive close-ups in Murnau's Taboo, the siren and noises of machines, through beams of light in Lang's Metropolis. These are great moments of silent film. But it was the space covered which allowed the silent speech act to be reconstituted in this way. Whilst it is now the heard voice which spreads in visual space, or fills it, trying to reach its addressee across obstacles and diversions. It hollows out space. Bogart's voice at the microphone is like a guided missile which strives to reach the woman in the crowd who must get the urgent warning. The Enforcer by Walsh and Windest, the mother's song has to go up the stairs and through the rooms before its refrain finally reaches the imprisoned child. Hitchcock's The Man Who Knew Too Much. Wales' The Invisible Man was a masterpiece of the talking cinema because speech became all the more visible in it. What Philippon says about Alawi's Birouth la Rencontre applies to all talking cinema worthy of the NPE, in its fundamental difference from theater. Speech is truly seen forcing a difficult path through the ruins. The author has filmed speech as something visible, as a material in movement. The reversal which tends to be produced in the talkie, in relation to the silent cinema, thus appears, instead of a seen image and a read speech, the speech act becomes visible at the same time as it makes itself heard, but also the visual image becomes legible as such, as visual image in which the speech act is inserted as a component. We are sometimes reminded that there is not just one soundtrack, but at least three groups: words, noises, music. Perhaps an even greater number of sound components should be distinguished: noises, which isolate an object and are isolated from each other; sounds, which indicate relationships and are themselves in mutual relation; phonations, which cut into these relations, which can be shouts, but also genuine argons, as in the talking burlesque of Chaplin or Jerry Lewis; words, music. It is clear that these different elements can enter into a rivalry, fight each other, supplement each other, overlap, transform each other. This was the object of thorough research from the outset of talking cinema by René Clair. It was one of the most important aspects of Tati's work, where intrinsic relations of sounds are systematically deformed, but also where elementary noises become characters, the ping-pong ball, the car in Mr. Hulot's Holiday, and where, conversely, characters enter into conversation through noises, the PFFF conversation in playtime. All this would be a sign, following a fundamental thesis of Fano, that there is already a single sound continuum, whose elements are separate only in terms of an ultimate referent or signified, but not of a signifier. The voice is not separable from noises, from the sounds which on occasion make it inaudible. This is indeed the second important difference between cinematographic and theatrical speech acts. Fano cites the example of Mizoguchi's A Story from Chikmatsu, where Japanese phenomena, sound effects, and punctuations by percussion weave a continuum whose mesh is so fine that it seems impossible to find its weft. All of Mizoguchi's sound work goes in this direction. With Goddard, not only can music hide the voice, as at the beginning of Weekend, but First Name Carmen uses musical movements, speech acts, sounds of doors, sounds of the sea or the metro, cries of seagulls, pluckings of strings, revolver shots, slidings of bows and machine gun bursts, the attack of music and the attack in the bank, the correspondences between these elements, and especially their displacements, their cuts, in such a way as to form the power of one and the same sound continuum. Rather than invoking the signifier and the signified, we might say that the sound components are separate only in the abstraction of their pure hearing. But, in so far as they are a specific dimension, a fourth dimension of the visual image, which does not mean that they merge with a referent or a signified, then they all form together one single component, a continuum. And so far as they rival, overlap, cross and cut into each other, they trace a path full of obstacles in visual space, and they do not make themselves heard without also being seen, for themselves, independently of their sources, at the same time as they make the image readable, a little like a musical score. If the continuum, or the sound component, does not have separable elements, it is nonetheless differentiated at each moment into two diverging directions which express its relation to the visual image. This double relation passes through the out-of-field, even though the latter is fully part of the cinematographic visual image. It is true that it is not sound that invents the out-of-field, but it is sound which dwells in it, and which fills the visual not seen with a specific presence. From the outset, the problem of sound was, how could sound and speech be used so that they were not simply an unnecessary addition to what was seen? This problem was not a denial that sound and talking were a component of the visual image, on the contrary, it was because it was a specific component that sound did not have to be unnecessary in relation to what was seen in the visual. The famous Soviet manifesto already proposed that sound referred to a source out of field, and would therefore be a visual counterpoint, and not the double of a seen point. The noise of boots is all the more interesting when they are not seen. We may recall René Clair's great successes in this area, like Under the Roofs of Paris, where the young man and the young girl pursue their conversation, lying in the dark, all the lights out. Bresson maintains this principle of non-redundancy, non-coincidence, very firmly. When a sound can suppress an image, suppress the image or neutralize it. This is the third difference from theater. In short, sound in all its forms comes to fill the out-of-field of the visual image, and realizes itself all the more in this sense as component of that image. At the level of the voice, it is what is called voice-off, whose source is not seen. In volume we considered the two aspects of the out-of-field, the to the side and the elsewhere, the relative and the absolute. Sometimes the out-of-field is linked to a visual space, by right, which naturally extends the space seen in the image. In this case the sound off prefigures what it comes from, something that will soon be seen, or which could be seen in a subsequent image. For instance, the noise of a lorry that is not yet visible, or the sounds of a conversation only one of whose participants is visible. This first relation is that of a given set with a larger set which extends or encompasses it, but which is of the same nature. Sometimes, in contrast, the out-of-field shows a power of a different kind, exceeding any space or set. It is connected in this case to the whole which is expressed in sets, to the change which is expressed in movement, to the duration which is expressed in space, to the living concept which is expressed in the image, to the spirit which is expressed in matter. In this second case, the sound or voice-off consists rather of music, and of very particular speech acts which are reflexive and not now interactive ones, the voice which evokes, comments, knows, endowed with an omnipotence or a strong power over the sequence of images. These two relations of the out-of-field, the actualizable relation with other sets, the virtual relation with the whole, are inversely proportional, but both of them are alike strictly inseparable from the visual image, and already appear in the silent film, for instance, Dreyer's The Passion of Joan of Arc. When cinema acquires sound, when sound fills the out-of-field, it therefore does so in consequence of these two aspects, of their complementarity and inverse proportionality, even if it is destined to produce new effects. Pascal Bonitzer and then Michel Caillon have called the unity of voice-off into question, by showing how it was necessarily divided according to the two relations. In effect it seems as if the sound continuum was constantly differentiated in two directions, one of which carries noises and interactive speech acts, the other reflexive speech acts and music. Goddard once said that two soundtracks are needed because we have two hands, and cinema is a manual and tactile art. And it is true that sound has a special relation with touch, hitting on things, on bodies, as at the beginning of First Name Carmen. But even for a person with no arms, the sound continuum would continue to be differentiated in accordance with the two relations of the visual image, its actualizable relation with other possible images, realized or not, and its virtual relation with the totality of images which is unrealizable. The differentiation of the aspects in the sound continuum is not a separation, but a communication, a circulation which constantly reconstitutes the continuum. Take, for example, the testament of Dr. Mabius. According to Michel Caillan's exemplary analysis, the terrible voice seems to be always to the side, in accordance with the first aspect of the out of field, but, as soon as there is a move to the side, it is already elsewhere, omnipotent, in accordance with the second aspect, until it is localized, identified in the image seen, voice in. None of these aspects, however, negates or reduces the others, and each survives in the others. There is no last word. This is also true of music. In Antonioni's Eclipse, the music that first surrounds the lovers in the park is discovered to come from a pianist whom we do not see, but who is to the side. The sound off thus changes its status, passes from one out of field to the other, then goes back in the opposite direction, when it continues to make itself heard far from the park, following the lovers in the street. But, because the out of field belongs to the visual image, the circuit passes equally through the sounds situated in the seen image, hence all the instances where the music's source is seen, as in the dances beloved of the French school. This is a network of sound communication and permutation, bearing noises, sounds, reflexive or interactive speech acts and music, which enter the visual image, from outside and from inside, and make it all the more legible. The prime example of such a cinematographic network is Mankiewicz, and especially People Will Talk, where all the speech acts intercommunicate, but also both the visual image to which these speech acts refer, and the music which harmonizes and goes beyond them, carrying away the image itself. Hence, we are moving towards a problem which does not now concern only the intercommunication of sound elements on the basis of the visual image, but the intercommunication of the latter, in all its forms of belonging, with something that goes beyond it, without being able to do without it, without ever being able to do without it. The circuit is not only that of sound elements, including musical elements, in relation to the visual image, but the relation of the visual image itself with the musical element par excellence, which slips everywhere, in, off, noises, sounds, speeches. Movement in space expresses a whole which changes, rather as the migration of birds expresses a seasonal variation. Everywhere that a movement is established between things and persons, a variation or a change is established in time, that is, in an open hole which includes them and into which they plunge. We saw this earlier. The movement image is necessarily the expression of a whole. It forms in this sense an indirect representation of time. This is the very reason that the movement image has two out of fields, the one relative, according to which movement concerning the set of an image is pursued or can be pursued in a larger set of the same nature, the other absolute, according to which movement, whatever the set which it is taken as part of, refers to a changing whole which it expresses. According to the first dimension, the visual image links up with other images. According to the other dimension, the linked images are internalized in the whole, and the whole is externalized in the images, itself changing at the same time as the images move and link up. Of course, the movement image does not only have extensive movements, space, but also intensive movements, light, and affective movements, the soul. Time as open and changing totality nonetheless goes beyond all the movements, even the personal changes of the soul or affective movements, even though it cannot do without them. It is thus caught in an indirect representation, because it cannot do without movement images which express it, and yet goes beyond all relative movements, forcing us to think an absolute of the movement of bodies, an infinity of the movement of light, a backgroundless sans fond of the movement of souls, the sublime. From the movement image to the living concept, and vice versa. Now all this already applied to silent cinema. If we ask now what cinema music contributes, the elements of a reply appear. Silent cinema certainly included a music, improvised or programmed. But this music found itself subject to a certain obligation to correspond to the visual image, or to serve descriptive, illustrative, and narrative ends, acting as a form of intertitle. When cinema develops sound and talking, music is in a sense emancipated, and can take flight. But what does this flight and this emancipation consist of? Eisenstein gave a first response, in his analyses of Prokofiev's music for Alexander Nevsky. The image and the music had themselves to form a whole, revealing an element common to the visual and the sound, which would be movement or even vibration. There would be a certain way of reading the visual image, corresponding to the hearing of the music. But this thesis does not conceal its intention of assimilating the mixing, or audiovisual montage, to silent montage, of which it would just be a special case. It fully preserves the idea of correspondence, and replaces external or illustrative correspondence by an internal correspondence. It believes that the whole should be formed by the visual and sound which go beyond themselves in a higher unity. But, since the silent visual image already expressed a whole, how can we ensure that the sound and visual whole is not the same, or, if it is the same, does not give rise to two redundant expressions? For Eisenstein, it is a matter of forming a whole with two expressions whose common measure would be discovered, always commensurability. Whilst the achievement of sound consisted rather in expressing the whole in two incommensurable, non-corresponding ways. It is in fact in this direction that the problem of cinema music finds a Nietzschean solution, rather than Eisenstein's Hegelian one. According to Nietzsche, or at least according to the still Schopenhauerian Nietzsche of the birth of tragedy, the visual image comes from Apollo, who causes it to move according to a measure, and makes it represent the whole indirectly, mediately, through the intermediary of lyric poetry or drama. But the whole is also capable of a direct presentation, of an immediate image incommensurable with the first, and this time musical, Dionysian, closer to an inexhaustible will vouloir sans fin than to a movement. In tragedy, the musical immediate image is like the core of fire which is surrounded by Apollonian visual images, and cannot do without their procession. In the case of cinema, which is first of all a visual art, it will be music which will be thought to add the immediate image to mediate images which represented the whole indirectly. But the essential point has not changed, namely the difference in nature between indirect representation and direct presentation. According to musicians like Pierre Janson, or, to a lesser degree, Philippe Arthuis, cinema music must be abstract and autonomous, a true foreign body in the visual image, rather like a speck of dust in the eye, and must accompany something that is in the film without being shown or suggested in it. There is certainly a relation, but it is not an external correspondence nor even an internal one which would lead us back to an imitation. It is a reaction between the musical foreign body and the completely different visual images, or rather an interaction independent of any common structure. Internal correspondence is no more valid than external, and a barcarolle finds just as good a correlate in the movement of light and water as in the embrace of a Venetian couple. Hans Eisler demonstrated this, criticizing Eisenstein. There is no movement common to the visual and to sound, and music does not act as movement, but as stimulant to movement without being its double, that is, as will. For movement images, visual images in movement, express a whole that changes, but they express it indirectly, so that change as property of the whole does not regularly coincide with any relative movement of persons or things, not even with the effective movement internal to a character or a group. It is expressed directly in music, but as contrast or even in conflict, in disparity with the movement of the visual images. Pudovkin gave an instructive example. The failure of a proletarian demonstration should not be accompanied by melancholic or even violent music, but constitutes only the drama in interaction with the music, with the change of the whole as rising will of the proletariat. Eisler gives many examples of this pathetic distance between music and images: an incisive fast music for a passive or depressing image, the tenderness or serenity of a barcarolle as spirit of place in relation to violent events which are happening, a hymn to solidarity for images of oppression. In short, sound cinema adds a direct, but musical, and only musical, non-corresponding presentation to the indirect representation of time as changing whole. This is the living concept, which goes beyond the visual image, without being able to do without it. It will be noticed that direct presentation, as Nietzsche said, is not identical to what it presents, to the changing whole or time. It may therefore have a very discontinuous, or rarefied, presence. Moreover, other sound elements may assume a function analogous to that of music, hence the voice off in its absolute dimension as omnipotent and omniscient voice, Wells's emodulation of the voice in the magnificent Ambersons. Or again the voice in, if Greta Garbo's voice stood out in the talkie, it is because, at a certain point in each of her films, it was capable not only of expressing the internal, personal change of the heroine as effective movement, but of bringing together to form a whole the past, the present and the future, crude intonations, amorous cooings, cold decisions in the present, reminders from memory, bursts of imagination, from her first talking film, Anna Christie, Delphine Seyrig perhaps. Achieves a similar effect in Resnaeus Muriel, gathering together in her voice the changing whole, from one war to the other, from one Boulogne to the other. As a general rule, music itself becomes in as soon as its source is seen in the visual image, but without losing its power. These permutations are better explained if an apparent contradiction between the two conceptions that we have discussed, of Fanot's sound continuum, and of Janssen's foreign body, is cleared up. It is not enough that they are both opposed to the principle of correspondence. In fact, all the sound elements, including music, including silence, form a continuum as something which belongs to the visual image. Which does not prevent this continuum from being continually differentiated in accordance with the two aspects of the out-of-field which also belong to the visual image, one relative, and the other absolute. It is insofar as it presents or fills the absolute that music interacts as a foreign body. But the absolute, or the changing whole, does not merge with its direct presentation. This is why it continually reconstitutes the sound continuum, off and in, and relates it to the visual images which indirectly express it. Now this second movement does not cancel out the other, and preserves for music its autonomous, special power. At the present juncture, cinema remains a fundamentally visual art in relation to which the sound continuum is differentiated in two directions, two heterogeneous streams, but is also reformed and reconstituted. This is the powerful movement by which, already in the silent film, visual images are internalized in a changing whole, but at the same time as the changing whole is externalized in visual images. With sound, speech and music, the circuit of the movement image achieves a different figure, different dimensions, or components. However, it maintains the communication between the image and a whole which has become increasingly rich and complex. It is in this sense that the talkie perfects the silent film. Silent or talkie, we have seen, cinema constitutes an immense internal monologue which constantly internalizes and externalizes itself, not a language, but a visual material which is the utterable of language, its signified of power the linguist Gustave Guillaume would say, and which refers in one case to indirect utterances, intertitles, in the other case to direct enunciations, acts of speech and of music. We have already relied on modern authors in relation to some aspects of our discussion. But it was still not in this that they were modern. The difference between a so-called classic cinema and a so-called modern cinema does not coincide with that between the silent film and the talkie. The modern implies a new use of the talking, sound and the musical. It is as if, to a first approximation, the speech act tended to extricate itself from its dependencies in relation to the visual image, and assumed a value for itself, an autonomy which was nevertheless non-theatrical. The silent film set the speech act in an indirect style, because it made it read like an intertitle. The essence of the talkie, in contrast, was to make the speech act achieve the direct style, and to make it interact with the visual image, while still being part of this image, voice off included. But it is here that with modern cinema there arises a very special use of the voice, which might be called the free indirect style, and which goes beyond the opposition of the direct and the indirect. It is not a mixture of indirect and direct, but an original irreducible dimension, in various forms. We have encountered it several times in the previous chapters, whether at the level of a cinema wrongly called direct, or at the level of a cinema of composition which it would be wrong to call indirect. To limit ourselves to this second case, free indirect speech may be presented as a passage from the indirect to the direct, or the other way round, although this is hot a mixture. Thus Romer has often said, when explaining his practice, that the contes moraux were mises en scène of texts first written in an indirect style, then changing to the condition of dialogues, the voice off is obliterate, even the narrator enters into a direct relation with another, for instance the woman writer in Claire's Knee, but in such conditions that the direct style keeps the marks of an indirect origin and does not allow itself to be fixed with the first person. Outside of the series of contes and that of the Proverbs, the two great films, the Marquise of and Perceval le Gallois, successfully give cinema the power of the free indirect, as it appears in Kleist's writings, or in the medieval romance, where the characters can speak of themselves in the third person. She is crying, sings Blanchefleur. It is as if Romer has taken the opposite path to Bresson, who had already used Dostoevsky twice and the medieval romance once. For, in Bresson, it is not indirect discourse which is treated as direct, it was the opposite, it was the direct, the dialogue, which was treated as if it were reported by someone else, hence the famous Bressonian voice, the voice of the model in opposition to the voice of the theatre actor, where the character speaks as if he were listening to his own woje-ds reported by someone else, hence achieving a literalness of the voice, cutting it off from any direct resonance, and making it produce a free indirect speech. If it is true that modern cinema implies the collapse of the sensory-motor schema, the speech act is no longer inserted in the linkage of actions and reactions, and does not reveal a web of interactions anymore. It turns in on itself, it is no longer a dependent or something which is part of the visual image, it becomes a completely separate sound image, it takes on a cinematographic autonomy and cinema becomes truly audio-visual. It is this which produces the unity of all the new forms of speech act, when it moves into this regime of the free indirect, this act through which the talkie finally becomes autonomous. Thus it is no longer a question of action-reaction, nor of interaction, nor even of reflection. The speech act has changed its status. If we go to direct cinema, we fully discover this new status which gives speech the value of a free indirect one. This is storytelling. The speech act becomes act of storytelling, in Rauch or in Perrault, what Perrault calls the flagrant offense of making up legends legendaire, and which takes on the political dimension of the constitution of a people. It is through this alone that a cinema presented as direct of lived may be defined. And, in a cinema of composition as in Bresson or Romer, a similar result would be achieved at other levels and with other means. According to Romer, it is the analysis of morals in a society in crisis which allows speech to be revealed as realizing fabrication, creative of the event. With Bresson, conversely, it is the event that speech must get back to from the inside in order to draw from it the spiritual part of which we are the eternal contemporary, that which produces memory or legend, p. guys inter nal. Free indirect, the speech act becomes political act of storytelling, moral act of tale, suprahistorical act of legend. On occasion, Romer, like Rob Grillet, simply begins with an act of lying, which the cinema, in contrast to the theatre, is capable of, but it is clear in both authors that the normal concept of the lie is left strikingly behind. The break in the sensory-motor link does not only affect the speech act turning in on itself and hollowing itself out, and in which the voice now refers only to itself and to other voices. It also affects the visual image, which now reveals the any space whatevers, empty or disconnected spaces characteristic of modern cinema. It is as if, speech having withdrawn from the image to become founding act, the image, for its part, raised the foundations of space, the strata, those silent powers of before or after speech, before or after man. The visual image becomes archaeological, stratigraphic, tectonic. Not that we are taken back to prehistory, there is an archaeology of the present, but to the deserted layers of our time which bury our own phantoms, to the lacunary layers which we juxtaposed according to variable orientations and connections. These are the deserts in German cities. These are the deserts of Pasolini, which make prehistory the abstract poetic element, the essence co-present with our history, the Archean base which reveals an interminable history beneath our own. O are the deserts of Antonioni, which ultimately retain only abstract roots, and conceal the multiple fragments of a primordial couple. These are Bresson's fragmentations which link up or relink fragments of space, each of which is closed on its own account. In Romer, it is the female body which suffers fragmentations, undoubtedly as fetishes, but also as pieces of a vase or an iridescent piece of pottery that has come out of the sea. The Kant are an archaeological collection of our DME. And the sea or, above all, space in Perceval are affected by a curve which imposes itself with almost abstract trajectories. Perrault, in Un Royaume vous attend, shows the slow tractors which from dawn take away the prefabricated houses to return the landscape to emptiness. Men had been brought here, today they are withdrawn. Le Pays de la Terre sans Arbres is a masterpiece where geographic and archaeological images are juxtaposed, over the trail of the almost vanished moose which has become abstract. Riesnaeus plunges the image into ages of the world and variable orders of layers, which cross characters themselves, and bring together in Vamur Emert, for instance, the botanist and the archaeologist returned from the dead. But they are again essentially the empty and lacunary stratigraphic landscapes of Straub, where the camera movements, when there are any, notably pan shots, trace the abstract curve of what has happened, and where the earth stands for what is buried in it, the cave in Otton where the resistance fighters had their weapons, the marble quarries and the Italian countryside where civil populations were massacred in Fortini Cani, the cornfield in Della Nube Alia Resistenza fertilized by the blood of the sacrificial victims, or the shot of the grass and acacias, the French countryside and the Egyptian countryside in Trotard. To the question, what is a Straubian shot, one can reply, as in a manual of stratigraphy, that it is a section comprising the stippled point aisles lines of vanished features and the complete lines of those that are still touched. The visual image, in Straub, is the rock. Empty and disconnected are not the best words. An empty space, without characters, or in which the characters themselves show the void, has a fullness in which there is nothing missing. Disconnected, unlinked fragments of space are the object of a specific relinkage over the gap. The absence of match is only the appearance of a linking up which can take place in an infinite number of ways. In this sense, the archaeological, or stratigraphy, image is read at the same time as it is seen. Noel Birch put it very well when he said that, when images cease to be linked together naturally, when they relate to a systematic use of false continuity or a continuity shot at degree, it is as if the shots are themselves turning, or turning round, and grasping them requires a considerable effort of memory and imagination, in other words, a reading. This is the case in Straub. According to Daney, Moses et Aaron, are, as it were, the figures which come to be inscribed on the two sides of the white or empty image, the right side and the reverse of a single piece, something that is unified and then is separated in such a way that its two aspects are made visible simultaneously, and 3 the ambiguous landscapes themselves. There is produced a whole coalescence of the perceived with the remembered, the imagined, the known. Asterisk not in the sense that it used to be said, to perceive is to know, is to imagine, is to recall, but in the sense that reading is a function of the eye, a perception of perception, a perception which does not grasp perception without also grasping its reverse, imagination, memory, or knowledge. In short, what we call reading of the visual image is the stratigraphy condition, the reversal of the image, the corresponding act of perception which constantly converts the empty into full, right side into its reverse. To read is to relink instead of link, it is to turn, and turn round, instead of to follow on the right side, a new analytic of the image. No doubt, from the beginning of the talkie, the visual image began to become readable as such. But this was because the talkie, as a part of something, or dependent, made something seen in this image, and was itself seen. Eisenstein created the notion of red image, in a relation to the musical, but here again this was because music made things visible by imposing an irreversible orientation on the eye. It is no longer the same now, in this second stage of the talking. It is the opposite because the heard speech ceases to make seen and be seen, it is because it becomes independent of the visual image, that the visual image attains to the new readability of things on its own account, and becomes an archaeological or rather stratigraphy section which must be read. Rock is not touched in words, it is said in Deleuze. And, in Fortini Card, Jean-Claude Bonnet analyzes the great central fissure, the telluric, geological, geophysical sequence without words, where the landscape is given to be read as place of inscription of struggles, empty theater of operations. A new sense of readable appears for the visual image, at the same time as the speech act becomes for itself an autonomous sound image. It has often been observed that modern cinema is in some sense closer to silent cinema than to the first stage talkie, not only because it sometimes reintroduces intertide but also because it uses, through the other approach of the silent film, injections of scriptural elements into the visual image, notebooks, letters, and, repeatedly in Straub, lapidary or petrified inscriptions come morative plagues, monuments to the dead, street names. Nevertheless there is no basis for bringing together modern and silent cinema rather than the first stage of the talking. For, in silent cinema, we found ourselves faced with two kinds of images, one seen and the other read, intertide, or before two elements of the image, scriptural injections. Whilst, now, it is the visual image in its entirety that must be read, intertitles and injections being now only the stipplings point aisles of a stratigraphic layer, or the variable connections from one layer to another, the passages from one to the other, hence, for instance, the electronic transformations of the scriptural in Goddard. In short, in modern cinema, the readability of the visual image, the duty of reading the image, no longer relates to a specific element as in the silent, nor to an overall effect of the speech act in the scene image, as in the first stage of the talking. It is because the speech act has gone elsewhere and assumed its autonomy that the visual image for its part reveals an archaeology or a stratigraphy, that is, a reading which concerns it in its entirety, and concerns it uniquely. The aesthetic of the visual image therefore takes on a new character, its pictorial or sculptural qualities depend on a geological, tectonic power as in Cézanne's mountains. This is what is developed to its highest point in Straub. The visual image reveals its geological strata or foundations, whilst the act of speech and also of music becomes for its part founder, ethereal. The huge paradox of Ozu is perhaps explicable in this way, for Ozu was, already in silent film, the one who invented empty and disconnected spaces, and even still lives, which revealed the strata of the visual image and submitted it as such to a stratigraphic reading. In this way he anticipated modern cinema to the extent that he had no need of the talkie, and when he came to the talkie, very late, but again as a forerunner, it was to treat it directly in a second stage, in a dissociation of the two powers which strengthens each of them, in a division of labor between presentational image and representational voice. In modern cinema, the visual image acquires a new aesthetic, it becomes legible for itself, assuming a power which did not generally exist in the silent cinema, whilst the speech act has gone elsewhere, assuming a power which did not exist in the first stage of the talking. The ethereal speech act creates the event, but always placed crosswise over tectonic visual layers. There are two trajectories crossing each other. It creates the event, but in a space empty of events. What defines modern cinema is a toing and froing between speech and image, which has to invent their new relationship, not only Ozu and Straub, but Romer, Riesnaeus, and Rob Grillet. In the simplest case, this new arrangement of the visual and talking occurs in the same, but consequently audiovisual, image. A whole pedagogy is required here, because we have to read the visual as well as hear the speech act in a new way. This is why Serge Dany refers to a Godardian pedagogy, a Straubian pedagogy. And the first manifestation of great pedagogy, in the simplest and already decisive instance, would be the last works of Rossellini. It is as if Rossellini was able to reinvent a primary, absolutely fundamental, school, with its lesson in things and its lesson in words, its grammar of discourse and its handling of objects. This pedagogy, which is not the same as a documentary or investigation, is particularly clear in the rise of Louis XIV. Louis XIV gives the tailor a lesson in things by making him add ribbons and bows to the prototype court costume which is to keep the nobility occupied, and elsewhere gives the lesson in a new grammar, where the king becomes the sole subject of enunciation, whilst things happen according to his designs. Rossellini's pedagogy, or rather his didactics, does not consist in reporting discourses and showing things, but in revealing the simple structure of speech, the speech act, and the everyday manufacture of objects, small or large works, crafts, or industry. The Messiah combines parables as Christ's speech act with the manufacture of craft objects. Agostii.no Diapana combines the act of faith with the new sculpture, similarly the objects in Blaise Pascal, the market in Socrates. Two trajectories are combined. What interests Rossellini is to make the struggle comprehensible as emergence of the new, not a struggle between two trajectories, but a struggle which can only be revealed through the two, thanks to their toing and froing. Underneath discourses there has to be found a new style of speech act which is revealed on each occasion, in a language struggle with the old, and, underneath things, the new space which is formed, in tectonic opposition to the old. The space of Louis XIV is Versailles, the laid-out space which contrasts with the packing together of Mazarin, but also the industrial space where things will be produced in series. Whether it is Socrates, Christ, Augustine, Louis XIV, Pascal, or Descartes, the speech act is torn away from the old style, at the same time as space forms a new layer which tends to cover over the old, everywhere a struggle marking the itinerary of a world which emerges from one historical moment to enter into another, the difficult birth of a new world, under the double forceps of words and things, speech act and stratified space. It is a conception of history which simultaneously calls up the comic and the dramatic, the extraordinary and the everyday, new types of speech act and new structurations of space. An archaeological conception almost in Michel Foucault's sense. It is a method that Goddard was to inherit, and which he would make the basis of his own pedagogy, his own didacticism, the lessons in things and the lessons in words in 6x2, up to the famous sequence in slow motion, where the lesson in things bears on the postures that the client imposes on the whore, and the lesson in words on the phonemes that she has to come out with, the two being quite separate. The new regime of the image is constructed on this pedagogical base. This new regime, as we have seen, consists of this: images and sequences are no longer linked by rational cuts, which end the first or begin the second, but are relinked on top of irrational cuts, which no longer belong to either of the two and are valid for themselves, interstices. Irrational cuts thus have a disjunctive, and no longer a conjunctive, value. In the complex case that we are now considering, the question is, where do these cuts occur, and what do they consist of, since they have an autonomy? We find ourselves before a first sequence of visual images with a sound and talking component, as in the first stage of the talkie, but they are moving towards a limit which no longer belongs to them, any more than it belongs to the second sequence. Now this limit, this irrational cut, may present itself in quite diverse visual forms, whether in the steady form of a sequence of unusual, anomalous images, which come and interrupt the normal linkage of the two sequences, or in the enlarged form of the black screen, or the white screen, and their derivatives. But on each occasion, the irrational cut implies the new stage of the talkie, the new figure of sound. This may be an act of silence, in the sense that it is the talkie and the musical which invent silence. It may be a speech act, but in the storytelling or founding aspect which it takes on here, in contrast to its classical aspects. There are numerous instances in the new wave, Truffaut's Shoot the Piano Player, for example, where a strange speech act comes and interrupts the motor pursuit, all the more strange in that it retains the appearance of a simple chance conversation, however, the procedure takes on its full force with Goddard, because the irrational cut towards which a normal sequence tends is the genre or category personified, which precisely requires the speech act as founder, the intercession of Brice Perrin in Vivre sa vie, as storyteller, the intercession of Devos in Pierrot le Fou. It can also be an act of music, in the sense that music would find its natural place in the snowy black screen which comes and cuts the sequences of images, and will fill this gap, so as to divide the images into two constantly revised series. This is the organization of Risne Islam or Amart, where Hence's music makes itself heard only in the gaps, assuming a mobile disjunctive functon between the two series, from death to life and from life to death. Things can be even more complex, when the series of images not only tends towards a musical limit, as cut, or category, as in Goddard's slow motion, where the question rings out, what is that music, but when this cut, this limit, itself forms a series which is superimposed in the first, as in the vertical construction of First Name Carmen, where the images of the quartet develop into a series which can be superimposed on the series whose cuts it ensures. Goddard is definitely one of the authors who has thought most about visual-sound relationships. But his tendency to reinvest the visual with sound, with the ultimate aim, as Daney puts it, of restoring both to the body from which they have been taken, produces a system of disengagements or microcuts in all directions. Cuts spread and no longer pass between the sound and the visual, but in the visual, in the sound, and in their multiplied connections. In contrast, what happens when the irrational cut, the interstice, or interval, pass between visual and sound elements which are purified, disjunctive, freed from each other? To return to a demonstrative pedagogy, Eustaché's film Les Photos d'Alix reduces the visual to photos, the voice to a commentary, but between the commentary and the photo a gap is progressively excavated, without, however, the observer being surprised at this growing heterogeneity. In Last Year in Marienbad, and in all his work, Rob Grillet put into play a new asynchrony, where the talking and the visual were no longer held together, no longer corresponded, but belied and contradicted themselves, without it being possible to say that one rather than the other is right, something undecidable between the two. As Gardes observes, the visual has no special claim to authenticity, and includes as many implausibilities as speech. And the contradictions no longer allow us simply to confront the heard and the seen bit by bit, or one by one. Pedagogically, their role is to induce a system of unhookings and intertwinings which in turn determine the different presents through anticipation or regression, in a direct time image, or which organize a series of powers, capable of regression or progression under the sign of the false. The visual and the talking may in each case take over the distinction between the real and the imaginary, sometimes one, sometimes the other, or the alternative of the true and the false, but a sequence of audiovisual images necessarily makes the distinct indiscernible, and the alternative undecidable. The first characteristic of this new image is that asynchrony is no longer in any way what was invoked by the Soviet Manifesto and Pudovkin in particular. It is no longer a matter of making heard words and sound whose source is in a relative out of field, and which thus relate to the visual image whose givens they simply avoid doubling. Nor is it a matter of a voice off which realizes an absolute out of field or relation with the whole, a relation which itself still belongs to the visual image. Entering into rivalry or heterogeneity with the visual images, the voice off no longer has the power which only exceeded these insofar as it defined itself in relation to their limits. It has lost the omnipotence which characterized it in the first stage of the talking. It has ceased to see everything, it has become questionable, uncertain, ambiguous, as in Rob Grillet's The Man Who Lies or Marguerite Duraz's India Song, because it has broken from its moorings with the visual images which delegated to it the omnipotence which they lacked. The voice off loses its omnipotence but by gaining autonomy. This is the transformation comprehensively analyzed by Michel Caillon, and which led Bonitzer to propose the notion of voice off. The other novelty, or the development of the first, is perhaps that there is now no out of field whatsoever nor voice off in any sense. In the first place, the talkie and the whole of sound have one autonomy, they have escaped from Bollish's curse, there is no sound image, they have ceased to be a component of the visual image as in the first stage, they have become a whole image apart. The sound image is born, in its very break, from its break with the visual image. There are no longer even two autonomous components of a single audiovisual image, as in Rossellini, but two heteronomous images, one visual and one sound, with a fault, an interstice, an irrational cut between them. Marguerite Duras says of La Femme du Gange, there are two films, the film of the image and the film of the voices. The two films are there, with total autonomy. Neither are, the voices off, in the conventional sense of the term, they do not facilitate the unrolling of the film, on the contrary, they hamper and disturb it. They ought not to be linked with the film of the image. For, in the second place, and simultaneously, the second of Bollish's curses is also effaced, he acknowledged the existence of sound close-ups, and dissolves, etc., but excluded any possibility of a sound framing, because, he said, sound did not have sides. However, visual framing is now defined less by the choice of a pre-existing side of the visible object than by the invention of a point of view which disconnects the sides, or establishes a void between them, in such a way as to extract a pure space, and any space whatever, from the space given in objects. A sound framing will be defined by the invention of a pure act of speech, of music, or even of silence, which must be extracted from the audible given continuum in noises, sounds, words and pieces of music. There is thus no longer an out of field, any more than there are sounds off to inhabit it, because the two forms of the out of field, and the corresponding sound distributions, were still part of the visual image. But now the visual image has given up its externality, it has cut itself off from the world and conquered its reverse side, it has made itself free from what depended on it. In the same way, the sound image has shaken off its own dependency, it has become autonomous, has mastered its own framing. The externality of the visual image as uniquely framed, out of field, has been replaced by the interstice between two framings, the visual and the sound, the irrational cut between two images, the visual and the sound. This is what in our view defines the second stage of the talkie, and undoubtedly the second stage would never have arisen without television, it is television which made it possible, but, because television abandoned most of its own creative possibilities, and did not even understand them, it needed cinema to give it a pedagogical lesson, it needed great cinema authors to show what it could do and what it would be able to do. If it is true that television kills cinema, cinema on the other hand is continually revitalizing television, not only because it feeds it with films, but because the great cinema authors invent the audiovisual image, which they are quite ready to give back to television if it gives them the opportunity, as we can see in Rossellini's last works, in Godard's interventions, in the consistent aims of Straub, and equally in Renoir, in Antonioni. We find ourselves, then, faced with two problems. According to the first, if it is true that sound framing consists in freeing a pure act of speech or music, in the creative conditions of cinema, what does this act consist of? This is what can be called properly cinematographic utterance or enunciation. But, at the same time, the question clearly goes beyond cinema. Sociolinguistics has been much concerned with speech acts and the possibilities of classifying them. Does not the talking cinema, in its history and without setting out to do so, offer a classification which could be of benefit elsewhere and could have a philosophical importance? Cinema invited us to distinguish interactive speech acts, misty in the relative sound in and sound off, reflexive speech acts, mostly in the absolute sound off, and finally more mysterious speech acts, acts of storytelling, flagrant offenses of making up legends, flagrant stellets de legendure, which would be pure in so far as they would be autonomous and would no longer belong to the visual image. The first problem is thus that of getting to know the nature of these pure cinematographic acts. And the second problem would be this: when speech acts are taken to be pure, that is, are no longer components or dimensions of the visual image, the status of the image changes, because the visual and the sound have become two autonomous components of a single, truly audiovisual image, Rossellini, for example. But this movement cannot be stopped. The visual and the sound will give way to two autonomous images, an auditory image and an optical image, continually separated, dissociated, or unhooked by irrational cuts between them, Rob Grillet, Straub, Marguerite Duras. Nevertheless, the image, having become audiovisual, does not burst into pieces. On the contrary, it gains a new consistency which depends on a more complex link between the visual image and the sound image. So that we do not believe Marguerite Duras' statement about La Femme du Gage, the two images would be linked only by a material concomitance, both written on the same film stock and being seen at the same time. It is a humorous or provocative pronouncement, which moreover proclaims what it claims to deny, because it attributes to each of the two images the power of the other. Otherwise, the work of art would have no necessity of its own. There would be only a contingency and a gratuitousness, anything about anything else, as in the mass of bad arty films, or in the form that Maitri criticizes Marguerite Duras for. The heteronomy of the two images does not suppress but reinforces the audiovisual nature of the image, it strengthens the victory of the audiovisual. The second problem thus concerns the complex link between the two heterogeneous, non-corresponding disparate images, this new intertwining, a specific relinkage. The first aspect of the work of Jean-Marie Straub and Daniel Huillet is the isolating of the pure speech act, the properly cinematographic utterance or the sound image. This act must be torn from its written support, text, book, letters, or documents. This tearing away does not take place in a fit of rage or passion, it presupposes a certain resistance of the text, and all the more respect for the text, but on each occasion a special effort to draw the speech act out of it. In Chronicle of Anna Magdalena Bach, the supposed voice of Anna Magdalena recites the letters of Bach himself and the accounts of a son, so that she speaks as Bach wrote and spoke, thus reaching a kind of free indirect discourse. In Fortini Cani, the book is seen, the pages are seen, the hands that turn them, the author Fordney reading the passages which he has not himself chosen, but it is 10 years later, reduced to listening to himself speak, overcome with tiredness, the voice passing through amazement, astonishment, or approval, non-recognition or the already heard. And certainly Adhan shows neither text nor theatrical representation, but implies them all the more because the majority of actors have not mastered the language, Italian, English, Argentinian accents. What they tear from the representation is a cinematographic act, what they tear from the text is a rhythm or a tempo, what they tear from language is an aphasia. In Della Nube alia resistenza, the speech act is extracted from myths, no, I don't want to, and it is perhaps only in the second, modern part that it manages to overcome the resistance of the text, of the pre-established language of the gods. There are always conditions of strangeness, which will reveal or, as Marguerite Duras says, frame the pure speech act. Fi Moses himself is the herald of an invisible God or pure word which overcomes the resistance of the old gods and does not even allow itself to be fixed in its own tablets. And perhaps what explains the Straub's encounter with Kafka is that Kafka also thought that we had a speech act only to overcome the resistance of the dominant texts, the pre-established laws and the already decided verdicts. But, if this is so, in Moses and Aaron, and in America, rapports to classes, it is no longer enough to say that the speech act must be torn from what is resisting it, it is the speech act which is resisting, it is the act of resistance. The speech act is not isolated from what is resisting it without its being made itself resistant, against what is threatening it. It is itself the violence which helps in the place where violence reigns. Bach's high navs / is it not already in this way that the speech act is act of music, in the Sprechgesang spoken song of Moses, but also the performance of Bach's music which is torn from its scores, still more than the voice of Anna Magdalena is torn from letters and documents. The act of speech or music is a struggle, it must be economical and sparse, infinitely patient, in order to impose itself on what resists it, but extremely violent in order to be itself a resistance, an act of resistance. Irresistibly, it rises. In Unreconciled, the speech act is that of the old lady, this time schizophrenic rather than aphasic, which rises to the sound image of the final revolver shots. I noticed how time went past, it seethed, it struggled, paid $1 million for a sweet, then didn't have 2 halfpennies for a bit of bread. It is as if the speech act is placed crosswise over all the visual images it crosses, and which are themselves organized like so many geological sections, archaeological layers, in variable order according to the breaks and gaps, Hindenburg, Hitler, Adenauer. This is certainly the comparative status of the sound image and the visual image in the Straubs. People talk in an empty space, and, whilst speech rises, the space is sunk into the ground, and does not let us see it, but makes its archaeological bearings, its stratigraphic thicknesses readable. It testifies to the work that had to be done and the victims slaughtered in order to fertilize a field, the struggles that took place and the corpses thrown out. Deleuze. Fortini Cani. History is inseparable from the earth terra / struggle is underground Jaoi terra, and, if we want to grasp an event, we must not show it, we must not pass along the event, but plunge into it, go through all the geological layers that are its internal history, and not simply a more or less distant past. I do not believe in great resounding events, Nietzsche said. To grasp an event is to connect it to the silent layers of earth which make up its true continuity, or which inscribe it in the class struggle. There is something peasant in history. It is therefore now the visual image, the stratigraphy landscape, which in turn resists the speech act and opposes it with a silent piling up. Even letters, books, and documents, that which the speech act has torn itself from, have passed into the landscape, with the monuments, the ossuaries, the lapidary inscriptions. The word resistance has a lot of meaning with the Straubs, and it is now the earth, the tree, and the rock which resist the speech act, resist Moses. Moses is the speech act or sound image, but Aaron is the visual image, he makes visible, and, what he makes visible is the continuity of the land. Moses is the new nomad, the one who wants no other earth than the always wandering word of God, but Aaron wants a territory, and reads it already as the aim of movement. Between the two, the desert, but equally the people, who are still missing and yet already there. Aaron resists Moses, the people resist Moses. What will the people choose, the visual image or the sound image, the speech act or the earth? Moses drives Aaron into the ground, but Moses without Aaron has no connection with the people, with the earth. Moses and Aaron might be said to be the two parts of the idea. These parts, however, will never form a whole again, but a disjunction of resistance, which should prevent speech being despotic and the earth belonging, being possessed, subjected to its final layer. It is like in Cézanne, the Straub's mentor, on the one hand the stubborn geometry of the visual image, drawing, which goes deep and makes the geological strata readable, on the other hand this thick cloud, this aerial logic, color and light, Cézanne said, but equally speech act which rises from the land towards the sun, the two trajectories. The voice comes from the other side of the image. One resists the other, but it is in this always recreated disjunction that the history under the ground takes on an emotional aesthetic value, and that the speech act towards the sun assumes an intense political value. The speech acts of the nomad, Moses, of the bastard, Deleuze, of the exile, America, are political acts, and it is in this way that they were from the outset acts of resistance. If the Straubs give a film taken from Kafka the Tide Averica, rapports to classes, it is because, from the outset, the hero takes on the defense of the underground man, the driver from below, then has to confront the machinations of the class above who separate him from his uncle. The delivery of the letter, the speech act, the sound image, is act of resistance as much in the case of Bach, who overturned the division between sacred and profane, as in that of Moses, who transformed that of the priests and the people. But, conversely, the visual image, the telluric landscape, develops a whole aesthetic power which reveals the layers of history and political struggles on which it is built. In tout revolution est un coup d'état, Some people recite Mallarmé's poem on the hill of the cemetery where the bodies of the communards are buried. They share out the poem's elements according to their typographical characters, like so many disinterred objects. It must be simultaneously maintained that speech creates the event, makes it rise up, and that the silent event is covered over by the earth. The event is always resistance, between what the speech act seizes and what the earth buries. It is a cycle of sky and earth, of external light and underground fire, and even more of the sound and the visual, which never reforms into a whole, but each DME constitutes the disjunction of the two images, at the same time as their new type of relation, a relation of very precise incommensurability, not an absence of relation. What constitutes the audiovisual image is a disjunction, a dissociation of the visual and the sound, each heteronomous, but at the same time an incommensurable or irrational relation which connects them to each other, without forming a whole, without offering the least whole. It is a resistance stemming from the collapse of the sensory-motor schema, and which separates the visual image and the sound image, but puts them all the more into a non-totalizable relation. Marguerite Duras would go further and further in this direction. As center of a trilogy, India Song establishes an extraordinary metastable equilibrium between a sound image which makes us hear all the voices, in and off, relative and absolute, attributable and non-attributable, all competing and plotting, being unaware of and forgetting each other, without anyone having omnipotence or the last word, and a visual image which makes us read a silent stratigraphy, char actors who keep their mouths closed even when they are speaking from the other side, so that what they say is already in the perfect tense while place and event, the dance at the embassy, are the dead layer that covers up an old burning stratum, the other dance in another place. In the visual image there is revealed the life beneath the ashes or behind the mirrors, just as in the sound image a pure but polyvocal speech act is extracted which splits off from theater, and tears itself from writing. The untimely voices are like four sides of an entity of sound, which confronts the visual entity. The visual and the sound are perspectives in a lovestory, to infinity, the same one and yet different. Before India Song, La Femme du Gange had already founded the heteronomy of the sound image on the two timeless voices, and defined the end of the film when the sound and the visual touch at the point at infinity whose perspectives they are, losing their respective sides. Phil and, after, Sun Nam de Venice dans Calcutta Desert would underline the heteronomy of a visual image brought to ruins, revealing a still more ancient stratum as a young girl's name underneath the married woman's name, but always tending towards an end. When she touches the common point of the two images, to infinity, it is as if the visual and the sound ended in the tactile, enunciation. Le Camion can restore a body to voices, at the back, but inasmuch as the visible becomes disembodied or empties itself, the cab, the journey, the appearances of the ghost lorry, there are only places of a story left and of story the one which does not take place. Marguerite Duras's first films were marked by all the powers of the house, or of house and grounds together, fear and desire, talking and being quiet, going out and coming back, creating the event and burying it, etc. Marguerite Duras was a great filmmaker of the house, such an important theme in cinema, not simply because women inhabit houses, in every sense, but because passions inhabit women, as in Destroy she said, and especially Natalie Granger and, later still, Vera Baxter. But why does she see Vera Baxter as a regression of her work, and equally Natalie Granger as a preparation for the trilogy which was to follow? It is not the first time that an artist can think that what has been fully achieved is only a step, forwards or backwards, in relation to a deeper aim. In the case of Marguerite Duras, the house ceases to satisfy her because she can bring about only autonomy of the visual and sound components for one and the same audiovisual image. The house is still a place, a locus, in the double sense of speech and space. But going further, achieving the heteronomy of a sound image and a visual image, making the two images the perspectives of a common point situated at infinity, this new conception of the irrational cut cannot take place in the house, nor even with it. The house grounds undoubtedly already had most of the properties of an any space whatever, the voids and the disconnect ions. But the house had to be left, abolished, so that the any space whatever could only be constructed in flight, at the same time as the speech act had to get out and away. It is only in flight that characters had to be brought together, to reply to each other. The uninhabitable had to be restored, space made uninhabitable, beach sea instead of house grounds, so that it achieved a heautonomy, comparable with that of the speech act, which for its part had become unattributable, a story histoire that no longer has a place, sound image, for places that no longer have a history histoire, visual image. And it would be this new design of the irrational cut, this new way of conceiving of it, which would constitute the audiovisual relation. In the disjunction between the sound image become pure speech act, and the visual image become readable or stratigraphic, what distinguishes the work of Marguerite Duras from that of the Straubs? A first difference would be that, for Duras, the speech act to be reached is total love or absolute desire. It is this which can be silence, or song, or shout like the shout of the vice-consul in India song. It is this which has control over memory and forgetting, over suffering and hope. And it is above all this which is creative storytelling coextensive with the whole of the text from which it tears itself, constituting an infinite writing deeper than writing, an unlimited reading deeper than reading. The second difference consists of a liquid quality which increasingly marks the visual image in Marguerite Duras. It is the tropical Indian humidity which rises from the river, but which spreads out on the beach and in the sea as well. It is the dampness of Normandy which already drew Le Camion from the Beau Sea to the sea, and the disused room in Agatha is not so much a house as a slow phantom ship moving onto the beach, while the speech act unfolds. L'Homme Atlantique would come out of this. As a natural consequence, that Marguerite Duras creates seascapes in this way has important consequences, not only because she is related to what is most important in the French school, daylight gray, the specific movement of the light, the alternation of solar and lunar light, the sun setting in water, liquid perception. But also because the visual image, in contrast to the Straubs, tends to go beyond its stratigraphic or archaeological values towards a peaceful power of river and sea which stands for the eternal, which mixes up strata and carries away statues. We are not restored to the earth but to the sea. Things are erased by the tide rather than being buried in dry earth. The beginning of Aurelia Steiner seems comparable with that of Delanube. It is a matter of tearing the speech act from myth, the act of storytelling from fable, but the statues give way to the tracking shot from the front of a car, then to the river barge, then to the fixed shots of waves. In short, the specific readability of the visual image becomes oceanographic rather than telluric and stratigraphic. Agatha et les lectures illimites refers reading to this marine perception that is deeper than that of things, at the same time as it refers writing to this speech act deeper than a text. Cinematographically, Marguerite Duras can be compared to a great painter who might say, if only I could manage to capture a wave, just a wave, or a bit of wet sand. There would be yet a third difference, undoubtedly connected with the two previous ones. In the Straubs, the class struggle is the relation which keeps circulating between the two incommensurably images, the visual and the sound image which does not tear the speech act from the speech of the gods or bosses without the intercession of someone who could be described as a traitor to his own class, Fortini's position, but it might also be said of Bach, Mallarmé, and Kafka, and the visual image which does not take on its stratigraphic values without the earth being nourished by the struggles of workers and particularly peasants, all the great resistances. This is why the Straubs could present their work as profoundly Marxist, even taking into account the cases of the bastard or the exile, including the very pure class relations which drive America. But, in her estrangement from Marxism, Marguerite Duras does not limit herself to characters who would be traitors to their own class. She calls up those outside classes, the beggar woman and the lepers, the vice-consul and the child, commercial travelers and cats, to make up a class of violence. The function of this class of violence, first introduced in Natalie Granger, is not to be seen in savage images. This class fulfills the function of circulating between the two kinds of image, and making them connect, The absolute act of speech desire in the sound image, the unlimited power of river ocean in the visual image, the beggar woman of the Ganges at the crossing point of the river and the song. In the second stage, then, talking and sound cease to be components of the visual image, the visual and the sound become two autonomous components of an audio-visual image, or, better, two heteronomous images. In this case we can say with Blanchot, talking is not seeing. It seems here that talking ceases to see, to make visible and also to be seen. But a preliminary observation is required. Talking breaks with its visual links in this way only by giving up its particular habitual or empirical exercise, by managing to turn towards a limit which is at once, as it were, the unspeakable and yet what can only be spoken, different speech, which carries here and there, and itself differs from speaking. If the limit is the pure speech act, this can equally take the shape of a cry, of musical or non-musical sounds, the whole of the series being made up of independent elements each of which, here and there, can in turn constitute a limit in relation to the possibilities of cutting, of reversal, of retrogression, of anticypation. The sound continuum thus ceases to be differentiated according to what the visual image belongs to or the dimensions of the out-of-field, and music no longer ensures a direct presentation of an assumed whole. This continuum now takes on the value of innovation claimed by Maurice Fano in Rob Grillet's films, notably in The Man Who Lies. It ensures the heteronomy of the sound images, and must achieve both the speech act as limit which does not necessarily consist of a speech in the strict sense and the musical organization of the series, which does not necessarily consist of musical elements. Similarly, with Marguerite Duras, music will be collated with the organization of the voices and with the absolute act of desire, Vice-Consul's shout or burnt voice in La Femme du Gage, or, with Straub, the organization of Anna Magdalena's words with the performance of the music and box shout. But it would be wrong to conclude that there is a prevalence of sound in modern cinema. The same observation is also valid for the visual image. Seeing wins a heteronomy only if it is torn from its empirical exercise and is carried to a limit which is at once invisible and yet can only be seen, a kind of clairvoyance, differing from seeing, and passing through any space whatever's, empty or disconnected spaces. Point 68. It is the vision of a blind man, of Tiresias, as speech was that of an aphasic or amnesic. Henceforth, neither of the two faculties is raised to higher exercise without reaching the limit which separates it from the other, but connects it to the other through separating it. What speech utters is also the invisible that sight sees only through clairvoyance, and what sight sees is the unutterable uttered by speech. Marguerite Duras could invoke the seeing voices and make them so often say I see without seeing. Yes, that's it. Philippin's general idea, filming speech as something visible, remains valid, but all the more so in that seeing and speaking in this way take on a new meaning. When the sound image and the visual image become heteronomous, they still constitute no less of an audio-visual image, all the purer in that the new correspondence is born from the determinate forms of their non-correspondence. It is the limit of each which connects it to the other. This is not an arbitrary construction, but a very rigorous one as in La Femme du Gage, which has them dying as they touch, but only touching over the limit which keeps them separate, for that reason uncrossable, yet always crossed because uncrossable. The visual image and the sound image are in a special relationship, a free indirect relationship. We are in fact no longer in the classical regime where a whole would internalize images and be externalized in images, constituting an indirect representation of time, and being able to receive from music a direct presentation. What has now become direct is a time image for itself, with its two dissymmetric, non-totalizable sides, fatal when they touch, that of an outside more distant than any exterior, and that of an inside deeper than any interior, here where a musical speech rises and is torn away, there where the visible is covered over or buried. Cinema is not a universal or primitive language system nor a language. It brings to light an intelligible content which is like a presupposition, a condition, a necessary correlate through which language constructs its own objects, signifying units and operations. But this correlate, though inseparable, is specific. It consists of movements and thought processes, pre-linguistic images, and of points of view on these movements and processes, pre-signifying signs. It constitutes a whole psychomechanics, the spiritual automaton, the utterable of a language system which has its own logic. The language system takes utterances of language, with signifying units and operations from it, but the utterable itself, its images and signs, are of another nature. This would be what Gilles Left calls non-linguistically formed content, whilst the language system works through form and substance. Or rather, it is the first signifiable, anterior to all significance, which Gustave Guillaume made the condition of linguistics. We can understand from this the ambiguity which runs through semiotics and semiology. Semiology, which is of linguistic inspiration, tends to close the signifier in on itself, and cut language off from the images and signs which make up its raw material. Semiotics, by contrast, is the discipline which considers language only in relation to this specific content, images, and signs. Of course, when language takes over the content or the utterable, it makes from them properly linguistic utterances which are no longer expressed in images and signs. But even the utterances are in turn reinvested in images and signs, and provide the utterable afresh. It seemed to us that cinema, precisely through its automatic or psychomechanical qualities, was the system of pre-linguistic images and signs, and that it took utterances up again in the images and signs proper to the system, the read image of the silent cinema, the sound components of the visual image in the first stage of the talkie, the sound image itself in the second stage of the talkie. This is why the break between the silent film and the talkie has never seemed fundamental in cinema's evolution. By contrast, what has seemed fundamental to us in this system of images and signs is the distinction between two kinds of images with their corresponding signs, movement images and time images, which were only to appear and develop later. Kenostructures and chronogeneses are the two successive chapters of a pure semiotics. Cinema, considered as psychomechanics, or spiritual automaton, is reflected in its own content, its themes, situations, and characters. But the relationship is complicated, because this reflection gives way to oppositions and inversions as well as to resolutions or reconciliations. The automaton has always had two coexistent, complementary senses, even when they were in conflict. On one hand, the great spiritual automaton indicates the highest exercise of thought, the way in which thought thinks itself in the fantastic effort of an autonomy. It is in this sense that Jean-Louis Scheffer can credit cinema with being a giant in the back of our heads, Cartesian diver, dummy, or machine, mechanical man without birth who brings the world into suspense. But, on the other hand, the automaton is also the psychological automaton who no longer depends on the outside because he is autonomous but because he is dispossessed of his own thought, and obeys an internal impression which develops solely in visions or rudimentary actions, from the dreamer to the somnambulist, and conversely through the intermediary of hypnosis, suggestion, hallucination, obsession, etc. Hence there is something specific to cinema which has nothing to do with theater. If cinema is automatism becomes spiritual art, that is, initially movement image, it confronts automata, not accidentally, but fundamentally. The French school never lost its taste for clockwork automata and clock-making characters, but also confronted machines with moving parts, like the American or Soviet schools. The man-machine assemblage varies from case to case, but always with the intention of posing the question of the future. And machines can take hold so fully on man that it awakens the most ancient powers, and the moving machine becomes one with the psychological automaton, pure and simple, at the service of a frightening new order. This is the procession of somnambulists, the hallucinators, hypnotizers hypnotized in expressionism, from the cabinet of Dr. Caligari to testament of Dr. Mabius via Metropolis and its robot. German cinema summoned up primitive powers, but it was perhaps best placed to announce something new which was to change cinema, horribly to realize it and thus to modify its basic themes. What is interesting in Krakauer's book From Caligari to Hitler is that it shows how expressionist cinema reflected the rise of the Hitlerian automaton in the German soul. But it still took an external viewpoint, whilst Walter Benjamin's article set itself inside cinema in order to show how the art of automatic movement, or, as he ambiguously said, the art of reproduction, was itself to coincide with the automation of the masses, state direction, politics become art, Hitler as filmmaker. And it is true that up to the end Nazism thinks of itself in competition with Hollywood. The revolutionary courtship of the movement image and an art of the masses become subject was broken off, giving way to the masses subjected as psychological automaton, and to their leader as great spiritual automaton. This is what compels Silberberg to say that the end product of the movement image is Leni Riefenstahl, and if Hitler is to be put on trial by cinema, it must be inside cinema, against Hitler the filmmaker, in order to defeat him cinematographically, turning his weapons against him. It is as if Silberberg felt the need to add a second volume to Krakauer's book, but this second volume would be a film, not now from Caligari, or from a film from Germany, to Heidegger, but from Hitler to a film. From Germany, the change taking place inside cinema, against Hitler, but also against Hollywood, against represented violence, against pornography, against business. But at what price? A true psychomechanics will not be found unless it is based on new associations, by reconstituting the GT mental automata whose place was taken by Hitler, by reviving the psychological automata that he enslaved. The movement image, that is, the bond that cinema had introduced between movement and image from the outset, would have to be abandoned, in order to set free other powers that it kept subordinate, and which had not had the time to develop their effects. Projection and back projection. B. There is also a more general problem, for projection and back projection are only technical means which directly carry the time image, which substitute the time image for the movement image. The film set is transformed, but in that space here is born from time, Parsifal. Is there a new regime of images like that of automatism? A return to the extrinsic point of view obviously becomes necessary, the technological and social evolution of automata. Clockwork automata, but also motor automata, in short, automata of movement, made way for a new computer and cybernetic race, automata of computation and thought, automata with controls and feedback. The configuration of power was also inverted, and, instead of converging on a single, mysterious leader, inspirer of dreams, commander of actions, power was diluted in an information network where decision-makers managed control, processing and stock across intersections of insomniacs and seers, as in, for example, the world conspiracy we saw in Revette, or Goddard's Alphaville, the listening and surveillance system in Lumet, but above all, the evolution of Lang's three Mabuses, the third Mabuse, the Mabuse of the return to Germany, after the war. And, in frequenti explicit forms, the new automata were to people cinema, for better and for worse, the better would be Kubrick's giant computer in, and restore to it, particularly through science fiction, the possibility of huge mazes and scenes that the impasse in the movement image had provisionally ruled out. But new automata did not invade content without a new automatism bringing about a mutation of form. The modern configuration of the automaton is the correlate of an electronic automatism. The electronic image, that is, the tele and video image, the numerical image coming into being, either had to transform cinema or to replace it, to mark its death. We do not claim to be producing an analysis of the new images, which would be beyond our aims, but only to indicate certain effects whose relation to the cinematographic image remains to be determined. New images no longer have any outside, out-of-field, any more than they are internalized in a whole, rather, they have a right side and a reverse, reversible and non-superimposable, like a power to turn back on themselves. They are the object of a perpetual reorganization, in which a new image can arise from any point whatever of the preceding image. The organization of space here loses its privileged directions, and first of all the privilege of the vertical which the position of the screen still displays, in favor of an omnidirectional space which constantly varies its angles and coordinates, to exchange the vertical and the horizontal. And the screen itself, even if it keeps a vertical position by convention, no longer seems to refer to the human posture, like a window or a painting, but rather constitutes a table of information, an opaque surface on which are inscribed data, information replacing nature, and the brain city, the third eye, replacing the eyes of nature. Finally, sound achieving an autonomy which increasingly lends it the status of image, the two images, sound and visual, enter into complex relations with neither subordination nor commensurability, and reach a common limit insofar as each reaches its own limit. In all these senses, the new spiritual automatism in turn refers to new psychological automata. But we are all the time circling the question, cerebral creation or deficiency of the cerebellum. The new automatism is worthless in itself if it is not put to the service of a powerful, obscure, condensed will to art, aspiring to deploy itself through involuntary movements which nonetheless do not restrict it. An original will to art has already been defined by us in the change affecting the intelligible content of cinema itself, the substitution of the time image for the movement image. So that electronic images will have to be based on still another will to art, or on as yet unknown aspects of the time image. The artist is always in the situation of saying simultaneously, I claim new methods, and I am afraid that the new methods may invalidate all will to art, or make it into a business, a pornography, a Hitlerism. What is important is that the cinematographic image was already achieving effects which were not like those of electronics, but which had autonomous anticipatory functions in the time image as will to art. Thus Bresson's cinema has no need of computing or cybernetic machines, yet the model is a modern psychological automaton, because it is defined in relation to the speech act, and no longer, as before, by motor action. Bresson was constantly thinking about automatism. Similarly Romer's puppet char actors, Rob Grillet's hypnotized ones, and Resnaeus' zombies are defined in terms of speech or information, not of energy or motivity. In Resnaeus, there are no more flashbacks, but rather feedbacks and failed feedbacks, which, however, need no special machinery, except in the deliberately rudimentary case of JET-AIM. In OZU, it is the daring of the continuity shots at degree that is enough to assemble an image end to end with its obverse, and to make the shot turn round. Space muddles its directions, its orientations, and loses all primacy of the vertical axis that could determine them, as in Snow's The Central Region, using only a single camera and a rotary machine obeying electronic sounds. And the vertical of the screen now has only a conventional meaning when it ceases to make us see a world in movement, when it tends to become an opaque surface which receives, in order to disorder, and on which characters, objects, and words are inscribed as data. The readability of the image makes it as independent of the vertical human position as a newspaper can be. Bazin's alternative, either the screen acts as a frame of painting or as a mask, window, was never sufficient, for there was also the frame mirror in the style of Ophuls, the wallpaper frame in the style of Hitchcock. But, when the frame or the screen functions as instrument panel, printing, or computing table, the image is constantly being cut into another image, being printed through a visible mesh, sliding over other images in an incessant stream of messages, and the shot itself is less like an eye than an overloaded brain endlessly absorbing information. It is the brain information, brain city couple which replaces that of eye nature. Goddard will move in this direction, a married woman, 2 or 3 things I know about her, even before starting to use video methods. And, in the Straubs, and in Marguerite Duras, in Cyberberg, the sound framing, the disjunction of the sound image and the visual image, use cinematographic methods, or simple video methods, instead of calling on new technologies. The reasons are not simply economic. The fact is that the new spiritual automatism and the new psychological automata depend on an aesthetic before depending on technology. It is the time image which calls on an original regime of images and signs, before electronics spoils it or, in contrast, relaunches it. When Jean-Louis Scheffer invokes the great spiritual automaton or the dummy at the back of our heads as principles of the cinema, he is right in defining it today by a brain which has a direct experience of time, anterior to all motivity of bodies, even if the apparatus invoked, the mill in Dreyer's vampire, still refers to a clockwork automaton. The Straubs, Marguerite Duras, and Silberberg have, with some justification, often been grouped together in the project of forming a whole audiovisual system, whatever the differences between these authors. In Silberberg we effectively encounter the two great characteristics that we have tried to identify in the other cases. First, the disjunction of the sound and the visual appears clearly in Lecuisc near du roi, between the Cook's flux of words and the deserted spaces, castles, shacks, sometimes an engraving. Similarly, in Hitler the visual space of the chancellery becomes deserted, while some children in a corner make heard the record of one of Hitler's speeches. This disjunction takes on aspects peculiar to Silberberg's style. Sometimes it is the objective dissociation of what is said and what is seen, front projection and the frequent use of slides provide a visual space not only not seen by the actor himself, but with which he is associated without ever being a part of it, reduced to his words and a few accessories. 468 instance, in Hitler the giant furniture, the giant telephone, while the dwarf servant talks about the master's underpants. Sometimes it is the subjective dissociation of the voices and the body is here replaced by a puppet, a jumping jack facing the voice of the actor or reciter, or as in Parsifal the playback is perfectly synchronized, but with a body which remains foreign to the voice it gives itself, a living puppet, whether a girl's body for a man's voice or two competing bodies for the same voice. In other words, there is no whole, the regime of the THIRD, where the division into body and voice forms a genesis of the image as non-representable by a single individual, appearance divided in itself and in a non-psychological way. The puppet and the reciter, the body and the voice, constitute neither a whole nor an individual, but the automaton. This is the psychological automaton, in the sense of a profoundly divided essence of the psyche, even though it is not at all psychological in the sense that this division would be interpreted as a state of the non-machine individual. As in Kleist, or Japanese theater, the soul is made from the mechanical movement of the puppet, in so far as the latter appoints itself an internal voice. But, if the division is thus valid in itself, it is nevertheless not valid for itself. For, in the second place, a pure speech act as creative storytelling or legend-making must extricate itself from all the spoken information. The most striking example is Karl May, who must become a legend through his own lies and their exposure, but also the visual data must be organized in superimposed layers, endlessly mixed up, with variable outcrops, retroactive relations, heavings, sinkings, collapses, a rendering into muddle from which the speech act will emerge, will rise up on the other side. These are the three layers of the history of Germany which correspond to the trilogy, Ludwig, Karl May, Hitler, and in each film the superimposition of slides like so many layers, the last of which is the end of the world, a frozen and murdered landscape. As if it were necessary for the world to be broken and buried for the speech act to rise up. Something similar to what we have seen in Straub and Duras happens with Silberberg. The visual and the sound do not reconstitute a whole, but enter into an irrational relation according to two dissymmetrical trajectories. The audio-visual image is not a whole, it is a fusion of the THIRD. But one of Silberberg's originalities is to stretch out a vast space of information, like a complex, heterogeneous, anarchic space where the trivial and the cultural, the public and the private, the historic and the anecdotal, the imaginary and the real are brought close together, and sometimes on the side of speech, discourses, commentaries, familiar or ancillary testimonies, sometimes on the side of sight, of existing or no longer existing settings, engravings, plans and projects, acts of seeing with acts of clairvoyance, all of equal importance and forming a network, in kinds of relationship which are never those of causality. The modern world is that in which information replaces nature. It is what Jean-Pierre Oudart calls the media effect in Silberberg. and it is an essential aspect of Silberberg's work, because the disjunction, the division of the visual and the sound, will be specifically entrusted with experiencing this complexity of informational space. This goes beyond the psychological individual just as it makes a whole impossible, a non-totalizable complexity, non-representable by a single individual, and which finds its representation only in the automaton. Silberberg takes the image of Hitler as enemy, not Hitler the individual, who does not exist, but neither a totality which could produce him according to relations of causality. Hitler in us not only indicates that we made Hitler as much as he made us, or that we all have potential fascist elements, but that Hitler exists only through pieces of information which constitute his image in ourselves. It could be said that the Nazi regime, the war, the concentration camps, were not images, and that Silberberg's position is not without ambiguity. But Silberberg's powerful idea is that no information, whatever it might be, is sufficient to defeat Hitler. All the documents could be shown, all the testimonies could be heard, but in vain. What makes information all-powerful, the newspapers, and then the radio, and then the television, is its very nullity, its radical ineffectiveness. Information plays on its ineffectiveness in order to establish its power. Its very power is to be ineffective, and thereby all the more dangerous. This is why it is necessary to go beyond information in order to defeat Hitler or turn the image over. Now, going beyond information is achieved on two sides at once, towards two questions: what is the source and what is the addressee? These are also the two questions of the Godardian pedagogy. Informatics replies to neither question, because the source of information is not a piece of information any more than is the person informed. If there is no debasement of information, it is because information itself is a debasement. It is thus necessary to go beyond all the pieces of spoken information, to extract from them a pure speech act, creative storytelling which is as it were the obverse side of the dominant myths, of current words and their supporters, an act capable of creating the myth instead of drawing profit or business from it. It is also necessary to go beyond all the visual layers, to set up a pure informed person capable of emerging from the debris, of surviving the end of the world, hence capable of receiving into his visible body the pure act of speech. In Parsifal the first aspect is taken up in the huge head of Wagner, which gives the speech act as song its creative function, the power of a myth of which Ludwig, Karl May and Heider are only the derisory, or perverse, putting to use, the debasement. The other aspect is taken up in Parsifal, who moves through all the visual spaces, themselves emerged from the great head, and who leaves the last end of world space divided in two, when the head itself divides, and the girl Parsifal does not utter, but receives into her whole being the redemptive voice. The irrational cycle of the visual and the sound is related by Silberberg to information and its overcoming. Redemption, art beyond knowledge, is also creation beyond information. Redemption arrives too late, the point shared by Silberberg and Visconti. It appears when information has already gained control of speech acts, and when Hitler has already captured the German myth or irrational. But the too late is not only negative, it is the sign of the time image in the place where time makes visible the stratigraphy of space and audible the storytelling of the speech act. The life or the afterlife of cinema depends on its internal struggle with informatics. It is necessary to set up against the latter the question which goes beyond it, that of its source and that of its addressee, the head of W. Wagner as spiritual automaton, the Parsifal couple as psychic automata. We can now summarize the constitution of this time image in modern cinema, and the new signs that it implies or initiates. There are many possible transformations, almost imperceptible passages, and also combinations between the movement image and the time image. It cannot be said that one is more important than the other, whether more beautiful or more profound. All that can be said is that the movement image does not give us a time image. Nevertheless, it does give us many things in connection with it. On one hand, the movement image constitutes time in its empirical form, the course of time, a successive present in an extrinsic relation of before and after, so that the past is a former present, and the future a present to come. Inadequate reflection would lead us to conclude from this that the cinematographic image is necessarily in the present. But this ready-made idea, disastrous for any understanding of cinema, is less the fault of the movement image than of an over-hasty reflection. For, on the other hand, the movement image gives rise to an image of time which is distinguished from it by excess or default, over or under the present as empirical progression. In this case, time is no longer measured by movement, but is itself the number or measure of movement, metaphysical representation. This number in turn has two aspects, which we saw in the first volume. It is the minimum unity of time as interval of movement or the totality of time as maximum of movement in the universe. The subtle and the sublime. But, from either aspect, time is distinguished in this way from movement only as indirect representation. Time as progression derives from the movement image or from successive shots. But time as unity or as totality depends on montage, which still relates it back to movement or to the succession of shots. This is why the movement image is fundamentally linked to an indirect representation of time, and does not give us a direct presentation of it, that is, does not give us a time image. The only direct presentation, then, appears in music. But in modern cinema, by contrast, the time image is no longer empirical, nor metaphysical, it is transcendental in the sense that Kant gives this word. Time is out of joint and presents itself in the pure state. The time image does not imply the absence of movement, even though it often includes its increased scarcity, but it implies the reversal of the subordination. It is no longer time which is subordinate to movement, it is movement which subordinates itself to time. It is no longer time which derives from movement, from its norm and its corrected aberrations, it is movement as false movement, as aberrant movement which now depends on time. The time image has become direct, just as time has discovered new aspects, as movement has become aberrant in essence and not by accident, as montage has taken on a new sense, and as a so-called modern cinema has been constituted post-war. However close its relations with classical cinema, modern cinema asks the question, what are the new forces at work in the image, and the new signs invading the screen? The first factor is the break of the sensory-motor link. For the movement image, as soon as it referred itself back to its interval, constituted the action image, the latter, in its widest sense, comprised received movement, perception, situation, imprint, affection, the interval itself, and executed movement, action properly speaking and reaction. The sensory-motor link was thus the unity of movement and its interval, the specification of the movement image or the action image par excellence. There is no reason to talk of a narrative cinema which would correspond to this first moment, for narration results from the sensory-motor schema, and not the other way round. But precisely what brings the cinema of action into question after the war is the very breakup of the sensory-motor schema, the rise of situations to which one can no longer react, of environments with which there are now only chance relations, of empty or disconnected n-space whatevers replacing qualified extended space. It is here that situations no longer extend into action or reaction in accordance with the requirements of the movement image. These are pure optical and sound situations, in which the character does not know how to respond, abandons spaces in which he ceases to experience and to act, so that he enters into flight, goes on a trip, comes and goes, vaguely indifferent to what happens to him, undecided as to what must be done. But he has gained in an ability to see what he has lost in action or reaction. He sees so that the viewer's problem becomes what is there to see in the image. And not now what are we going to see in the next image. The situation no longer extends into action through the intermediary of affections. It is cut off from all its extensions, it is now important only for itself, having absorbed all its affective intensities, all its active extensions. This is no longer a sensory-motor situation, but a purely optical and sound situation, where the seer-voyant has replaced the agent-actant, a description. We call this type of image op-signs and son-signs. They appear after the war, through all the external reasons we can point to, the calling into question of action, the necessity of seeing and hearing, the proliferation of empty, disconnected, abandoned spaces, but also through the internal push of a cinema being reborn, recreating its conditions, neorealism, new wave, new American cinema. Now, if it is true that the sensory-motor situation governed the indirect representation of time as consequence of the movement image, the purely optical and sound situation opens onto a direct time image. The time image is the correlate of the op sign and the son sign. It never appeared more clearly than in the author who anticipated modern cinema, from before the war and in the conditions of the silent film, OZU, op signs, empty or disconnected spaces, open onto still lives as the pure form of time. Instead of motor situation indirect representation of time, we have op sign or son sign direct presentation of time. But what can purely optical and sound images link up with, since they no longer extend into action? We would like to reply, with recollection images or dream images. Yet, the former still come within the framework of the sensory-motor situation, whose interval they are content to fill, even though lengthening and dist ending it, they seize a former present in the past and thus respect the empirical progression of time, even though they introduce local regressions into it, the flashback as psychological memory. The latter, dream images, rather affect the whole, they project the sensory-motor situation to infinity, sometimes by ensuring the constant metamorphosis of the situation, sometimes by replacing the action of characters with a movement of world. But we do not, in this way, leave behind an indirect representation, even though we come close, in certain exceptional cases, to doors of time that already belong to modern cinema, for instance, the flashback as revelation of a time which forks and frees itself in Mankiewicz, or the movement of world as the coupling of a pure description and dance in the American musical comedy. However, in these very cases, the recollection image or the dream image, the Nemo sign or the Oniro sign, are gone beyond, for these images in themselves are virtual images, which are linked with the actual optical or sound image, description, but which are constantly being actualized on their own account, or the former in the latter to infinity. For the time image to be born, on the contrary, the actual image must enter into relation with its own virtual image as such. From the outset pure description must divide in two, repeat itself, take itself up again, fork, contradict itself. An image which is double-sided, mutual, both actual and virtual, must be constituted. We are no longer in the citation of a relationship between the actual image and other virtual images, recollections, or dreams, which thus become actual in turn. This is still a mode of linkage. We are in the situation of an actual image and its own virtual image, to the extent that there is no longer any linkage of the real with the imaginary, but indissimibility of the two, a perpetual exchange. This is a progress in relation to the op sign. We saw how the crystal, the hyalosin, ensures the dividing in two of described on, and brings about the exchange in the image which has become mutual, the exchange of the actual and the virtual, of the limpid and the opaque, of the seed and the surrounding. By raising themselves to the indiscernibility of the real and the imaginary, the signs of the crystal go beyond all psychology of the recollection or dream, and all physics of action. What we see in the crystal is no longer the empirical progression of time as succession of presents, nor its indirect representation as interval or as whole, it is its direct presentation, its constitutive dividing into a present which is passing and a past which is preserved, the strict contemporaneity of the present with the past that it will be, of the past with the present that it has been. It is time itself which arises in the crystal, and which is constantly recommending its dividing in two without completing it, since the indiscernible exchange is always renewed and reproduced. The direct time image or the transcendental form of time is what we see in the crystal, and hyalosins, and crystalline signs, should therefore be called mirrors or seeds of time. Thus we have the chronosigns which mark the various presentations of the direct time image. The first concerns the order of time. This order is not made up of succession, nor is it the same thing as the interval or the whole of indirect representation. It is a matter of the internal relations of time, in a topological or quantic form. Thus the first chronosign has two figures, Sometimes it is the coexistence of all the sheets of past, with the topological transformation of these sheets, and the overtaking of psychological memory towards a world memory. This sign can be called sheet, aspect, or facies. Sometimes it is the simultaneity of points of present, these points breaking with all external succession, and carrying out quantic jumps between the presents which are doubled by the past, the future, and the present itself. This sign can be called point or accent. We are no longer in an indiscernible distinction between the real and the imaginary, which would characterize the crystal image, but in undecidable alternatives between sheets of past, or inexplicable differences between points of present, which now concern the direct time image. What is in play is no longer the real and the imaginary, but the true and the false. And just as the real and the imaginary become indiscernible in certain very specific conditions of the image, the true and the false now become undecidable or inextricable. The impossible proceeds from the possible, and the past is not necessarily true. A new logic has to be invented, just as earlier a new psychology had to be. It seemed to us that Reisneus went furthest in the direction of coexisting sheets of past, and Rob Grillet in that of simultaneous peaks of present, hence the paradox of last year in Moranbad, which participates in the double system. But, in any event, the time image has arisen through direct or transcendental presentation, as a new element in post-war cinema, and Wells was master of the time image. There is still another type of chronosign which on this occasion constitutes time as series. The before and after are no longer themselves a matter of external empirical succession, but of the intrinsic quality of that which becomes in time. Becoming can in fact be defined as that which transforms an empirical sequence into a series, a burst of series. A series is a sequence of images, which tend in themselves in the direction of a limit, which orients and inspires the first sequence, the before, and gives way to another sequence organized as series which tends in turn towards another limit, the after. The before and the after are then no longer successive determinations of the course of time, but the two sides of the power, or the passage of the power to a higher power. The direct time image here does not appear in an order of coexistences or simultaneities, but in a becoming as potentialization, as series of powers. This second type of chronosign, the gene sign, has therefore also the property of bringing into question the notion of truth, for the false ceases to be a simple appearance or even a lie, in order to achieve that power of becoming which constitutes series or degrees, which crosses limits, carries out metamorphoses, and develops along its whole path an act of legend, of storytelling. Beyond the true or the false, becoming as power of the false. Gene signs present several figures in this sense. Sometimes, as in Wells, they are characters forming series as so many degrees of a will to power through which the world becomes a fable. Sometimes it is a character himself crossing a limit, and becoming another, in an act of storytelling which connects him to a people past or to come. We have seen the paradox by which the cinema was called cinéma right at the moment that it brought every model of the true into question, and there is a double becoming superimposed, for the author becomes another as much as his character does, as with Perrault who takes the character as intercessor, or with Rauch who tends to become a black. In a quite different non-symmetrical way. It is perhaps here that the question of the author and the author's becoming, of his becoming other, is already posed in its most acute form in Wells. Sometimes again, in the third place, characters dissolve of their own accord, and the author is effaced. There are now only attitudes of bodies, corporeal postures forming series, and a jest which connects them together as limit. It is a cinema of bodies which has broken all the more with the sensory-motor schema through action being replaced by attitude, and supposedly true linkage by the jest which produces legend or storytelling. Sometimes, finally, the series, their limits and transformations, the degrees of power, may be a matter of any kind of relation of the image, characters, states of one character, positions of the author, attitudes of bodies, as well as colors, aesthetic genres, psychological faculties, political powers, logical or metaphysical categories. Every sequence of images forms a series in that it moves in the direction of a category in which it is reflected, the passage of one category to another determining a change of power. What is said in the most simple terms about Boulez's music will also be said about Godard's cinema, having put everything in series, having brought about a generalized serialism. Everything which functions as limit between two series divided into two parts, the before and the after constituting the two sides of the limit, will also be called a category, a character, a gest, a word. A color may be a category as easily as a genre, from the moment that they fulfill the conditions of reflection. If the organization of series generally takes place horizontally, as in slow motion with the imaginary, fear, business, music, it is possible that the limit or category in which a series is reflected itself forms another series of a higher power, henceforth superimposed on the first, as in the pictorial category in Passion or the musical one in First Name Carmen. There is in this case a vertical construction of series, which tends to return to coexistence or simultaneity, and to combine the two types of chronosigns. The so-called classical image had to be considered on two axes. These two axes were the coordinates of the brain. On the one hand, the images were linked or extended according to laws of association, of continuity, resemblance, contrast, or opposition. On the other hand, associated images were internalized in a whole as concept, integration, which was in turn continually externalized in associable or extendable images, differentiation. This is why the whole remained open and changing, at the same time as a set of images was always taken from a larger set. This was the double aspect of the movement image, defining the out-of-field. In the first place it was in touch with an exterior, in the second place it expressed a whole which changes. Movement in its extension was the immediate given, and the whole which changes, that is, time, was indirect or mediate representation. But there was a continual circulation of the two here, internalization in the whole, externalization in the image, circle, or spiral which constituted for cinema, no less than for philosophy, the model of the true as totalization. This model inspired the nosigns of the classical image, and there were necessarily two kinds of nosign. In the first kind, the images were linked by rational cuts, and formed under this condition an extendable world, between two images or two sequences of images. The limit as interval is included as the end of the one or as the beginning of the other, as the last image of the first sequence or the first of the second. The other kind of nosign marked the integration of the sequences into a whole, self-awareness as internal representation, but also the differentiation of the whole into extended sequences, belief in the external world. And, from one to the other, the whole was constantly changing at the same time as the images were moving. Time as measure of movement thus ensured a general system of commensurability, in this double form of the interval and the whole. This was the splendor of the classical image. The modern image initiates the reign of incommensurables or irrational cuts. This is to say that the cut no longer forms part of one or the other image, of one or the other sequence that it separates and divides. It is on this condition that the succession or sequence becomes a series, in the sense that we have just analyzed. The interval is set free, the interstice becomes irreducible and stands on its own. The first consequence is that the images are no longer linked by rational cuts, but are relinked onto irrational cuts. We gave Godard's series as an example, but they can be found everywhere, notably in Resnaeus, the moment around which everything turns and repasses in Jet-aim, is a typical irrational cut. By relinkage must be understood, not a second linkage which would come and add itself on, but a mode of original and specific linkage, or rather a specific connection between the linked images. There are no longer grounds for talking about a real or possible extension capable of constituting an external world. We have ceased to believe in it, and the image is cut off from the external world. But the internalization or integration of self-awareness in a whole has no less disappeared. The relinkage takes place through parcelling, whether it is a matter of the construction of series in Godard, or of the transformations of sheets in Resnaeus, relinked parcellings. This is why thought, as power which has not always existed, is born from an outside more distant than any external world, and, as power which does not yet exist, confronts an inside, an unthinkable or unthought, deeper than any internal world. In the second place, there is no longer any movement of internalization or externalization, integration or differentiation, but a confrontation of an outside and an inside independent of distance, this thought outside itself and this unthought within thought. This is the unsummonable in Wells, the undecidable in Riesneus, the inexplicable in the Straubs, the impossible in Marguerite Duras, the irrational in Cyberberg. The brain has lost its Euclidean coordinates, and now emits other signs. The direct time image effectively has as no signs the irrational cut between non-linked, but always relinked, images, and the absolute contact between non-totalizable, asymmetrical outside and inside. We move with ease from one to the other, because the outside and the inside are the two sides of the limit as irrational cut, and because the latter, no longer forming part of any sequence, itself appears as an autonomous outside which necessarily provides itself with an inside. The limit or interstice, the irrational cut, pass especially between the visual image and the sound image. This implies several novelties or changes. Sound must itself become image instead of being a component of the visual image. The creation of a sound framing is thus necessary, so that the cut passes between the two framings, sound and visual. Hence even if the out-of-field survives in fact and fate, it must lose all power by right de droit because the visual image ceases to extend beyond its own frame, in order to enter into a specific relation with the sound image which is itself framed. The interstice between the two framings replaces the out-of-field. The voice off must also disappear, because there is no more out-of-field to inhabit, but two heteronomous images to be confronted, that of voices and that of views, each in itself, each for itself and in its frame. It is possible for the two kinds of images to touch and join up, but this is clearly not through flashback, as if a voice, more or less off, was evoking what the visual image was going to give back to us. Modern cinema has killed flashback, like the voice off and the out of field. It has been able to conquer the sound image only by imposing a dissociation between it and the visual image, a disjunction which must not be surmounted, irrational cut between the two. And yet there is a relation between them, a free indirect or incommensurable relation, for incommensurability denotes a new relation and not an absence. Hence the sound image frames a mass or a continuity from which the pure speech act is to be extracted, that is, an act of myth or storytelling which creates the event, which makes the event rise up into the air, and which rises itself in a spiritual ascension. And the visual image for its part frames in any space whatever, an empty or disconnected space which takes on a new value, because it will bury the event under stratigraphic layers, and make it go down like an underground fire which is always covered over. The visual image will thus never show what the sound image utters. For example, in Marguerite Duras, the originary dance will never rise up again through flashback to totalize the two kinds of images. There will nonetheless be a relation between the two, a junction or a contact. This will be the contact independent of distance, between an outside where the speech act rises, and an inside where the event is buried in the ground, a complementarity of the sound image, the speech act as creative storytelling, and the visual image, stratigraphic or archaeological burying. And the irrational cut between the two, which forms the non-totalizable relation, the broken ring of their junction, the asymmetrical faces of their contact. This is a perpetual relinkage. Speech reaches its own limit which separates it from the visual, but the visual reaches its own limit which separates it from sound. So each one reaching its own limit which separates it from the other thus discovers the common limit which connects them to each other in the incommensurable relation of an irrational cut, the right side and its obverse, the outside and the inside. These new signs are lecto signs, which show the final aspect of the direct time image, the common limit. The visual image becomes stratigraphic is for its part all the more readable in that the speech act becomes an autonomous creator. Classical cinema was not short of lecto signs, but only to the extent that the speech act was itself read in the silent film, or in the first stage of the talkie, making it possible to read the visual image, of which it was only one component. From classical to modern cinema, from the movement image to the time image, what changes are not only the chronosigns, but the nosigns and lectosigns, having said that it is always possible to multiply the passages from one regime to the other, just as to accentuate their irreducible differences. The usefulness of theoretical books on cinema has been called into question, especially today, because the times are not right. Goddard likes to recall that, when the future directors of the new wave were writing, they were not writing about cinema, they were not making a theory out of it, it was already their way of making films. However, this remark does not show a great understanding of what is called theory. For theory too is something which is made, no less than its object. For many people, philosophy is something which is not made, but is pre-existent, ready-made in a prefabricated sky. However, philosophical theory is itself a practice, just as much as its object. It is no more abstract than its object. It is a practice of concepts, and it must be judged in the light of the other practices with which it interferes. A theory of cinema is not about cinema, but about the concepts that cinema gives rise to and which are themselves related to other concepts corresponding to other practices, the practice of concepts in general having no privilege over others, any more than one object has over others. It is at the level of the interference of many practices that things happen, beings, images, concepts, all the kinds of events. The theory of cinema does not bear on the cinema, but on the concepts of the cinema, which are no less practical, effective, or existent than cinema itself. The great cinema authors are like the great painters or the great musicians, it is they who talk best about what they do. But, in talking, they become something else, they become philosophers or theoreticians, even Hawks who wanted no theories, even Goddard when he pretends to distrust them. Cinema's concepts are not given in cinema. And yet they are cinema's concepts, not theories about cinema. So that there is always a time, midday midnight, when we must no longer ask ourselves, what is cinema, but what is philosophy? Cinema itself is a new practice of images and signs, whose theory philosophy must produce as conceptual practice. For no technical determination, whether applied, psychoanalysis, linguistics, or reflexive, is sufficient to constitute the concepts of cinema itself.